I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Green Domain Demon. Although the grey-haired old man spoke with conviction, Luo was still half believing and half doubting. Otherwise he would not have stayed close to the dark blue stone peak. The other party said that he was suppressed and unable to move, but if he got closer, he could use some thundering means. No matter how you think about it, picking up the storage bracelet is extremely dangerous. After a breath of silence, Luo slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist and released a 4th level spirit crane. Go, pick up the bracelet. The spirit crane heard the order and immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the storage bracelet. During this time, Luo observed the grey-haired old man's expression and saw that he was only slightly dissatisfied and did not stop him. He felt much more relaxed. The spirit crane's action of picking up the storage bracelet was also very smooth, and the grey-haired old man and Kyankundi and Deo Mountain did not change because of this. After the spirit crane flew back, Luo repeatedly checked the storage bracelet and found that it had not been tampered with. He suddenly probed his spiritual consciousness into it, wanting to see the treasure hidden by the cultivator in the god transformation stage. However, at this moment, a red light flashed on the storage bracelet, and Luo's consciousness was fiercely bounced back. Senior, this. Junior, I give it to you, and you can take it. Don't cross the line. The grey-haired old man changed his previous pleading demeanor and said with dignity. Luo's face turned pale. He did intend to take the treasure and run away, as long as he was not besieged by the black shadows, and his mana was full. If he wanted to escape, he would have a chance to escape from the grey fog. Okay, I have lifted some of the restrictions. You can take out the talisman. The grey-haired old man seemed to have done nothing at all and suddenly said this. Luo did not sense any fluctuations in mana or consciousness, but when he tried to touch the storage bracelet with his consciousness again, he easily sensed a golden talisman that was flying in a small space like a fish. Suddenly, his awe of the grey-haired old man increased to a higher level. However, just as he was about to take out the talisman, Nangongwon frowned, feeling something was wrong, and stopped him, saying, "Wait a minute, Daoist friend, I have another question." Luo paused, his eyes flickered twice, and he retracted his half-bent fingers. "Senior, you just told me the reason for being trapped. May I ask where this grey fog covering the entire mountain range and the black domain demon you mentioned came from? Whether it was the grey fog or the black domain demon, they were all evil things. If both were born by the grey-haired old man, the attributes of the other party's practice would also be very likely to be close to evil. It is well known that the practice will affect the temperament of the cultivator, and the higher the level of the cultivator, the more so. Therefore, most of the cultivators above the giant stage have strange tempers. The grey-haired old man claimed to be a cultivator in the Huishan period, so he must have practiced the main practice to the bone. If the grey fog and the black domain demon were really born by him, this person's temperament is probably also evil. In this case, helping the other party out of trouble is up for discussion. This is a secret beyond the human world. You are just cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul. You are not qualified to know it. Hearing Nangongwon's question, the grey-haired old man's face suddenly became serious and said solemnly. Luo frowned, his tone suddenly turned 3 points colder. Senior, although the cultivation of fairy Nangong and I is not even 1/10 of yours, we are the only ones to help you out of trouble. Senior, you are so secretive, aren't you afraid that we too will abandon you? Haha, why do you think this space exists? It's because I used my great magic power to fight against the Kyankundi and Deo Mountain, which stimulated the magical power of this sacred mountain and forcibly separated a paradise in this desperate place. If you two are unwilling to take action, I only need to take back some of my magic power to greatly reduce the space here. Those black domain demons must be waiting outside the boundary membrane at this time. In your current state, if you go out, you will only end up being devoured by the black domain demons and have your nascent soul occupied by the physical body. The gray-haired old man threatened the two of them without any concealment, and his sinister laughter made the two of them feel cold. I'm afraid that Senior will suffer a lot in this case. Otherwise Senior could have threatened us with his life from the beginning. Nangong gritted her teeth, still trying to struggle out a way out. How can my magical power be imagined by you Yuanying cultivators? Although I will suffer a little, it will not affect my original essence. Besides, after you two die here, other Yuanying cultivators will come to investigate. I will just wait for a little longer. Don't think that I only have you as my choice. The last sentence of the gray-haired old man directly broke through the two people's defense. After seeing the two people's grief-stricken expressions, the gray-haired old man seemed to be proud, and said in a soft tone, "Don't worry, I'm not a person who doesn't repay kindness. As long as you help me out of trouble, I will give you the benefits I deserve." Things have evolved to this point. Wu Aozi and Nangong are forced into a desperate situation. There is only one way in front of them, that is to get the talisman to save people. Only a big bet can be made. Wu Aozi felt bitter in his mouth, and was about to take out the talisman, when he suddenly saw the gray-haired old man's expression suddenly change. "Why are you looking at me? Take the talisman quickly." Unexpectedly, the gray-haired old man who had just lured them with a pleasant face, just because of Wu Aozi's eyes, roared and urged, as if he was strongly stimulated. There seemed to be a spell and a roar, and Wu Aozi's state of mind was directly lost. He was so scared that he shivered, and subconsciously obeyed the other party. With a thought, he clamped the golden pattern talisman between his fingers. At the same time, Nangong noticed that the world here suddenly became hot. Looking down, a large area of red and black flames appeared in the earth transformed by grey fog. It was as if the earth fire was rising, and the end of the world was coming. In just a breath, the grey fog earth was replaced by endless red flames. While Nangong felt the heat, her eyes suddenly blurred, and she was surprised to find that her nascent soul had left her body without knowing when. In addition, Kayank and Diandeo Mountain and the grey-haired old man disappeared. This world without grey fog was not another world, but just a few dozen feet in radius as they observed from the outside. It turned out that she and Wu Aozi had fallen into an illusion the moment they passed through the boundary membrane. Although this shocked Nangong, what made her even more horrified was that in the center of this world, a group of amorphous green shadows were entrenched like maggots on the tarsal bones. A slender green tentacle extended to the Yuanying of Wu Aozi on the side. Wu Aozi's Yuanying actually stretched out his fleshy fingers, clamped the end of the green tentacle, and opened his mouth, and lowered his head, as if he wanted to actively suck the green tentacle. But as the red flames covered the ground, Wu Aozi also saw through the illusion. Realizing what he had done, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately wanted to escape back into his physical body. But this strange green shadow had spent so much effort to deceive the two of them. How could it give up when it was only a matter of time before it could succeed? The end of the green tentacles suddenly stretched out and poked directly into the mouth of Wu Aozi's Yuanying. As soon as the tentacles entered his mouth, traces like plant meridians appeared in Wu Aozi's Yuanying's mouth and spread to the whole body of the Yuanying at an extremely fast speed. Wu Aozi's Yuanying was immediately imprisoned in place, and no matter how wildly his eyes rolled, he could not escape back to his body. On the other side, Nangong had already let his Yuanying return to his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw a large mass of things that looked like tumors rushing from the green shadow's body along the tentacles to Wu Aozi's Yuanying. Although she was very afraid, Nangong was calm and did not leave. She waved her white hands, and the vermilion bird ring roared out with blazing flames. Judging from this flying speed, it is entirely possible to cut off the green tentacles before the green tumors rushed into Wu Aozi's Yuanying. However, when the vermilion bird ring collided with the cyan tentacles, there was no sense of impact. The cyan tentacles were like an illusory projection existing in another world, allowing the vermilion bird ring to pass through without any damage. Nangong obviously did not expect this outcome. She had no time to be surprised, and was about to use another method. At this moment, a white light lit up beside her, and Luo Hong's figure appeared. Seeing that the cyan tumor was about to reach the end, Luo Hong threw out more than 10 talismans. These talismans did not attack the cyan tentacles, but instead built a talisman wall between the cyan tumor and Wu Yaozi's nascent soul. As Luo Hong urged his magic power, the talisman pattern lit up, and more than 10 talismans were activated at the same time. At this time, the cyan tumor just surged to the vicinity, and it was seen that its size shrank before it touched the talisman wall. As the distance shrank, the speed of volume reduction increased exponentially, and finally it was eliminated into nothingness when it was 1 inch close to Wu Yaozi's nascent soul. King Ying's twisted body suddenly froze. After confirming again and again, he believed that the power he had squeezed through with great difficulty was really gone. The next moment, all the tentacles on King Ying's body danced wildly, like an angry monk. Strangely, although King Ying was furious, he did not use any means to attack Luo Hong. It seemed that he was only furious. Luo Hong had no intention of stopping. With a thought, he ordered the talisman wall to roll back and stick it all on the body of Wu Yaozi's nascent soul. Quick! With Luo Hong's command, all the talismans shone brightly, and all the remaining power burst out in one breath. The spiritual light dissipated, and the plant meridians on the surface of Wu Yaozi's nascent soul disappeared, and the green tentacles were disconnected from it. However, Wu Yaozi's nascent soul also dimmed a lot, and seemed unusually weak. But no matter what, Wu Yaozi was out of trouble, and then he ordered his nascent soul to escape back to his physical body. Luo Hong was not surprised by the result. The soul dispersion talisman he made could achieve the effect of reversing the great evolution art, and was most effective against the soul power of the extraterritorial demon. Of course, the spirit talisman did not distinguish between friend and foe. While severing the connection between the green tentacles, it inevitably hurt Wu Yaozi's nascent soul. In fact, just now, Wu Yaozi was almost scattered by the soul dispersion talisman, and fell into a lower realm. This was of course, because Luo Hong did not control the measurement. He did not care whether Wu Yaozi was dead or alive. He just wanted to ensure that the extraterritorial demon in front of him, who was at the level of incarnation, would not use Wu Yaozi to sneak into the human world. Lonely night, lonely me. I looked at my phone, and it was 2:30. As long as it is not before 3 o'clock, it is not the second day. Brothers, the second update is presented. Please vote for the monthly ticket. I want to participate in the lottery. Chapter 327 Seal. After saving Wu Yaozi, Luo Hong pointed his finger, and the blazing red flames beneath him merged into a huge wave, hitting King Ying. When the flames passed by, Nangang Wan and Wu Yaozi felt the heat and they quickly increased their mana output to strengthen the protective spirit shield. King Ying did not dodge, and his body surface began to vibrate like the black shadow before. It was obvious that he had gained strength again and was ready to cast some kind of spell. The flame wave hit and then rolled, wrapping King Ying in it, forming a giant fireball with a diameter of 10 feet. However, this powerful spell could not cause any harm to King Ying. Its illusory and twisted body continued to tremble without being affected at all. Just when Luo Hong frowned deeply and felt that it was very difficult, a dark spiritual light lit up from the core of King Ying, revealing a bead the size of a grain of sand. The moment it appeared, 3 black threads separated from the huge red flame ball. That was the nuclear black flame that Luo Hong had integrated into the spiritual art to enhance its power. Like a young swallow returning to its nest, the 3 strands of nuclear black flames rushed towards the sand bead and merged with it in an instant. The next moment, the black spiritual light was strong, and King Ying seemed to be suddenly tortured. The illusory body twitched violently, and the spell that was almost ready had to be released in advance. Invisible waves spread out, and Nangang Wan felt that her nascent soul seemed to be thrown into the flames, and the intense pain immediately overwhelmed her consciousness. Wu Yaozi had been severely injured in his nascent soul before, and this spell hit him, and he went black and fainted. Fortunately, Luo Hong's consciousness was extremely powerful. Although the taste of King Ying's spell was unpleasant, it was not to the extent that he lost his ability to move. As the black spiritual light became stronger, King Ying seemed to be pressed against the wall by a giant hand and turned, and his body showed a ring-shaped distortion. Fortunately, King Ying is not a human, otherwise, he would have died countless times if he was pressed and rubbed like this. It's you. You killed me. A voice full of resentment, like thousands of people roaring at the same time, came from King Ying's body. Luo Hong's face remained unchanged. After staring at the sand beads for a while, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he immediately understood something. Then, Luo Hong grabbed Nangang Wan and the other person who were still in a trance, and escaped from this world. With previous experience, Luo Hong instantly adapted to the awkward feeling of the world turning upside down. After coming out, Luo Hong threw the two people on the spirit boat driven by Xiaoqia, and then he spread his right palm, and the octagonal demon ceiling tower appeared in his palm. With a slight shake, Luo Hong threw the pagoda into the sky above the spherical world where King Ying was. With a surge of magic power, the octagonal demon ceiling tower began to spin wildly, and its size grew rapidly. In a few breaths, 100-foot high tower took shape. Suppress. With Luo Hong's command, the giant tower fell heavily, and the spherical world was placed inside. This was not the end. Luo Hong's treasure bag on his waist was shining brightly, and hundreds of soul-dispersing talismans flew out at once. With a urge of his mind, many soul-dispersing talismans turned into a whirlwind and swept out, circling the giant tower, and then all of them were attached to the outer wall of the giant tower. Seal. Luo Hong extended his sword finger and shot out a thick column of magic light. Suddenly, the runes of the talismans attached to the golden giant tower began to glow. This means that all the soul-dispersing talismans have entered the automatic activation state. As long as they sense the fluctuation of soul power, they will activate their power to disperse it. After doing this, Luo Hong was relieved a little, and fled to the spirit boat, to check on Nangang Wan and the others. Perhaps because of the early release, King Ying's spell did not have a fatal effect on the two. When Luo Hong landed on the bow, Nangang Wan and Wu Yaozi had already woken up, but the latter's face could be described as pale as gold paper. Fellow Daoist Luo, what on earth is that green shadow, and how can it be so powerful? Nangang Wan covered her full chest and panted hard. This ghost thing is probably an evil creature from a foreign land, a higher level existence than the Black Shadow, and should be equivalent to a cultivator in the god transformation stage. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't really enter the human world, you and I would have perished here today. Luo Hong said solemnly, this green shadow is probably one of the most powerful extraterritorial demons outside the human world. Fortunately, he was decisive enough this time, and used spiritual magic to burn the opponent's stage. Otherwise, even if he entered the illusion trap painstakingly created by the green shadow, he might not be able to see through it in time. Could it be the disaster left by the ancient cultivator? Fellow Daoist Luo, Nangang Wan will never forget your life-saving grace this time, and will definitely repay you generously in the future. Nangang Wan had also read the records about the small spiritual world, so she thought that the green shadow came from a similar small interface. After thinking for a while, she solemnly thanked Luo Hong. Don't be so polite, Han Lao Mo will help you pay it back. While the two were talking, Xiaoqia had already driven the spirit boat into the air, ready to leave this place. Wu Yaozi suffered a great loss this time. He can't recover from his injuries without retreating for 10 to 20 years. Moreover, if he doesn't have some natural treasures to replenish his body, part of his vitality will be lost permanently, which is equivalent to shortening his lifespan. Therefore, although Luo Hong saved his life, he couldn't help but feel resentful and asked, Dao Luo, where did you go at that time? If you hadn't fled in the face of the enemy, how could I and Fairy Nangang be so seriously injured? Luo just realized that something was wrong, and went outside the grey fog to perform some tricks. The situation was urgent at the time, so I couldn't tell you in advance. Wu Yaozi was able to survive purely because of his own hard life. Most of his current injuries were caused by Luo Hong, so Luo Hong didn't feel angry about his attitude of repaying kindness with enmity, but just explained calmly, what kind of magical power do you have to use in the outside world? You are clearly. Wu Yaozi thought that Luo Hong was just treating him and Nangang Wan as pathfinders, and the other party's explanation was purely an excuse. But just as he was about to criticize this, he was shocked by the scene he saw and was speechless. At this time, the spirit boat had flown to a height of hundreds of feet. Looking down, you can almost see the entire core area. I saw that the grey fog in the core area had disappeared, and the hills that were originally covered with dead trees were now burning like a flaming mountain. The entire core area was like a blazing hell. Witnessing this great magical power that burned mountains and boiled seas, Luo couldn't help but ask absent-mindedly, "What kind of magical power is this?" Luo Hong replied in a tone without any fluctuations, "Spiritual art. Burning the sky." After the spirit boat left the Zhongling Mountains, Luo was taken away by the elders of Kingsu sect, and he didn't mention the matter of nourishing soul beads at all. Luo Hong was still a little surprised about this, but Nangang told him that after he left, Luo killed a black shadow with thunder magic and harvested a soul nourishing bead. So that's how it is. I was wondering how he could run so fast. After taking the elixir and practicing kicking and regulating her breathing, Nangang face now had some color. After Luo left, she handed the two soul nourishing beads to Luo Hong and wanted to say goodbye and return to Yan'yu sect. After all, a monster of the god transforming level is near the 6 sects. If it is not solved one day, the 6 sects will not be at peace one day. However, before leaving, Nangang hesitated for a moment and asked indirectly, "Dao Luo, have you been alone all these years?" Xiaoqia's eyes lit up, and her pink ears quietly stood up. It's no wonder that she is so kind, because Nangang posture is very much like a woman in love. Junior brother Han is currently in Ziguo preparing to form a baby. Luo Hong couldn't stand the nagging style of Han Lao Mo and Nangang when they talked about their feelings, so he directly hit Nangang on the head. Nangang was stunned at first, then said with a face full of shame and anger, "What did that brat tell you?" Obviously, Nangang mistakenly thought that Han Li had told Luo Hong about the night they had spent together in the Blood Forbidden Land, and she was immediately very dissatisfied with him. "Haha, even if Han the old demon didn't tell me, I know it very well, and even know that you two had sex twice the first time." Luo Hong naturally would not say these words in his heart, otherwise Han Lao Mo would be in great trouble. However, he still couldn't hide his joy, and said with a strange smile, "Junior brother Han just asked me to come and see if you have formed a Taoist couple with someone, and he didn't say much. However, seeing that you are so excited, the entanglement between you two is not shallow." Being looked at by Luo Hong with a playful look, Nangang cheeks turned red under the veil, and then she said in a cold voice without losing face, "That kid even entrusted this matter to you. He is really a coward." Nangang expression was a mixture of joy and anger, and suddenly she sighed. "Do you know how long it will take for that kid to form a baby? At most 20 years. Junior brother Han will be able to succeed in forming a baby, don't worry." Seeing Nangang expression, Luo Hong knew that Shizankin must have talked to Wei Wu'er about dependence. Conceiving a baby is always a dangerous thing. There are countless immortal cultivators who have fallen in realm or even died because of failure in conceiving a baby. But when Luo Hong said that Han Li would definitely be able to conceive a baby, Nangang believed it immediately. I don't know who she is trusting. After hearing the answer, Nangang eyes showed a firm look, as if she had made a decision. After nodding slightly to Luo Hong, she floated away. Han Lao Mo, I raised my blood this time. You don't use 17 or 8 strings of soul nourishing wood beads to exchange. You are sorry for me. Luo Hong felt tired. These two people usually behaved boldly and carefully, but when it came to feelings, they were timid and could make people anxious. If it weren't for hearing that Nangang was about to get married, Han Lao Mo didn't know when he would take the initiative to go to Yan'yu sect to find her. Although Luo Hong looked uncomfortable, he didn't want to interfere too much, just hoping that things would not deviate from the original track. Thinking of this, Luo Hong suddenly flicked his fingers and shot out a stream of energy. Ouch. Xiaoqia cried out in pain. Hurry back to the sect. Also, don't ask too much about what happened just now, and don't let it spread outside. Do you understand? Luo Hong didn't want Han Lao Mo's action of snatching the bride to have any more twists and turns, so he said so. Junior obeys your command. Xiaoqia didn't dare to think about it anymore, and gathered her magic power to speed up the speed of the spirit boat. The downstairs is being renovated, and I'm going crazy. Today's second update won't be too late. I will try to write 4,000 words. Chapter 328 Luo Hong's win-win. While Xiaoqia was controlling the spirit boat, Luo Hong was looking at the Zhongling Mountains in the distance. The grey fog outside had begun to roll inward gradually, engulfing the hollow area he had created with the spirit art of burning the sky. Luo Hong was not surprised at all. Using magic to permanently change the spiritual environment was a great power that only a genuine cultivator in the spiritualization stage could possess. After being able to truly control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was already very difficult for my spirit art to temporarily change the spiritual environment of a place. I'm afraid that the divine master of the million people could only do this. Normally, Luo Hong only needed a few breaths to cast the spirit art of burning the sky. However, this time, in order to smash the stage thoroughly enough, he tried his best to mobilize the surrounding fire spirit energy, which took a lot of time, but also expanded the range of burning the sky from the normal several miles to dozens of miles. After the spirit boat flew for several hours, a yellow escape light broke into Luo Hong's spiritual awareness range. The person who came was Linghu Patriarch. Not long after, the two met, and when Linghu Patriarch saw that Luo Hong was unharmed, he immediately felt relieved. If they had just found a successor for Huangfeng Valley and the other party had died, that would be a big joke. Brother Luo, what happened near the Zhongling Mountains? Why did it cause a small-scale change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? That burning breath, could it be that an ancient beast with fire attributes was born? Linghu Patriarch asked anxiously. Anything that could cause a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not a trivial matter, and the place where it happened was close to Huangfeng Valley, so he naturally had to find out. Brother Linghu, don't worry. This is the sound of Luo using all his strength to display his magical powers. Ignoring the shocked look on Elder Linghu's face, Luo Hong's face became serious, and he said solemnly, there is a big trouble in the Zhongling Mountains. Elder brother, no matter what, you have to go and invite Alliance leader Wei. Seeing that Luo Hong said it so seriously, Elder Linghu hurriedly landed on the spirit boat and asked in a deep voice, is there an evil creature of the nascent soul level in the mountains? Luo Hong shook his head slowly, took out a soul nourishing bead and said, there is indeed an evil creature of the nascent soul level in the mountains. Its name is probably Black Domain Demon. There are more than 10 of them, but they have all been killed by me. After the death of this demon, only this thing was left. Daoist friend Wu Yaozi who was traveling with me called it the soul nourishing bead. Can you recognize it, elder brother? Soul nourishing bead. Elder Linghu's eyes widened. He reached out to take the pitch black soul nourishing bead, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he said with envy, yes, this thing is indeed the legendary soul nourishing bead. Just this one can strengthen the consciousness of an early nascent soul cultivator by more than 30%. Junior brother has made a lot of money by taking this risk. Zhongling Mountains can produce this thing. If it is not handled properly, it will be a big trouble. Not only can my Huangfeng Valley not eat it, but even the 6 sects combined cannot control it. Fortunately, Alliance leader Wei is fair, and junior brother has the merit of investigation. It is not a problem for my Huangfeng Valley to get a share. Elder Linghu obviously misunderstood, and he has already thought about how to use this matter to gain benefits for Huangfeng Valley. Senior brother, there are evil things at the level of God transformation in the mountains. Luo Hong interrupted Elder Linghu's fantasy with a little reluctance, and said in a deep voice, what? Elder Linghu was stunned, staring at Luo Hong blankly, as if to say, you kid, don't make fun of me. Fellow Daoist Wu Yaozi of Kingsu's sect almost died this time. What needs to be solved urgently now is not the issue of raising soul beads, but to quickly invite Alliance leader Wei to preside over the great cause of exterminating demons. Luo Hong looked directly at Elder Linghu and said seriously, is it so dangerous? No. If there really is an evil creature of the God transformation level, how did you survive? Elder Linghu really couldn't believe it. You know, with the magical power of a cultivator at the God transformation stage, it would be effortless to kill a mere cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Of course, it's not a real evil creature of the transformation God level. The other party seems to come from a small interface outside the human world. Because of the barrier of the interface power, it can only exert a part of its power. Now, Luo has temporarily used the octagonal demon sealing tower with the talisman to seal it, but this is not a long-term solution. Even if we don't mention the problem of losing an ancient treasure out of thin air, if the talisman used in the seal is not replenished from time to time, there will always be a day when its power is exhausted. Therefore, this matter must be led by Alliance leader Wei, and the entire 9 Nations Alliance must work together to solve it. Luo Hong said excitedly, almost pointing at Linghu Patriarch's nose and shouting at him to throw this hot potato away. Such a big thing is hidden in the Zhongling Mountains. Junior brother is right. It's a matter of great importance. My Huangfeng Valley can't stand it. Junior brother, go back to the sect to rest for 2 days, and I will go to Huai Gate. After that, Linghu Patriarch turned into a yellow escape light in a hurry and went to Ruai country, where Huai Gate was located. Watching the light of Linghu Patriarch disappearing into the sky, Luo Hong's mouth curled up slowly. How could he treat the research material of King Gaiu Demon as a hot potato and hand it over to others? The reason why Luo Hong put on this attitude was, first, to appear normal. He still needed time to improve his strength and didn't want to attract too much attention. Second, the existence of Nangang 1 meant that Luo Hong could not kill people to silence them, and King Gaiu Demon would definitely be known to everyone. And because of the soul nourishing orb, Zhongling Mountain Range would inevitably attract the attention of all the Yuanying stage cultivators in Xianan. If Luo Hong put on an attitude of wanting to monopolize King Gaiu Demon, he would inevitably be attacked by everyone, so he simply threw it out to see who could catch it. At present, all the black domain demons in Zhongling Mountain Range were killed by him. Luo Hong got a total of 4 soul nourishing orbs, and it took about 3 black domain demons to produce 1 soul nourishing orb. In other words, Zhongling Mountain Range currently only had some yin ghosts of little value, and the sect that took over had to be responsible for dealing with King Gaiu Demon. Even though the power of the interface blocks it from exerting its divine power, the green domain demon is still an extremely difficult existence. Also, due to the power of the interface, the immortal cultivators cannot really hurt the green domain demon. In short, the green domain demon can use spells to cause serious damage to the immortal cultivators, but the immortal cultivators cannot hurt it. Therefore, sealing is the only option. Of course, Luo Hong is not so arrogant as to think that he is the only sect in Xianan who can seal the green domain demon, but the sect that has this ability must not be weaker than Huangfeng Valley. The immortal sect that is ultimately responsible for the seal will not only pay resources, but also bear considerable risks. If the green domain demon breaks the seal and even drills into the human world, the first to suffer will definitely be the immortal sect that sealed him. There is no way to escape. Therefore, Luo Hong believes that the immortal sects in the 9 Nations Alliance will soon realize that the Zhongling Mountains and the green domain demon are completely a hot potato. At that time, Huangfeng Valley, which is weaker and has the ability to seal the green domain demon, will inevitably be regarded as a target for force. In this way, Luo Hong can not only get the opportunity to study the green domain demon, but also use it as an excuse to extract benefits from the 9 Nations Alliance. A perfect win-win situation. But then again, this whole thing was actually caused by Luo Hong. The green domain demon's core exudes black spiritual light, and the sand-sized bead not only has the magical power to turn the world upside down, but also reacts to the nuclear black flame. Its origin is immediately revealed. It is the black helium bead that Luo Hong lost in the spirit particle nuclear explosion. This bead was obviously thrown outside the domain, where the green domain demon is located, but it is not known whether it is due to a slight connection with Luo Hong or its own characteristics, and finally created a channel connecting the outside domain with the human world. As an extraterritorial demon, the green domain demon desires the Yuan Shen and Yuanying of the immortal cultivators in the human world the most. When he found a channel to the human world, the joy he felt was something that Luo Hong could fully imagine. The fate of the green domain demon was witnessed by Luo Hong and the other two. As a being of the god transforming level, he was too powerful and was rejected by the interface even more. He could not pass through the channel at all, and the black helium pearl had a strong suppressive power. As a result, the green domain demon was squeezed in the middle by the interface power of the human world and the suppressive power of the black helium pearl. just like the gray-haired old man suppressed by the huge stone peak that he transformed into. It was also tragic enough. The spell in the grey fog was the embodiment of the power of the green domain demon. This spell existed in a normal form and possessed the core magical power of the extraterritorial demon, that is, the spiritual wisdom of devouring all living beings. This extraterritorial demon actually said that I harmed him. It's ridiculous. It was the human world that couldn't bear it and spit out the black helium pearl. This pot is the responsibility of the heaven. When Luo Hong realized that the source of Zongling's change was the loss of an experimental product, he felt both amused and scared. He couldn't help but secretly warn himself that he should be more cautious in future experiments. After all, this time it was just good luck. If the green domain demon really ran to Cheyenne, no one could stop him, and it would definitely cause a bloody storm. In the past, Luo Hong also joked with himself that one day he would cause chaos in the world of immortal cultivation, make the human world feel pain, and make the heavenly way tremble. But when this kind of thing almost happened, he suddenly realized that with the improvement of his cultivation and the exploration of the world, he now really has the ability. Thinking about these things, when Luo Hong came to his senses, the spirit boat had already flown to the gate of the Yellow Maple Valley. After asking Xiaoqiu to help him collect spiritual materials, Luo Hong fled back to the cave. Sitting on the bed, Luo Hong lined up the 4 soul-nourishing beads he had obtained, placed them on the table, and studied them carefully. The power of spiritual consciousness has always been Luo Hong's proud ability, and it is also his only ability to compete with the great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. But whether it is a silver spiritual pupil from the plaque of the Zushan Palace or the soul-stirring thorn created by the great evolution god, in Luo Hong's view, they are just superficial ways to use the power of consciousness. After all, both of them only involve the compression of consciousness power and simple changes in form. Compared with the 2 kinds of spells and magical powers performed by the Black Domain Demon as described by Nangang 1, they are simply incomparable. This is not to say that the ancient cultivators of the Zushan Palace and the Great Evolution God are not good, but that each profession has its own specialty, and the outer demons have a natural advantage in spells. Although the soul-nourishing beads can increase Luo Hong's consciousness, his consciousness has long been equivalent to that of a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, and the increase is far less than 30%. Therefore, he does not intend to take these soul-nourishing beads, but wants to study the spells and magical powers of the Black Domain Demon from them. Chapter 329 Plan Number 3. Spells are not very popular in the world of immortal cultivation. Only a few sects in the southern border of the Great Jin Dynasty have made a name for themselves with them. There are reasons for this. It is definitely very difficult. Although Luo Hong is very interested in spells, he also notes that it will take time to understand the ins and outs of spells. He should not rush for quick success and should stick to his original training plan. Xiaoqiu has already started collecting the spiritual materials needed for the formation. It will be just around the corner to condense the pure yang iron with spiritual arts. Next, as long as we refine the nuclear black flame step by step, we will be able to use it before the war. A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Hong's face, but it didn't last long before it was covered by a sad look again. The problem of the purple sky divine thunder should be solved. It is really too dangerous to let an uncontrolled thing occupy the Niwen Palace. If there is any problem, this body will be destroyed. In fact, several years ago, Luo Hong prepared 3 plans for controlling the purple sky divine thunder. The most feasible one is the secret method provided by Ling Yuling, which is to cultivate the sky eye with the spirit eye and demon eye to control the divine thunder. As for the spirit eye, Luo Hong just got a Zuan eye and eye a few days ago. Although the current grade of this eye is not high, Luo Hong has a way to quickly upgrade it to a level that is sufficient for cultivating the sky eye. However, the properties of the Zuan eye and eye are incompatible with the purple sky divine thunder of Chunayang. If it is used to cultivate the sky eye, to carry the purple sky divine thunder, it is possible that the day of refining will be the day of Luo Hong's head exploding. When in the Chaos Star Sea, the spirit eyes that meet the requirements are rare. Now that he has come to Cheyenne, Luo Hong has no hope of getting a spirit eye with matching properties. So, there are two other plans. As the saying goes, all dharmas are appearances. The sky eye does not necessarily have to be a real spirit eye. The magical power of condensing dharma into appearance can be barely cultivated in the nascent soul stage. It is theoretically feasible to use the dharma appearance divine eye to drive the purple sky divine thunder. Although the dharma appearance is closely related to the practitioner, it is not the key after all. Even if there is a mistake, it will not damage Luo Hong's physical body. In addition, Luo Hong just has the magical formula that can practice the dharma appearance divine eye. In the Darkland, the animal skin Buddhist painting he got from Shi village was, as he expected, the method of visualization. The Buddhist painting records several Buddhist magical powers, most of which require the foundation of Buddhist exercises to practice, but there are two that any cultivator can practice. One is the heavenly eye, and the other is the heavenly ear. These two magical powers can be regarded as the two most famous great magical powers of Buddhism, and it is not difficult to practice the Dharma appearance. However, there is a troublesome part of this plan, that is, practicing the Dharma appearance requires a lot of external objects to assist, many of which are priceless, and it is absolutely impossible to collect them all with the power of a single sect. But Luo Hong is not alone now. The Nine Nations Alliance is one of the four major forces in Cheyenne, and there is a chance to grab it now, so the possibility of the Dharma plan is not small. The last third plan is Luo Hong's worst plan. The risk is much higher than the previous two plans, but it also has a temptation that Luo Hong cannot refuse, making him always think about it. If Luo Hong is most impressed by the spiritual eyes he has seen in his life, it must be the three-eyed leopard of Manhuzi. The most rare mutant monster. The magical power of the three-eyed leopard is concentrated on the monster eye that can only petrify the magic aura. As we all know, the magic aura of magic is transformed by spiritual energy, and its essence is spirit particles. But the three-eyed leopard has the ability to petrify spirit particles, which is beyond Luo Hong's understanding, touching Luo Hong's knowledge blind spot, and shaking Luo Hong's research results. However, the more unknown, the more excited Luo Hong is, and the more he wants to explore. But it is a pity that the three-eyed leopard has long died. Although there are traces of its innate magical power in its spirit, that is, the silver rune, Luo Hong has already tested that it is impossible to use its petrification magical power with its spirit alone. In this way, it is impossible to study the principle of petrification of spirit particles. The three-eyed leopard spirit has soul power, and Luo Hong also provides mana. The reason why the petrification magical power cannot be used is obviously related to the blood and blood of the flesh. Using some magic blood sacrifice secrets to force the demon soul with blood and blood is not impossible, but such a rough method will obviously greatly shorten the existence time of the demon soul. I'm afraid that the three-eyed leopard spirit will collapse after a few times of petrification. So, Luo Hong thought about whether he could use his silver rune secret technique to clone a demon eye in his body. Once this idea came, it was out of control. The demon eye cloning plan sounds very risky, and it is indeed very risky, but after years of research on silver runes, the technical conditions have been met, and it is not impossible. But in the face of the unknown, Luo Hong, who has always been very courageous, could not help but hesitate this time. After all, if he failed, the end might be worse than death. Therefore, Luo Hong has always stayed at the stage of thinking about the third plan, and did not do the work of analyzing the silver rune of the three-eyed leopard spirit, for fear that he would suddenly get excited and make a dangerous decision. However, the situation has changed now. Xiao Jin is about to hatch. After being reborn, she will definitely have a deeper control over the formless golden light, which is likely to greatly reduce the risk of plan number 3. Sure enough, I still can't give it up, but I can't do it completely according to my temper. In this case, plan number 2 and plan number 3 will be carried out at the same time, and which one will be implemented in the end will be determined by which plan has a higher degree of completion. After struggling for a while, Luo Hong retracted his thoughts and looked at the soul-raising bead again. After a few days of superficial research, Luo Hong found that the soul-raising bead is similar to the heavenly demon pill, but there are extremely subtle and intermittent ripple marks on its surface. Luo Hong had reason to believe that these incomplete ripples were the remnants of the Black Domain magic spell. As long as he studied it, he could comprehend the powerful spell possessed by the extraterritorial demon. But Luo Hong had no idea how to start. After a month of immersion and research, Luo Hong received a sound transmission note. Elder Ling who asked him to go to the mountain gate immediately, where Wei Wu'er and others had already arrived. When Luo Hong flew to the gate of the Yellow Maple Valley, he was surprised by the scene in front of him. In addition to Wei Wu'er, there were more than 30 Yuanying stage cultivators, suspended in the air at different heights. Obviously, all the major sects in the Nine Nations Alliance had sent people. Luo Hong was still thinking that the Nine Nations Alliance took more than a month to take action, and that they probably did not take this matter seriously enough, but the fact was completely the opposite. The Nine Nations Alliance took this matter seriously beyond Luo Hong's imagination. The power gathered outside the gate of the Yellow Maple Valley could definitely defeat a medium-sized immortal cultivation country. Glancing at the crowd, Luo Hong spotted Shi Zhangqin's figure. As the main forces of the Northern Liang Kingdom, the six sects would naturally not be absent. Noticing Luo Hong's gaze, Shi Zhangqin chuckled and nodded in response, as if the previous conflict with Luo Hong had never happened. Fellow Daoist Luo, you really made a big noise this time. Wei Wu'er complained, as soon as they met. It's good that Alliance leader Wei is here. Because of this matter, Luo has been worried these days, fearing that the other party will escape and kill us. Luo Hong pretended to want to give up immediately, revealing that he wanted to hand over the sealing of the Qingaihu demon to someone else. Haha, fellow Daoist Luo, there is no need to be modest. Wei has already gone to the sealed place to take a look. Although there are movements in the tower from time to time, the power of the sealed evil creature has not leaked out at all. Fellow Daoist's methods are very reliable. Wei Wu'er praised Luo Hong. If he couldn't do anything to the evil creature, Luo Hong would have to continue the sealing work, and must not let it get away easily. This is only temporary. When the power of the talisman on the pagoda is exhausted, the seal will not be so stable. Luo Hong shook his head, and said in a deep voice, Dao, don't worry. This evil spirit is the common responsibility of our Nine Nations Alliance. If it really comes to the point where it needs to be sealed forever, it must be borne by the Nine Nations Alliance together. Dao will not be responsible alone. What Alliance leader Wei said is very true. Junior brother, don't think about it for now. Come with us to the sealed place first. If everything goes well, we may be able to solve this hidden danger once and for all. Eldling who said on the side. That's the best. Luo Hong nodded slightly, and then fled to the Zhongling Mountains with Wei Wu'er and others. Dozens of different colored escape lights flashed in the sky, with an incredibly fast speed, and only existed for a short moment in the vision of low-level cultivators on the ground, or in the low altitude. After several hours, everyone arrived at the outskirts of the Zhongling Mountains. Although the grey fog covered the mountains again, due to the previous exploration of Luo Hong and others, the situation in the grey fog was clear, so there was no need to fly carefully. The group maintained their speed, and did not slow down, until they reached the core area. After Luo Hong's last burn, the concentration of grey fog in the core area was greatly reduced, and Yuanying stage cultivators could move freely in it even without using special means. The Yuanying stage cultivators who were traveling with them had obviously received news about the soul-nourishing orb. As soon as they entered the core area, they scattered and searched for the traces of the Black Domain demon. As a result, they naturally found nothing. Fortunately, everyone knew the importance of the matter, and did not delay the journey. They soon arrived above the canyon in the mountains. A month later, the Golden Giant Tower's spiritual light remained unchanged, but part of the soul-dispersing talisman on the tower had been burned due to exhaustion of power. Fellow Daoist Luo, please cast a spell to allow Wei, Sect Master Bei, and Taoist Priest Song to enter the tower. Wei Wu'er said solemnly. Beside him stood a middle-aged scholar with starry eyebrows and sword-like eyes, and a round-bodied Taoist priest with a green face. The cultivation of these two people was in the middle stage of the Yuanying, and they were second only to Wei Wu'er in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Three fellow Taoists, evil creatures are good at using spells, and can directly attack our nascent souls, so please be careful. Luo Hong kindly warned, then pointed his finger, and a beam of magic light shot out, opening a pale golden light gate on the tower wall. My downstairs is being renovated these days, and it is very noisy during the day, so the update time will be delayed these days, and it will resume in a few days. Chapter 330, an attempt doomed to fail. After watching Wei Wu'er and the other two fly inside, Luo Hong turned to Elder Linghu and asked, Brother Linghu, do you know what Alliance leader Wei and the others want to do? Since the evil creature has the strength of a divine transformation cultivator, it will avoid a head-on confrontation if it can. Alliance leader Wei brought with him the inherited treasure of the Huai sect, the Ruai 7 Treasures Mirror, which can break the illusion of the evil creature and protect the three people's nascent soul. Sect leader Bei of the Kanjian sect took the Mitian divine water from the sect's treasury, which can bridge the cracks in space and has the magical effect of mending the sky. Taoist Song is proficient in thunder magic, and if they fight, he will be able to restrain the evil creature to some extent. With the three of them taking action, Junior Brother will be able to recover the ancient treasure soon. Eldling who said with full confidence. The treasures and spiritual materials he just mentioned have been famous in Cheyenne for many years. With the three strongest cultivators in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance working together, it will be easy to expel an evil creature from another world that is unable to exert its power. Haha, that's good. Luo Hong responded with a chuckle. What he thought in his heart was completely opposite to that of Linghu Patriarch. Luo Hong had also heard of the name of the Mitian Divine Water. It was the best spiritual material for consolidating space and a must-have for refining cave heaven magic weapons. It stands to reason that with this divine object, it would be easy to repair some space cracks, but the source of the power to break the boundary was the black helium bead outside the domain. If this bead was not removed, even if the space was repaired, it would still collapse. But it was not that easy to move this thing away. Luo Hong, the owner, didn't know what to do. This problem was completely beyond the ability of the cultivators in the human world. Thinking of this, Luo Hong glanced at the Yuanying stage cultivators gathered around the giant tower, and thought to himself, Wei Wu'er must have summoned so many Yuanying stage cultivators here, not just to let them be witnesses, but most likely to test the Kingai Demon Queen, and if it was suitable, he would surround and kill her. After all, everyone did not guess that this place was connected to the outside world, but thought it was a small interface similar to Lingmio Garden. This also means that, if you can enter this world, you can obtain a large number of immortal cultivation resources. If nothing else, at least you can get enough soul-nourishing beads. There is no doubt that this move will definitely lead to a disaster, but Luo Hong is not worried that things will develop to this point. You know, he has personally tasted the magic power of the Green Domain Demon. If this ghost thing can exert its true strength, no matter how many Yuanying stage cultivators come, it will not be enough for him to kill. After Wei Wu'er's trial, it is easy to come to the same conclusion as Luo Hong, and then he will naturally give up the idea of siege. Suddenly, the roar of thunder explosion sounded in the giant tower, and the rune pattern of the soul dispersing talisman on the tower body lit up. It was obvious that Wei Wu'er and the other two had started fighting with the Green Domain Demon. The soul dispersing talisman was burning at an astonishing speed. Only half of it was left in just a quarter of an hour. Invisible fluctuations were transmitted, and Shizankin and others who were surrounding the giant tower suddenly felt that the Yuanying was burning unbearably, and they retreated one after another. While retreating, they also used means to try to resist the aftermath of the Green Domain Demon's magic power. But the spell is known for its cunning, and it acts directly on the nascent soul, which is impossible to resist with ordinary means. After the failure, Shizankin and other nascent soul cultivators could not help but look solemn, and the sense of security brought by the number of people quickly faded. In order to prevent people from competing for the hard work of sealing the Green Domain Demon, Luo Hong deliberately let everyone experience the taste of the spell, and then cast the newly made soul dispersion talisman these days. Dao Luo, you really spent a lot of money this time. My uncle will definitely not treat you badly. Wei Lycan was secretly shocked when he saw Luo Hong cast nearly 100 intermediate talismans in one breath. After all, according to the market price, this time he threw out nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Luo just hopes to end this matter as soon as possible. Luo Hong glanced at Wei Lycan with a solemn expression, then turned his gaze back to the giant tower and said in a deep voice, "With my uncle's help, this matter can be solved smoothly. Dao Luo, don't worry." Wei Lycan raised his chin slightly, stared at the golden light gate, and said proudly. Luo Hong just nodded slightly after hearing this, without responding. This person flew beside him just to monitor him. After all, he could seal Wei Wu'er and the other two in the giant tower with just a thought. Although he certainly couldn't trap them, if they were delayed for a moment at a critical moment, they would most likely die. In addition, this Wei Lycan was the person Nangang Wan forced to marry. It was said that he was a hypocrite who secretly practiced the art of taking yin to replenish yang. Luo Hong didn't have any good feelings for him and had no intention of making close friends with him. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, the thunder in the giant tower suddenly stopped, and then 3 beams of light shot out of the golden light gate. After the 3 people showed up, Wei Lycan and the others couldn't help but feel a little nervous. As soon as the white sect master of the empty sword sect came out, he fled to the spirit boat of his fellow disciple. After swallowing several kinds of spiritual medicines in one breath, he sat down regardless of anything. The Taoist priest surnamed Song was even more embarrassed. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wei Wu'er pulled him up and saved his face. Although Wei Wu'er looked fine, his breath was obviously much weaker and his face was slightly pale. After handing the Taoist priest surnamed Song to his fellow disciples, Wei Wu'er flashed in front of Luo Hong and said politely, "Dao Luo, the evil demon has great magical powers. Wei's trip was not successful. I hope you can work hard for a while. I will definitely find another way. I will naturally agree to the request of Alliance leader Wei, but sealing this official will greatly hinder my practice. I hope you don't delay it for too long." Luo Hong said calmly with no joy or sadness on her face. Wei Wu'er had noticed that the talismans on the giant tower had almost been replaced, so he felt that what Luo Hong said was true and suggested, "I wonder what kind of talisman is this that can disperse the evil magic power." Wei Wu'er, who had experienced the power of the green domain demon, immediately realized the extraordinary nature of the soul dispersion talisman. This is a soul dispersion talisman, which is related to the cultivation method that Luo has practiced. Others cannot refine it. Luo Hong also understood Wei Wu'er's meaning and immediately gave up his idea. No wonder Wei has never seen it before. Daoist Luo, please work hard for another month. Wei will give you an answer then. After Wei Wu'er solemnly assured Luo Hong, he led a group of Yuanying cultivators to escape to Huangfeng Valley. He wanted to discuss the matter nearby. Luo Hong, Wei Lycan, and several Yuanying cultivators who were interested in the black domain demon stayed behind. It seemed that, because of the boast just now, Wei Lycan did not talk to Luo Hong anymore, and Luo Hong was also glad to have some quiet time, and found a huge rock to sit cross-legged. This place is not suitable for cultivation, but it is a good place to study spells. To be honest, Luo Hong originally thought that after he sealed the green domain demon, the spell that absorbs people's intelligence in the grey fog would disappear. But after returning to the core area today, he found that the grey fog spell still exists and is not affected at all. The power that drives the spell is the consciousness. The soul dispersion talisman cannot let go of any consciousness unless the spiritual power contained in the grey fog spell is lower than the automatic activation line set by Luo Hong. It's really surprising that the spell that absorbs intelligence is just a low-level spell. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Curse is not a curse. Luo Hong also learned a few spells, all of which were learned from the Great Sun Blue Demon Art Jade Slip, such as the Soul Bewitching spell and the Extreme Passion spell. These spells are minor spells, and their use is extremely limited. Either the opponent's cultivation must be lower than one major realm, or the opponent cannot resist. Therefore, Luo Hong practiced very smoothly. He practiced the spell several times according to the instructions, and mastered them easily without further research. When Luo Hong's cultivation was still shallow, he had to mutter the spells in his mouth to cast the soul bewitching spell and the extreme passion spell, but when his cultivation was higher, he could cast them with just a thought. It can be seen that the spell is not the root of the spell, but a tool to help practitioners reach the root. Thinking of this, Luo Hong silently took out a soul collecting bottle, released the spirit of the sea monster in it, and cast an extreme passion spell on it. Ignoring the crazy spirit of the sea monster, Luo Hong carefully experienced the feeling of casting the spell just now, but it did not gain anything. After countless times of casting, the extreme passion curse has almost become an instinct for Luo Hong, just like the innate magical power of a demon beast. With the intelligence of a demon beast, it is naturally impossible to know the secret of its own innate magical power, but this does not prevent them from using it freely. The demon beast can have innate magical powers because they have a corresponding silver rune system in their bodies. So in the same way, is there something supporting Luo Hong's extreme passion curse instinct? According to the data on the physical examination form, when Luo Hong cast the extreme passion curse, his mana did not change, his essence did not change, only his consciousness showed a slight slip. The consciousness is the external manifestation of the power of the soul, and all its changes are closely related to the soul, which Luo Hong has known for a long time. But when Luo Hong cast the extreme passion curse, the physical examination form did not detect any changes in the soul. With such a comprehensive judgment, we can come to the conclusion that the extreme passion curse has been integrated into the normal movement of the soul. As we all know, the soul is not a quiet existence. It will vibrate when the cultivator's emotions change, when he is injured, and when he is unconscious. Oscillation is the movement of the soul that never stops. The only difference is the strength, not the existence. Since the extreme passion curse can be integrated into the normal movement of the soul, it proves that the root of this spell is the vibration of the soul. As a minor spell, the extreme passion curse is not special, so its root is equivalent to the root of the entire spell system in a certain sense. After understanding this, Luo Hong understood the method of breaking the spell of the outer demon. As long as the way of the soul vibration of the corresponding spell is understood, the spell can be cultivated without the spell formula. But this brings a new problem. The vibration occurs inside the soul, which is the inside of the soul for cultivators above the nascent soul stage. Luo Hong's consciousness cannot reach in to detect. Forcibly entering will only interrupt the process of casting the spell, and the desired data will not be obtained. Therefore, the only way is to reverse the vibration from the manifestation of the vibration, that is, the ripples on the surface of the soul nourishing orb. But these ripples are not only intermittent, but also very complicated. If you reverse the direct inference, it will take a long time. Fortunately, there is a special spell that keeps echoing in the Zhongling Mountains. Grey Fog spell is a very special existence. After Luo Hong had a deeper understanding of spells, he suddenly found that his previous understanding of Grey Fog spells was completely wrong. In fact, Grey Fog spells can't be called spells at all. Previously, Luo Hong believed that the reason why Grey Fog spells were not affected by the seal was because of its low grade and the small amount of soul power it contained. Grey Fog spells don't contain soul power at all. It's not a spell in the usual sense. It's worthy of the ability that only the outer demons of the god level have. It's really amazing. It can be regarded as a great help. While whispering to himself, Luo Hong took the initiative to activate all the soul dispersing talismans on the giant tower. The Grey Fog spell did not weaken at all. This phenomenon directly proved his speculation. Luo Hong didn't care about it. After all, he was just doing an experiment casually, but when Lycan and others were shocked and thought that the evil demons in the tower were trying to break the seal. After observing for a long time with trepidation, they were slightly relieved when they found that there was no abnormality. Luo Hong had no time to pay attention to these people. He was staring at a group of demon souls in the state of extreme affection spell with shining eyes, as if he was facing a treasure. According to the current research results, the so-called spell is the various abilities stimulated by the Yuanshan through the vibration of the spiritual consciousness. Spells are the high-level use of spiritual consciousness. Therefore, Spells contain spiritual consciousness and consume spiritual consciousness. The Grey Fog spell is different. It does not contain spiritual consciousness. It is the vibration itself. It is the existence of the instinct of extreme affection spell in the body of the Kingayu demon, which is spread out with the help of Grey Fog. The fluctuations on the surface of the demon soul explain everything. The fluctuations of the Yuan-Shan are the appearance of casting spells. In other words, the demon soul is not affected by the spell at this time, but is passively casting the spell to extract its own spiritual wisdom. As for where the extracted spiritual wisdom went, the answer is obvious. All of them went to the mouth of the Kingayu demon through unknown means. The complexity of the fluctuations on the surface of the demon soul is much higher than that on the soul raising bead, and it is definitely not caused by the vibration of low-level spells. After being in a daze for a long time, Luo Hong suddenly collected the demon soul, opened his mouth slightly, and blew out a white soul ball. It was the incarnation soul that he had cleansed with the ice heart technique. The incarnation soul only had the consciousness equivalent to that of a late-stage foundation building cultivator. Although it did not have to fear the consumption of the power of heaven and earth in the Grey Fog environment, it was immediately strongly affected by the Grey Fog spell. However, due to the special nature of the incarnation soul, there was no spiritual wisdom to be extracted, so although the surface of the soul fluctuated violently, it did not cause any damage to it. Moreover, due to its special nature, Luo Hong could clearly sense the vibration inside the incarnation soul. In this way, he could easily summarize the relationship between the internal vibration and the external ripples. There is no doubt that this is the key result of the spell research. It is like Luo Hong was originally facing a mess of garbled code. When he was about to try to crack it with the exhaustive method, he was suddenly handed a codebook by the research object, which was really a surprise. Luo Hong, who found a way, worked like crazy, and in a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Several beams of light flew from the horizon. Luo Hong opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and slowly flew up. In the past month, he had analyzed 90% of the codebook, and was almost done. Being interrupted at this time, he was naturally not in a good mood. All the beams of light stopped a few feet in front of Luo Hong. Wei Wu'er and Ling Hu Patriarch appeared, and the rest were nascent soul cultivators from the 5 sects such as Shizankin. Seeing this Linup and Ling Hu Patriarch's sad face, Luo Hong knew that his plan was successful. Sure enough, Wei Wu'er said with a little shame, Dao Iao Luo, Wei and the other Daoists have discussed it. Most of the Daoists think that Dao Iao Luo is the best choice to seal the evil demon. It is recommended that Wei entrust this matter to you. In fact, Wei Wu'er was still too modest. It was not that most of the Daoists suggested this, but that it was unanimously approved. Except for Elder Ling Hu, who argued for Luo Hong at the meeting. Everyone wanted to push this hot potato to Luo Hong. Luo Hong was overjoyed, but his face gradually became ugly. Alliance leader Wei, I want to hear your opinion now. Well, brother Luo, don't be too angry. Brother Luo has made sacrifices for our 9 Nations Alliance, so our 9 Nations Alliance will naturally not treat you unfairly. Whether it is a panacea or a treasure, brother Luo, just ask, and I will do my best to satisfy you. After Wei Wu'er suffered from the Green Domain Demon, he fully realized the harm of this ghost thing. Now it was the eve of the war. As long as he could seal this demon, he would be willing to spend a lot of money. Luo Hong pondered after hearing this, and after pretending for a long time, he said in a deep voice, logically speaking, since so many fellow Taoists look up to me, I shouldn't shirk this matter anymore. However, after taking on this matter, it will definitely have a great impact on my future cultivation, so I have 2 conditions. As long as Alliance leader Wei agrees, I will shoulder the sealing matter. Fellow Taoist Luo, please tell me. When Wei Wu'er heard that Luo Hong was going to agree, his face lit up immediately. The first condition is that Alliance leader Wei, please help me collect the spiritual materials in this jade slip. Luo Hong took out the jade slip that he had prepared in advance, which recorded the spiritual materials needed to condense the Dharma image, and threw it to Wei Wu'er. After receiving the jade slip, Wei Wu'er probed into it with his spiritual sense. Although he was prepared, he was still shocked by Luo Hong's lion-like mouth. Unfortunately, it did not exceed his bottom line, so he gritted his teeth and said, "No problem." However, there are two kinds of spiritual materials that are not stored in the treasure house, and the time required to search is difficult to predict. Luo is not an impatient person, and I trust the character of Alliance Leader Wei. Send the existing spiritual materials first, and then slowly search for the remaining two. Luo Hong was very satisfied with the substantial progress of the Dharma plan. His expression eased a little and said, "The second condition is that Alliance Leader Wei allows our Huangfeng Valley to open a store in any market in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance." Hearing Luo Hong's second condition, Wei Wu'er and others were all stunned, and they had no idea what Luo Hong meant. Is Brother Luo interested in traveling for business? Wei Wu'er asked tentatively. He suspected that Luo Hong had a special hobby for this. "Don't worry, Alliance Leader Wei. I'm just using these shops to sell some low-level talismans to make up for the losses caused by the seal," Luo Hong said calmly, not thinking that his conditions were strange. Wei Wu'er looked directly into Luo Hong's eyes, hesitated for a moment and said, "As long as Daoist Luo promises that it does not involve areas other than low-level talismans, I will make the decision on this matter. If it is just a low-level talisman trade, it is not a big piece of cake, and it is not difficult to give the other party a part." "Very good." Alliance Leader Wei is quick to speak. "From now on, I will be in charge of Zhongling Mountain Range, and will ensure that the seal is not lost." Luo Hong officially took over the task of sealing the Qingyu demon, and the demon feeding plan that had just been launched could be implemented. Chapter 332, Demon Feeding Tower. "Brother Luo, I'm incompetent this time, and have ruined your future." After Wei Wu'er and the others left, Linghu Patriarch said with a face full of shame. "Brother Linghu, don't worry. Sealing the evil demon is not as troublesome as you think. I deliberately exaggerated it, just to take advantage of the opportunity to get more benefits." Luo Hong laughed and said bluntly, "Brother, don't lie to me. The talismans consumed every month to seal the evil demon must be made by me personally. Even if you are a master of talisman making, I'm afraid it will take up most of your practice time. Intermediate talismans are not easy to make." Linghu Patriarch also dabbled in talisman art, and he knew it very well. Luo Hong nodded slightly. What Linghu Patriarch said was right, but he was considering it from the perspective of a normal talisman maker. My talisman making efficiency is far higher than that of a normal talisman maker, and I'm not short of materials. The animal skins and monster blood in the treasure bag are enough for me to squander for hundreds of years. Despite this, Luo Hong did not plan to use the soul dispersing talisman to maintain the seal. Although the time wasted on making the talisman was much less than what Linghu Patriarch had expected, it would still be a considerable loss over the years. Using the talisman to seal is just a stopgap measure. In fact, I can engrave the array pattern on the tower. At that time, I only need to replenish the spirit stones to keep the seal intact. Engraving the array pattern is Luo Hong's specialty. He has been using it since the Jade Dragon Gourd. It is easy for him. Junior brother actually has this method. I was wondering why junior brother suddenly wanted to open a business. It turns out that he wanted to earn the spirit stones used for the seal. The business of low-level talismans has always won by quantity. I will give the order to recruit more disciples with talent in making talismans in the future. Linghu Patriarch thought he had guessed Luo Hong's plan and prepared to make some corresponding arrangements. If he could occupy a certain share of the low-level talisman market in the Nine Nations Alliance, it would also be a considerable profit for the Yellow Maple Valley, excluding the cost of maintaining the seal. But for a few spirit stones, why would Luo Hong specifically put forward a condition? His business of low-level talismans was fake, but he actually had other purposes. Brother Linghu, I have made achievements in both the art of formation and the art of talismans, and I have a unique art of making talismans. You don't need to open the gate to recruit disciples, you just need to buy as much talisman paper as possible. After Luo Hong finished speaking in a mysterious way, he transmitted a few words to Linghu Patriarch. As he listened, Linghu Patriarch couldn't help but widen his eyes. As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, he shouted anxiously, "Brother, is there really such a mysterious formation?" Brother, we will see the result in a few months. By then, the more talisman paper we have, the fewer talismans we can make. Luo Hong said confidently. He just told Ling Hu Patriarch his idea when he was still in the key refining stage, but with his current ability, the printing formation of low-level talismans is no longer out of reach. I will go back and arrange it. After Ling Hu Patriarch nodded heavily, he turned into a light and left. At this time, Luo Hong was the only one left in the entire Zhongling mountain range. He curled his lips slightly and entered the demon ceiling tower in a flash. The air still had the smell of burning caused by thunder magic, and the grey fog was more than twice as thick as the outside world. Luo Hong looked at the sphere emitting green light not far away, and thought to himself, it is because of this strange boundary membrane that I have room to operate. The boundary membrane with green light is actually pressed out by the black helium bead, connecting the passage outside the domain. Whether it is grey fog or those low-level demons outside the domain, they all come to the human world from here. Perhaps because of the previous battle with Wei Wu'er and the other two, the green domain demon was also slightly affected, so he did not attack Luo Hong. This saved Luo Hong a lot of trouble. With a thought, he rolled up the Wanbao bag with a glow, and released a large group of blood puppet flying ants. After summoning these flying ants, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he activated the forbidden magic to kill all the flying and evil spirits in the blood marrow. Suddenly, blood rain fell from the sky. Luo Hong pinched a spell in his hand, and the blood rain condensed into a ball, and finally turned into a large ball of blood marrow. Go. With Luo Hong's order, the blood marrow ball quickly flew to the boundary membrane, and then it surged violently, forming a layer of blood marrow covering the surface of the boundary membrane. Then, Luo Hong took out the talisman pen and engraved the soul scattering array pattern on the blood marrow cover in midair. Half an hour later, the array pattern drawn with black talisman ink took shape. Luo Hong threw out hundreds of intermediate spirit stones in one breath and embedded them in various places of the array pattern. The seemingly reinforced seal did not cause a backlash from the green domain demon. After all, he could not break the seal now, so it was the same whether it was reinforced or not. After confirming the effectiveness of the array pattern, Luo Hong's spell suddenly changed, and the seal cover with the red background and black patterns shrank slightly, and then passed through the boundary membrane, and reached the side of the green domain demon. Then, Luo Hong summoned a group of blood puppet flying ants, and performed the same action, but he did not engrave the soul scattering array pattern. Instead, he stretched out his hand, and grabbed a ball of human-shaped blood marrow out of thin air. It was the ball where Luo Hong's inner demon lived. The inner demon and Luo Hong had the same memory, so he naturally knew that the grey fog was very good for him. After swallowing it for 2 months, not only did his injuries recover, but his strength was even greater than before, and he could compete with the outer demon of the grey shadow level. However, he was still a long way from breaking free from the restrictions on the human-shaped blood marrow. Luo Hong activated the restrictions with a cold expression and immediately separated the grey shadow and the inner demon. Of course, with his rough method, both of them must have remnants of the other in their bodies, so there is no doubt that both of them screamed at the same time. Without saying a word, Luo Hong threw the grey shadow he grabbed into the outer blood marrow cover, and then cast several forbidden spells, separating a hexagonal area on the blood marrow cover, and trapping the grey shadow inside. After being thrown into the new cage, the grey shadow did not try to break free, but immediately absorbed the grey mist to recover from his injuries. Luo Hong continued to cast spells, setting up more advanced forbidden spells, until he reached the point where even the black shadow at the nascent soul level could not break free, and then he stopped. After adjusting his breath for a while, Luo Hong followed suit and set up the forbidden spells again. After repeating this several times, Luo Hong's mana was more than half consumed, so he escaped from the demon ceiling tower, and flew outside the grey mist to restore his mana. After his mana was full, he escaped back to the demon ceiling tower, and continued to set up the forbidden spells. After working so hard for 10 days, Luo Hong separated 7749 hexagonal cages on the blood marrow cover. I didn't expect it to be so tiring, but I finally prepared the feeding pen, and the next step is the cubs. Luo Hong chuckled with satisfaction, and then brought the inner demon to the outside of the core area, using it as bait and quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. After being caught by Luo Hong, the inner demon made a lot of noise, as if he wanted to eat Luo Hong alive. Luo Hong not only didn't care, but was actually happy to see it happen. After all, the more the inner demons made a fuss, the farther the scent of the bait would spread. In just 1 hour, dozens of grey shadows came from all directions. When they flew closer, Luo Hong slapped the treasure bag on his waist, and colorful spiritual light shot out. It was the 5-element flag. 5 large flags flew to 5 different directions, forming a circle of 100 feet, encircling all the grey shadows that were lured in formation. Luo Hong raised his magic power and urged it. A layer of 5 color light shields connected from the 5 large flags, and in an instant, a huge colorful light ball was formed. The grey shadows that were originally rushing straight at him now suddenly ran around like headless flies. This inverted 5-element array is quite powerful. The grey shadows, who are good at spiritual awareness, have been confused by it and lost their position. It turned out that Luo Hong had just used the 5-element flags to set up the inverted 5-element array in an instant. This array is a famous illusion array. Even if a Yuan cultivator is trapped in it, it cannot easily escape. It is a bit of a waste to use it to deal with a group of grey shadows equivalent to giant cultivators. Collect. After the order was given, the colorful light ball shrank. In a few breaths, it shrank from a huge size of 100 feet to a diameter of several feet. Dozens of grey shadows were trapped in it and squeezed into a ball. The net caught enough. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction, then collected the inner demon and maintained the array to escape to the demon ceiling tower. Entering the tower again, Luo Hong threw the captured grey shadows into the forbidden cage one by one. In the end, there were only 2 left. Luo Hong's eyes flashed with silver light and he killed them mercilessly. Although he had great confidence in his restrictions, Luo Hong still put a soul dispersing talisman on each restricted cage to be on the safe side. Now, we are ready. Let me give it a try. Luo Hong muttered to himself, took out a demon soul, cast the extreme passion spell on it, and exposed it to the grey fog. As the demon soul's intelligence was extracted, several grey shadows trapped in the restricted cages became restless, as if they had eaten something tonic, and their breath obviously increased a little. Haha, it worked. As expected, because of the boundary membrane, the extracted intelligence will break away from the special state of motion when passing through the boundary membrane, and enter the regular state of motion, and the grey shadow will have the ability to prey on it. Because of the seal, the green domain demon may not know that it has been snatched away by the grey shadow. Luo Hong laughed heartily. The core part of the demon feeding plan has been completed, and the rest is just some minor work. The growth of the extraterritorial demon requires 2 things. One is the grey fog that permeates the extraterritorial world, and the other is the intelligence of the living beings. In the breeding pen, built by Luo Hong, because it is close to the boundary membrane, the grey fog is endless, and the key spiritual wisdom will also flock in after the low-level talismans start to be sold. That's right, Luo Hong is planning to hide the special spell in the grey fog, which he named Love Seizing Spell, into the low-level talisman and sell it to the numerous low-level cultivators in the 9 Kingdoms Alliance. It is much easier to make this kind of talisman than imagined. The love seizing spell is actually a vibration propagated in the grey fog, and the grey fog has a very strong ability to preserve it. Even if Luo Hong uses the Dayan talisman to absorb a large amount of grey fog, the final white sand-like particles that are like the crushed heavenly demon pearl still exist, and they increase instead of decrease, because the concentration of the grey fog in particle form must exceed the normal level. In this way, as long as this heavenly demon sand is integrated into the talisman ink, the talisman that Luo Hong wants can be made. Of course, the dosage to be integrated has to be calculated precisely. Luo Hong doesn't want to turn all the low-level cultivators of the 9 Nations Alliance into dementia, so he will control it within the limit that the low-level cultivators can recover after a good sleep. Chapter 333, Demon Feeding Tower. After the breeding pen was built, Luo Hong continued to engrave the soul scattering array on the demon ceiling tower. However, this seal was no longer aimed at the green domain demon, but the black domain demon that he would raise in the future. Although the demon sealing tower was large, it did not take Luo Hong more time than before. After finishing it, he continued to study the relationship between the internal vibration and external ripples of the love-stealing spell. Of course, since it was a newly built facility and there was no precedent to follow, Luo Hong would enter the tower once a day to check the seal against the green domain demon and the situation of the breeding pen. During this period, he witnessed more than one white shadow, that is, the weakest outer demon like the yin ghost, drilled out of the boundary membrane and then entered the breeding pen like a trap. Sometimes the grey shadow and the new white shadow can live in peace, but most of the time, the white shadow will be devoured by the grey shadow. This phenomenon is undoubtedly a good thing. The outer demon can fall into the trap like this, which saves Luo Hong the effort of catching the grey shadow. He only needs simple management to maintain the operation of the breeding pen. Therefore, Luo Hong created a new body for the spirit of the spirit transformation and ordered it to monitor and manage the breeding pen in the tower to a certain extent. Not long after Luo Hong finished studying the love-stealing spell, Xiaoqia appeared in front of him. Uncle Luo, the demon sealing hall has been built. Please go there to take charge. There are no spiritual veins in the Zhongling Mountains, and the spiritual energy is thin. High-level cultivators cannot practice here at all. Although Luo Hong is the main person responsible for sealing the demons, he cannot stay in the mountains all day. Although Luo Hong did not put forward corresponding conditions, this is a tacit understanding. Wei Wu'er threw the matter of sealing the demons to him, but he would not ignore it at all. Therefore, during the more than 1 month that Luo Hong built the breeding pen, under the leadership of the Nine Nations Alliance, 3 immortal cultivation families on a small spiritual vein near the Zhongling Mountains were moved away. Afterwards, this small spiritual vein was naturally assigned to the Yellow Maple Valley. Then, the disciples of the Yellow Maple Valley worked hard to build a complex of buildings to serve as Luo Hong's residence. In addition, the Nine Nations Alliance also plans to set up a forbidden formation outside the core area to prevent people with bad intentions from destroying the formation. Well, follow me. Luo Hong stood up from the rock and flew to a small teleportation formation. Xiaoqia, holding a purple light gem that calmed her mind, landed in the teleportation formation immediately. Then a white light flashed, and the two disappeared immediately. After the white light flashed and disappeared, Luo Hong came to a magnificent hall. There was another teleportation formation next to him, which was used to lead to Huangfeng Valley. Both teleportation formations were located on a 3-foot high platform. At this time, a group of Huangfeng Valley disciples were standing neatly under the platform, led by Yuang. Most of these disciples came from the back hall of Baikyo Hall. They had a foundation in miscellaneous studies such as making talismans. They were specially dispatched by Linghu Patriarch. Yuang is now the elder who leads Baikyo Hall in Huangfeng Valley. It is not surprising that he leads the team. As soon as Luo Hong appeared, Yuang took the lead in greeting. The other low-level disciples also hurriedly bowed to greet him, not daring to be negligent. However, there were 1 or 2 brave ones who looked up and secretly glanced at him. After all, Yuanying cultivators were just figures in the clouds for these low-level disciples. They would never see them on weekdays, so they were inevitably curious. Luo Hong swept his spiritual sense and found Li using Guy and Luo Bin in the crowd. They were surprised and happy at this time and obviously recognized him and Xiaoqia. Although he wanted to take care of the two, Luo Hong would not give too much. After all, he had to rely on himself on the road of cultivating immortals. Since Xiaoqia already knew that I had a close relationship with these 2 little guys, she would make some arrangements, which was enough. Elder Yu, please follow me. Luo Hong said lightly, and then escaped from the hall and came to a height of 100 feet to overlook this place. I saw that the spiritual veins here surrounded a white bare stone mountain. It is recorded in the information that this stone mountain is called Bei'an Mountain, and underground fire can be found in the belly of the mountain. Luo Hong saw that the fire spirit energy around Bei'an Mountain was rich and restless, and he knew it was true. It was the perfect place to set up the formation and condense the pure Yang Guyan. The buildings built by the people of Huangfeng Valley were concentrated on the southwest and 2 sides of Bei'an Mountain. Luo Hong glanced at the spiritual environment on the northeastern two sides, and he had an idea in his mind. At this time, Yuang and Zhaokia had already flown over. Luo Hong took out 2 blank jade slips, recorded some preparations, before setting up the formation, and handed them to the two of them, saying, "You two each lead a group of disciples, to complete the tasks assigned in the jade slips, the sooner the better." Yu and Zio took the jade slips, took a general look at the contents, and found that there was no difficulty, so they all bowed their hands to accept the order, and then withdrew to carry out the task. After Luo Hong came to the large pavilion that belonged to him, he threw out several sets of formation flags, and arranged several forbidden methods to isolate outsiders from detection. Then Luo Hong walked into the room, took out a stack of yellow talisman paper and a can of demon blood, and began to draw the most basic firebomb talisman, as well as 3 other talismans of the same level. From the spiritual environment just seen, the talisman printing array can produce these 4 talismans, so Luo Hong needs to experiment in advance to determine the content of the demon sand in the talisman ink. Low-level talismans like the firebomb talisman may seem insignificant, but in fact, the annual consumption is extremely huge. This kind of talisman can be purchased by any cultivator, and it is not too painful to use. Often in an emergency, several pieces are printed in one breath. This is what Luo Hong needs to consider. Although what he is going to do will not cause real harm to low-level cultivators, it is ultimately easy to say and difficult to hear, and it must not be made public. Spiritual intelligence is the racial talent of the human race. Whether it is a key refining cultivator or a foundation building cultivator, there is not much difference, so the group of low-level cultivators can be generalized at this time. The data of low-level cultivators are recorded in the physical examination form. Luo Hong did not need to find someone to experiment with them, and he determined the appropriate dosage. But this created another problem. The dosage value was too small. If the talisman was made directly, the love-stealing spell would not work. After all, low-level cultivators can move around the periphery of the Zhongling Mountains. If the love-stealing spell contained in the talisman is too weak, it will be difficult to extract spiritual wisdom. The love-stealing spell is ineffective because the cultivator's soul will subconsciously resist external shocks. As long as this resistance is eliminated, or even actively cater to it, this problem can be solved. This sounds incredible and absolutely impossible to do, but the soul bewitching spell that Luo Hong practiced can achieve the effect he wants. Luo Hong naturally could not personally cast the soul bewitching spell on countless low-level cultivators of the 9 Nations Alliance. He had a simpler plan. As soon as he moved his mind, a rosy glow gushed out from his waist, releasing many high-level monster skins. Then he grabbed a handful of Cheyenne Mo sand and 2 pieces of ironwood, took a monster skin, and spit out black flames to refine the 3. Soon, a scroll with Luo Hong's full body portrait was produced. Judging from the aura of the scroll, it was only a high-level magic weapon, but it actually contained a spell of bewitching. Low-level cultivators would feel familiar with it just by looking at it. If a specific spell is recited again, the soul will be cursed without knowing it, leaving the seeds of the vibration of the love-stealing spell in the soul. In the future, every time the same spell is recited, the seeds will take root and sprout, and eventually the soul will cater to the vibration of the love-stealing spell. As for how to make people recite a spell repeatedly, it is also very simple. Luo Hong only needs to slightly modify the printing formation, and add the spells commonly used by the monks of the Chaos Star Sea. At that time, the talisman must be recited to activate it. Because the source of the spell is a soul bewitching spell, Luo Hong can set it at will. The whole process sounds complicated, but it is actually something similar to psychological suggestion. The inexplicable intimacy and the unique way of activating the talisman will inevitably arouse the suspicion of some people. I need to give a suitable reason to avoid being investigated by others. Haha, fame and fortune are hard to escape in life, so I use this as an excuse to make the whole thing seem natural. In this way, this spell must make me look very famous. Luo Hong touched his chin and said while thinking, well, I got it. It will be, Taishang Hangjin, take the order to destroy the enemy. It sounds awkward, but for the sake of the breeding of black domain demons and the inexhaustible soul-raising beads, it's awkward. Luo Hong raised his eyebrows, decided on this matter, and then began to refine the magic weapon scroll continuously. After half a month, Luo Hong's task was finally completed. After he came out of retreat to check, he began to set up the formation. The difficulty of printing a large formation is to accurately control the flow of spiritual energy in the formation, so the structure of the entire formation is quite complicated, but the level is not high. After working for nearly 2 months, Luo Hong made several changes and finally adjusted the 2 talisman printing formations to a usable level. On the day when the formation was officially put into operation, Linghu Patriarch took time to come over. Seeing that the 2 formations were, just as Luo Hong said, as long as a small number of low-level disciples put materials into them, they could continuously produce low-level talismans such as firebomb talismans. He couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. After that, Linghu Patriarch paid more attention to a series of preparations such as talisman shops. In just half a year, he built or acquired many shops in all large-scale markets of the 9 Nations Alliance. And he followed Luo Hong's advice and offered a 50% discount throughout the year, directly changing the price of low-level talismans to 2 pieces for 1 spiritual stone. Most of the low-level cultivators wanted to break a spiritual stone into 2 pieces, and seeing that their dream had come true, they naturally bought a lot. Who doesn't love a good and cheap spiritual talisman? Although it takes a spell to activate it, it is completely acceptable compared to its price. When everyone was happy, they didn't realize that they sometimes slept a little longer. After the talisman was officially sold, Luo Hong went to the demon ceiling tower to take charge. Seeing the grey shadow in the feeding pen getting fatter and stronger day by day, he smiled with satisfaction. I wonder what the Buddhist master who created the octagonal demon ceiling tower would think when he knew that I transformed the demon ceiling tower into a demon feeding tower. It is estimated that in 5 years, a batch of black domain demons will be available. I will come back then. Now I have to focus on cultivation again. Chapter 334 Han Li's concerns. As spring went by and autumn came, the confrontation between the 9 Nations Alliance and the Milan people became more and more intense. The leaders of the various sects in the country were worried and kept running around. Luo Hong had the task of sealing the evil demon, and the alliance had never assigned him, so he could practice with peace of mind. The days of being oblivious to the outside world passed very quickly, and 25 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in an inn near Zidao Mountain in Yuanwu Kingdom, a cultivator with a slightly dark complexion and ordinary appearance stared at the wall with a sneer, and a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. The cultivator suddenly spoke, muttered in a low voice, and then closed his eyes and meditated to regulate his breath. This person was Han Li, who had just successfully formed a baby in recent years. Han Liu. He came to Yuanwu Kingdom this time to fulfill the promise he made to Xin Ruai in that year and destroy the Fu family, which is now one of the 3 major families in Yuanwu Kingdom. Although the Fu family is powerful, there are only 3 Chindan cultivators in the family, which poses no threat to Han Liu. However, when the 6 sects of the Demon Dao invaded Yuanwu Kingdom, the Fu family decisively joined the Demon Flame sect, one of the 6 sects. Now, the relationship with the Demon Flame sect is very deep, and many of the family members have become disciples of the Demon Flame sect. Even if Han Liu has great magical powers, he dare not kill the Demon Flame sect alone and destroy all the members of the Fu family. Fortunately, after a while, it will be the birthday of the ancestor of the Fu family. At that time, all the members of the Fu family will return to Zidao Mountain, where the family is located, and Han Liu will have the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. The Fu family is powerful, so there are naturally many people who come to celebrate the birthday, so Han Liu hides his cultivation to the foundation building stage, intending to sneak in on the birthday of the ancestor of the Fu family in the name of celebrating the birthday, and then secretly destroy the Fu family. Interestingly, while Han Liu was waiting for the birthday to arrive, he met 2 casual cultivators who also had foundation building cultivation. After the conversation, the 2 heard that Han Li was going to Fujiabao to celebrate his birthday, and immediately expressed their desire to go with him. Although Han Leomo saw that the two had ulterior motives, he did as they wished, because a mere foundation building cultivator could not threaten him at all, and because he wanted to use them to conceal his identity. But he did not expect that the two were so anxious that they wanted to murder him before his birthday. Just now, they were plotting how to commit the crime in the next room. Although they used sound insulation, how could they stop Han Leomo's powerful consciousness? He heard it clearly. Because these days, he has discovered that the Fu family has been smooth sailing for nearly 100 years, and the family members are arrogant, and their attitude towards independent cultivators is even worse. There is no need for others to cover up, and he can enter Fujiabao on his birthday. Therefore, Han Leomo did not intend to be hypocritical with these two villains, and was ready to kill them when they took action. 2 days later, the two villains felt that the time had come, so they used the excuse of sightseeing to trick Han Leomo into a small valley. Halfway through the journey, Han Li used his spiritual sense to scan the valley, and immediately found a formation that trapped the enemy. He curled his lips slightly, scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and after confirming that there was no one, he said faintly, "You two don't have to go far away. There is no one here, which is just the right place for you to die." "What does this mean, Brother Han? Did you misunderstand us brothers?" The short and fat monk among the two villains, known as the Pengli twins, was stunned when he heard the words, and then laughed, but one hand was already on the storage bag. The other bald man's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Without saying a word, silently went to one side, trying to form a double team with the short and fat monk. Han Li was not interested in talking nonsense with them, so he wanted to send a few sword lights to destroy them. However, at this moment, a childish and crisp voice, like a girl's, suddenly sounded, exposing Han Li's identity as a Yuanying period monk. After hearing this, Peng Yi and the other two were naturally in doubt. Han Li's face also turned ugly, because he had used his spiritual sense to explore beforehand, and did not find any trace of the person who was speaking. This means that the other party's cultivation is very likely to be higher than his. Fortunately, although the spiritual sense could not detect the other party, the newly cultivated Minking spiritual eyes could see the other party's whereabouts, which made Han Li feel much more at ease, and prevented him from being attacked. After being seen through by Han Li, the Lord of Childish Voice no longer concealed his tracks, and changed back to his original form from an ordinary little tree. Suddenly, a little man with a delicate face and slightly long hair appeared in front of Han Li. The other party's appearance, that resembled a Yuanying, made Han Li startled again. Perhaps to give Han Li a warning, the little man flashed green light around him, and rushed straight into the body of the short and fat monk who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and ate his yuanshan directly. The bald man was already so scared that his legs were shaking. How could he dare to stay at this moment? He played a golden escape talisman, and wanted to escape. Just as the green light figure was about to catch up and eat another soul, Han Li waved his hand and shot out several sword lights, strangling the bald man. After seeing the little man eating souls, as if it were a tonic, Han Li did not dare to let the bald man fall into her hands again, and wanted to kill him first. The bald man kept an eye on the back while escaping. Seeing the little man chasing at an incredible speed, he immediately had a dead soul and cast several talismans without thinking, shouting, "Shang Shang Hanjin, kill the enemy." Although the momentum was great, the spells cast in the talismans were only low-level spells such as firebomb spells, which could not resist the little man at all. However, when Han Li heard the capture order, his expression changed slightly, and he changed the direction of the sword light and chopped it towards the green light figure. The sword light attacked, but the green light figure did not dodge, and was chopped into several pieces in an instant. Seeing this, Han Li not only did not show any joy on his face, but instead sacrificed all 72 green bamboo cloud swords at once, keeping a distance from the villain with a serious face. "You are a smart guy, I didn't fool you." Amidst the laughter, the villain's broken limbs gathered in the middle, and in the blink of an eye they returned to their original state. What an evil thing. It is somewhat similar to Brother Luo's blood puppet flying ants. Han Li's thoughts turned quickly, thinking of a strategy to defeat the enemy, but the green light villain lost his patience and flew towards Han Li with a flash of light. Han Li used all his magic power, to sacrifice 72 green bamboo cloud swords, forming a sword net to block in front of him. It's useless. The flying sword can't hurt me. The villain rushed straight to the sword net with extreme arrogance, not taking Han Li's magic weapon seriously at all. However, at the moment when the villain fell into the sword net, countless golden lightnings emerged from the sword and then shot out, merging into a golden thunderball, trapping the villain in it. When the villain first found that the golden thunder could not hurt her, she still shouted arrogantly, but when she realized that she could not rush out of the thunderball, she immediately threatened Han Li with a fierce appearance. Han Li, who successfully trapped the enemy, was naturally unmoved and continued to shrink the thunderball until the villain was completely imprisoned. After stuffing it into the jade box and putting it into the storage bag, Han Li looked in the direction where the bald man fled, and the thunder shook and disappeared on the spot. With the help of the magic of the golden escape talisman, the bald man escaped for several miles in one breath, but he could still sense the movement of the fight behind him, and he did not feel safe at all. He did not dare to stop to recover his magic power, and hurriedly sacrificed the flying magic weapon and continued to escape. At this time, the thunder behind him suddenly stopped, and the bald man looked back and saw that no one was chasing him, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when he turned back, Han Li's figure had appeared in front of him. The bald man was shocked, and the flying magic weapon he was driving was unstable, and he fell straight to the ground. He finally managed to stabilize his body, but heard a voice coming from very close. Han has a question for you. As long as you answer it to Han's satisfaction, I will spare your life. The bald man also realized that he could not escape at all, and immediately knelt down and said, "Senior, please ask, I will tell you everything I know. I only beg you to spare my life." "Who is Han Jun?" Han Li asked coldly with his hands behind his back in front of the bald man. "It is said that he is the supreme elder of Huangfeng Valley, and I don't know his real name." The bald man's eyes flashed, and he quickly answered, "Senior brother Luo returned to Huangfeng Valley? I remember that senior brother didn't want to go back before. Did something happen?" Thinking like this, Han Li continued to ask, "What's the matter with the talisman you use? Why do you need to activate it with a spell? This is a unique talisman that has only appeared in the past 10 years. You must recite a spell to activate it. I don't know why this is the case. The price of this talisman is half the price of talismans of the same level. Unfortunately, the quantity is limited, and it is often sold in limited quantities. I only have 2 of these left." The bald man said as he took out 2 yellow talismans from his storage bag. Han Li took a look and found that the talisman had a spell that was common in the Chaos Star Sea, so he knew that this talisman was indeed made by Luo Hong. Junior brother Luo is doing talisman business, so why did he leave a spell on purpose? Is there another deep meaning in it? Han Li couldn't help but speculate suspiciously, and didn't say anything for a long time. The bald man couldn't help but feel frightened, and asked with a flattering smile, "Senior, are you satisfied with my answer?" "Yes, but it still needs to be verified." Han Li looked down at the bald man and chuckled. "Verify?" Before the bald man could figure it out, a huge suction force came, and his head fell into Han Li's palm. The next moment, the extreme pain brought by the forced soul search made him only make a rah sound in his throat, and his eyes kept rolling up. After a while, Han Li threw the bald man to the ground, shot a fireball, and went to a market near Zidao Mountain. Since this person has nothing to do with Luo Hong, he will certainly kill him. Maintaining the speed of a foundation building cultivator, Han Li came to the outside of the market and happened to meet a group of cultivators who had a conflict and were fighting on the competition stage outside the market. The 6 people on the stage were divided into 2 groups. While offering magic weapons, they kept throwing offensive talismans at each other. For a while, the incantation of Taishang Hangjin, take the order to destroy the enemy, came one after another. Han Li just stopped and watched for a moment, and his face couldn't help but become strange. But when he thought about it, his expression immediately became solemn. Senior brother Luo must be in big trouble for resorting to such a desperate measure. This time, we are going to go to a dungeon with Han Leono. Brothers, please put protection in the comments and ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 335, Rainbow King's Strange Story. Since the market is at the foot of Sadao Mountain, it is naturally the property of the Fu family. Most of the shops on both sides of the street have signs with the word Fu on them. Harley did not look around and went straight to the talisman shop in the bald man's memory. He walked all the way to the end of the street before he saw a wooden sign with the word Huang in front of a shop. This should have been the most deserted area in the market, but dozens of cultivators had gathered outside the Huangfeng Valley shop, including disciples from the sect and many people with foundation building cultivation. At this time, the shop's cover had not been removed yet, and a group of cultivators lined up in 2 rows. Although the queue was crooked, there was no bullying or cutting in line to grab a seat. Seeing those late arriving foundation building cultivators willing to line up behind the key refining cultivators, Han Li couldn't help but feel curious. This violated the common sense of the immortal cultivation world. He walked slowly to the end of the line and bowed to a foundation establishment cultivator with a shaggy beard and dark complexion, who looked like a casual cultivator, and said, "My fellow Taoist, I'm Han Li, a cultivator from Yu country. I have just arrived in your place. I wonder what is so special about this store that makes so many people willing to wait for so long." The bearded casual cultivator came a little late because of an emergency today, and unfortunately he was at the end of the line, so he was in a bad mood. In addition, he was not a good person, so after Han Li spoke to him, his brows furrowed, and he immediately looked like he was about to get angry. But then he remembered something, and his heart couldn't help but shudder. He looked in the direction of the shop, pursed his lips, suppressed his dissatisfaction, and said in a deep voice, "My name is Mao Yuanda, nice to meet you. This shop only sells some low-level talismans, but they are popular because of their low prices. I see that you have a lot of bags for storing spirit beasts on your waist, so you should be a person who is not short of spirit stones, but you don't have to wait here with us." Harley saw all the changes in the bearded man's expression, and his curiosity grew. His eyes moved slightly and said, "Is there such a good thing? Then I have to buy more. When I return to U State and sell them in the future, won't I make a lot of money?" Mao Yuanda laughed, shook his head slightly and said, "If you really think so, you have made a wrong calculation. This shop only allows us, the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, to buy a maximum of 10 at a time, and we are not allowed to come again within 7 days. Those key refining cultivators have even less quota, and can only buy 6 at a time. Even so, the new talismans will be snapped up as soon as they arrive every day. It's still uncertain whether people like me at the end of the team can buy talismans today." Alas, Mao Yuanda sighed and frowned, looking worriedly at the northern sky. Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately pretended to be angry and said angrily, "How dare you bully customers like this? The owner of this market doesn't even care about it. Fellow Daoist Mao, let's go forward. I must buy enough talismans today." As he said that, Han Li grabbed Mao Yuanda's arm, trying to push away the key refining cultivator in front of him, and squeezed to the front of the team. "It's killing me. Let go, let go." Mao Yuanda's face suddenly changed. He struggled hard and pulled his arm out of Han Li's hand. He stared with a pair of big eyes and said, "Friend Han, if you want to die, just go by yourself. Don't hurt Mao." The commotion of the two attracted the attention of other cultivators, especially the key refining cultivators in front of Han Li. After seeing Han Li, a foundation building cultivator, get angry, they were not afraid, but showed a look of watching a good show. "Friend Mao, what are you doing? Why are you so scared?" The bald man only remembered that he was afraid of this store, and there was no specific reason. After all, those who can get ahead among the casual cultivators are all smart people. They follow others and understand the principle of not delving into things. Han Li wanted to know more so as to understand Luo Hong's current situation. "Friend Han, listen to my advice. Don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, the owner of this place will be angry, and you will die without knowing how you died." Perhaps because he was afraid that Han Li's reckless behavior would harm himself, Mao Yuanda slowed down his tone and advised seriously, "Will he die? Is the shop run by high-level cultivators?" "The shop is run by only two key refining cultivators, not even formal disciples of the Yellow Maple Valley. But even Jindan cultivators must be respectful to them when they come here, and must not break the rules of this place, otherwise they will be in great trouble." At this point, Luo Yuanda also opened up, and before Han Li could ask any more questions, he said, when this shop was just opened for a year, the famous giant and cultivator in the local area, Taoist Crow, sneaked into the shop late at night to kill people and rob them because he coveted the spiritual stones stored in the shop. At that time, the shop was also run by two key refining cultivators, so they could not be stopped, so they easily succeeded. But after Taoist Crow succeeded, he fell to the ground inexplicably before he flew 10 feet, and his soul was shattered and he died. Could it be that the master of the Yellow Maple Valley happened to be in the market? Han Li's face changed slightly. He had never heard of such a weird method. Could it be that senior brother Luo was tricked by this person? It is said that the one who made the move was indeed the supreme elder of the Yellow Maple Valley, the Luo Hong in the incantation. However, this senior did not leave the cave when the incident happened, but was thousands of miles away and easily killed Taoist Crow. The strangeness of his magical power can't help but make people feel cold all over. Afterwards, the Fu family even specially sent people to rebuild the store and sent Taoist Crow's storage back to the Yellow Maple Valley from afar. So, fellow Daoist Han, even if you can't buy the talisman today, don't cause trouble. Luo Yuanda stared at Han Li with concern. So powerful. Han Li exclaimed with lifeless eyes, but actually secretly transmitted a message to Yan Yu. Yan Yu, do you know any magical power that can destroy the enemy thousands of miles away? Master, I seem to have some impression that some advanced spells can even destroy the enemy across a continent. But to perform them, not only the flesh and blood of the target are needed, but also a huge and extremely complicated ritual, which takes at least several days. No matter what, it is impossible to kill a giant and cultivator before he can fly more than 10 feet. Yan Yu searched for his vague memories with a slightly shocked tone. This is not the most amazing thing. Seeing that Han Li was frightened, Luo Yuanda quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, it is said that an elder of the ghost spirit sect also caused trouble in Senior Han Jin's shop. As a result, when he was about to extract the soul and spirit of the key refining monk who was in charge of the shop, he suddenly lost his life. He didn't even have time to scream before he died in public. Because the tragically dead elder of the ghost spirit sect had some relationship with the Yuanying senior in the sect, the Yuanying senior was immediately furious and went to Bilian Kingdom in person to ask for an explanation. But not long after, the Yuanying senior returned in dismay, and it was said that he was seriously injured. Senior Hanjin didn't make a move at all. According to eyewitnesses, a giant eagle flew out of the White Stone Mountain, and it was that giant eagle that repelled the Yuanying old monster of the ghost spirit sect. So, fellow Daoist Han, you'd better queue up obediently. Maybe there will be more talismans delivered this time, and you are not completely hopeless. Giant eagle? It seems that Xiaojin has woken up. Han Li was delighted. Luo Hong had told him that Xiaojin was sleeping. Now he saw that he had not only woken up, but also made great progress in cultivation. It was really a cause for celebration. However, senior brother Luo never showed up, so he could not rule out the possibility that he was in trouble. Thinking of this, Han Li suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound in his ears. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that a strange looking puppet was flying rapidly from the north. To his shock, the flying speed of this puppet was only slightly inferior to that of a Yuanying cultivator. Luo Yuanda and others who also heard the movement were cheered up. The crooked team instantly became much neater, and the ceiling board of the shop was also removed from the inside. After a few breaths, a 10-foot tall puppet bird landed in front of the shop. The key refining disciples in the shop hurried out and skillfully took out 2 large jade boxes from the chest of the puppet bird. As soon as the jade box was taken out, the puppet bird took off and flew in the direction it came from. The jade box contained the goods sold in the shop, so as soon as the jade box arrived, the shop officially opened for business. Since the crowd was well organized, the team moved forward very quickly, and the incantation could be heard from time to time. About half an hour later, it was finally Luo Yuanda and Han Li's turn. Shopkeeper, give me 10 firebomb talismans. Luo Yuanda clapped his hands and put 5 spirit stones on the counter. Senior, the firebomb talisman is sold out. Can you change it to another talisman? the young clerk said with embarrassment. Hey, just give me 10 at random. I'm lucky to be able to buy it this time. Mao Yuanda seemed to have known this and immediately changed his words. Harley, on the other side, had been staring at a portrait hanging behind the two clerks since he entered the door. He recognized the person in the painting as Luo Hong at a glance and sensed a faint sense of familiarity from it. After careful investigation, he could not see the reason for this feeling. Senior, do you want to buy a talisman? The key refining clerk opposite asked suspiciously. Well, give me 10 too. Harley gathered his thoughts and said calmly. Sorry senior, there are only 6 left. No problem, 6 is 6. Harley said, and took out 3 spirit stones. Senior, it turns out that this is your first time here. Do you know the incantation? The key refining clerk glanced at the round mirror on the counter that was emitting white light and asked calmly. I know, I have heard people recite it several times. Harley suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said expressionlessly. Sorry senior, for a customer like you who is visiting for the first time, we must confirm that you can recite the incantation. This is the rule from above. You mean? Yes, please call it out senior. The key refining clerk looked at Harley seriously. Harley, Supreme Lord Hong, order the enemy to be destroyed. Right? In order not to break his character, Harley gritted his teeth and recited it. Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, which seemed to come from the portrait, but he couldn't be sure, because the feeling was too weak, and disappeared too quickly. Even my powerful consciousness can't grasp the source of the strangeness. Brother Luo must have a deep meaning in opening these talisman shops. Harley walked out of the store with a solemn expression, and looked back at Luo Hong's portrait before leaving. At this moment, in an unnamed mountain covered by a formation in Yuanwu country, a Yuanying female cultivator with bare shoulders and 2 ghost fire skulls biting her mouth slowly flew into a cave. Chapter 336 Lucan. This woman was full of demonic energy, with thick bones and an unusually thin body, but she had a charming macup on her face. The female demon flew down along the cave. After a long time, a green light finally appeared in front of her eyes, and the cave became extremely hot. She held up the protective spirit shield, and the corners of the female demon's mouth slightly raised. After her eyes flashed twice, her speed increased by another 3 points. As she continued to fly down, the green spiritual light became stronger and stronger, and the temperature became higher and higher. The wall of the cave had already melted into red magma. If it were not for the formation blocking it, there would be no passage. After escaping for a while, the charming face of the female demon was reflected by the demon flame in front of her, and she smiled artificially and said in a sinister voice, Junior sister, congratulations to senior brother for completing the task and regaining all your strength. As soon as the voice fell, the large group of green demon flames in front of the female demon quickly gathered in the middle, and soon a handsome young man appeared in front of her. If Luo Hong was here, he would recognize at a glance that the other person was the young master of the demon flame sect, Lucan, who had been tricked by him. Junior sister, you came quickly. It's only been a few days since I sent you a letter, and you came here in person. I guess you are anxious to enter the Rakshasa Ghost Mansion. Lucan stood in the air above the magma fire pool with his hands behind his back. Without the protection of the spirit shield, his face was normal and his clothes were not damaged at all. Look at what you said. Junior sister is really worried about your safety, the female devil said, and threw herself into Lucan's arms, laughing unwillingly. But junior sister, you know that with your ability, a mere forbidden technique of replacing a dead person with a dead one will certainly not be a problem for you. Lucan's hand, which had just been placed on the skinny waist of the female devil, froze. His face sank, and fear flashed in his eyes as he said, the danger of forbidden techniques is far beyond my imagination. If it weren't for the fact that this boy accidentally condensed the devil's heart in the heart demon cave, this time the method of replacing life would most likely end in failure. The female devil was stunned when she heard this. After hesitating for a moment, she asked in a solemn voice, is it really that difficult? Haha, junior sister, don't you think about it? If it were that easy, wouldn't all the ancestors of my demon flame sect be able to live? Even if the person being replaced is an excellent candidate with a devil's body and devil's heart, my success this time is mostly due to luck. Lucan saw through the female devil's thoughts at a glance. He let go of her after a light laugh and slowly flew towards a seemingly ordinary cave wall. The female devil frowned unwillingly. Although she knew that the other party was right, she couldn't help but want to imitate him. The effect of the life replacing method was too tempting. For cultivators, the lifespan is not only limited by the physical body, but also by the soul and the infant. In low-level cultivators, the phenomenon of the end of life due to the decay of the physical body is more obvious, but for higher-level cultivators who have reached the giant stage or above, the restrictions on the soul and the infant are greater than the physical body. After all, cultivators can take over other bodies. If the lifespan of the infant is not limited, then wouldn't the infant cultivators only need to change a physical body before the end of their lifespan to live another life? This is obviously impossible, otherwise the Linghu patriarch would not have to worry. And there are ways to break through this limitation. The most common one is to switch to the ghost way of cultivation, which can greatly increase the lifespan of the infant. This is the case with Zhuanggu, the master of the Jian patriarch. After switching to the ghost way, his infant survived much longer than normal infant cultivators. But the disadvantages are also great. Let's not talk about the problem of practicing ghost skills. Once this is done, the cultivator will lose the qualification for reincarnation. Therefore, in the world of immortal cultivation, when the nascent soul cultivator reaches the end of his lifespan, the mainstream practice is to take the initiative to dissolve his body and obtain the opportunity for reincarnation. However, the Qingyang old demon who now occupies Lucan's body uses a life-replacing forbidden technique that can perfectly replace the lifespan of the soul of the person whose body is taken. To perform this forbidden technique, you must have at least the nascent soul cultivation level, and not only is the failure rate extremely high, but after success, the cultivation level will also drop greatly, falling to the nascent soul realm. There are many great elders of the demon flame sect who have tried, but none of them ended up dead and destroyed. Only the Qingyang old demon succeeded. And his success is almost impossible to replicate, because the demon body is much rarer than the Dharma body among the immortal cultivators in the human world, and the demon heart is something that can only be encountered by chance. The probability of the two being combined in one person is much higher than the probability of a nascent soul cultivator breaking through to the god transformation. After taking a long breath and throwing away the inappropriate thoughts, the female devil's face showed a charming smile again, and she approached the Qingyang old demon. At this time, the Qingyang old demon had already arrived in front of the lava stone wall. He stretched out his sword finger, ignited the Qingyang magic fire on his fingertips, and drew a rune on the lava stone wall. Suddenly, the lava stone wall moved to both sides, revealing a dark passage. The Qingyang old demon immediately flew into it, and the female devil hurried to follow. As the lava stone wall closed again, a rumbling sound came from the cave. It turned out that the power of the formation that separated the lava disappeared. The whole cave collapsed quickly and was filled with lava in a short time. After entering the passage, the two flew out a few feet and came to another cave. However, there was no magic flame burning here, and the temperature was suitable. The old demon Qingyang waved his hand lightly, and several green flames shot out, lighting the brazier in the cave. Suddenly, the whole cave became bright, and the green magic fire made it quite eerie. Although there was no lava here, it was not an ordinary place. The ground of the cave was smoothed by magic, and it was full of mysterious array patterns. A fist-sized gem emitting black gas floated in the center of the array pattern. Rakshasa blood pearl. Senior brother actually has this treasure. The female demon was immediately excited when she saw the black pearl, but then she frowned and asked doubtfully, legend has it that Rakshasa blood pearl will emit extremely strong blood energy. Why does this pearl only emit demonic energy? Could it be another demonic pearl? No doubt, this pearl is the Rakshasa blood pearl, but because it has been sealed in the ancient cave for many years, the blood energy in it has dissipated. If you want to use it to open the Luo blood killing formation, you have to let it devour enough blood essence first. The old demon Qingyang flew over the formation and walked into a side room while saying. The female demon's eyes widened and she immediately showed ecstasy. She rushed into the side room and said, "Doesn't that mean that this place is the entrance to the Rakshasa ghost mansion? Haha, isn't Junior sister not in a hurry?" The old demon King Gyang sat down leisurely and said with a playful look, "Brother, you know how important the Rakshasa ghost house is to me, so stop torturing me." The female devil wanted to throw herself into the arms of King Gyang old demon again, but this time he didn't let her succeed. "If my sister can get the help of the large amount of Zuanine ghost energy in the ghost house, she will be able to jump over the bottleneck of the early stage and advance to the middle stage of the nascent soul. When she reaches the bottleneck of the late stage in the future, it will probably be a lot easier." King Gyang old demon signaled the female devil to sit cross-legged opposite him and kept saying words that made the other party dry his mouth. "I know what you mean, brother. If you can enter the ghost house, I will only take the Zuanine ghost energy and never think of the blood god pill." It was for the Rakshasa ghost house that the female devil had been humble and flattering in front of King Gyang old demon. Otherwise, how could she, a nascent soul demon cultivator, do so because of the love between men and women? Haha, words are not enough. Come on, junior sister, drop a drop of your blood on this netherworld ghost contract. How could the old demon King Gyang believe in any oaths and guarantees? He immediately took out a piece of paper with a black aura that looked like golden wood. First fill the pit of the old demon King Gyang. Chapter 337 Accidental Teleportation. Hearing the words ghost contract of the underworld, the thin body of the female devil could not help but tremble. As a practitioner of Yinsha type skills, she knew too well the consequences of violating this contract. But the female devil knew that her senior brother always kept his word and there was no room for maneuver in this matter. So, without much hesitation, the female devil squeezed out a drop of blood from her fingertips and threw it on the ghost contract of the underworld. Suddenly, the black gas emitted by the ghost contract of the underworld condensed into a double-horned evil ghost head, which stretched out its red tongue to lick the blood of the female devil quickly. After that, it looked at the female devil with aftertaste, as if expecting her to violate the contract. Then, the evil ghost head dissipated, and the old demon King Gyang relaxed his expression and put away the ghost contract. "Brother, since you called me here, you must have a plan. What should we do next?" After signing the netherworld ghost contract, the female devil felt much more at ease. The old demon King Gyang was extremely cruel and ruthless. He was willing to cooperate with her by using the ghost contract. The Rakshasa blood pearl needs a large number of immortal cultivators to sacrifice blood in order to restore its power and activate the formation. "Junior sister, has the Fu family been prosperous over the years?" The old demon King Gyang smiled sinisterly. "How can I not do my best to do what my senior brother specifically told me before he left?" After more than 100 years of development, the Fu family has long been a well-known immortal cultivation family in Yuanwu, with many immortal cultivators in the family. Could it be that my senior brother wants to perform a blood sacrifice on the Fu family? If so, my junior sister will issue a transfer order and send all the Fu family members who have joined our Demon Flame sect in recent years to Zidao Mountain to facilitate my senior brother's actions. The female devil had no objection to the blood sacrifice of the entire Fu family. Instead, she was worried that not enough Fu family members would die and miss their big event. If so, it would be too obvious. The Rakshasa ghost mansion must not announce it to the public. The old demon King Gyang shook his head slowly and rejected the female devil's proposal. "But if we don't do this, how can the Rakshasa blood bead absorb enough blood energy?" The female devil frowned slightly, asking herself. "Junior sister, don't worry too much. Just to activate the formation, you don't need too much blood and energy. A large family of immortal cultivators is more than enough. I have already set up the King Gyang blood refining formation on Zidao Mountain. As long as I think about it, all the creatures on Zidao Mountain will be transformed into the blood and energy of the Rakshasa blood pearl. But before activating the formation, there is one more thing to prepare." After hundreds of years of planning, the old demon King Gyang had already completed all the preparations in secret, and there was only one thing left that he could not complete by himself. While speaking, the old demon King Gyang flipped his palm and took out a folded animal skin. After turning it over, he saw a reclining Buddha painted on the animal skin, smiling and looking very kind. Without waiting for the female devil to ask, the old devil King Gyang spontaneously explained, "This reclining Buddha visualization picture was found by me together with the Rakshasa blood pearl. It seems to be from Buddhism, but it is actually a must-have for entering the Rakshasa ghost mansion. Once the formation is opened, all people and animals near this picture will be teleported into the ghost mansion. More importantly, there is far more than one picture. If we don't use some tricks, we will face many variables after the formation is opened. I want to use the yin-yang traction secret technique to disrupt the connection between the other visualization pictures and the Yin Luo blood killing array through this picture. Although it cannot prevent the teleportation, it can prevent other people from being teleported to the ghost mansion. However, to perform this secret technique, I need the help of my junior sister. I must first break the seal of this picture and reveal its true face." It turns out that my senior brother has taken a fancy to the yin fire of the demon girl cultivated by my junior sister. Although this fire is far less domineering than the King Gyang demon fire, it is unique in breaking the forbidden methods of Buddhism. The female devil immediately understood the intention of the old devil King Gyang. After a sweet laugh, she stretched out her skinny arm and grabbed her shoulder. Then, the grey-white flame in the eye socket of the skull on her left shoulder was taken out by it. Go. The female devil gently threw the grey-white magic fire towards the animal skin. When it fell on the surface of the Buddha painting, a faint layer of colorful Buddha light spread from the Buddha painting, but the grey-white magic fire only burned it and engulfed it. Soon, as the colorful Buddha light faded, the mottled reclining Buddha image on the animal skin faded, gradually revealing the true appearance of the animal skin painting. I saw a long-tongued evil ghost holding a short knife, and the horrible scene of skinning a living person was vividly presented. Great. Next, I will perform the secret technique. It will take a long time. Please protect me, sister. The old devil King Gyang took the evil ghost picture with a happy face. After giving a word, he closed his eyes and chanted the spell. The two of them could never have imagined that just 3 days later, Han Leono, who was disguised as a casual foundation building cultivator, entered the mountain protection formation of Zedao Mountain in the name of birthday celebration. Today is the birthday of the ancestor of the Fu family. Because the Fu family is so powerful, although each faction only sent 1 or 2 representatives, the total number of guests is as many as 300. With so many guests, plus the many clansmen of the Fu family, the entire Fu family castle is naturally very lively and prosperous. On the eve of the birthday banquet, the protagonist, Fu Xianhua, the ancestor of the Fu family, was still staying in a remote attic in the castle, looking at a slightly glowing jade slip, his face slightly gloomy. This is outrageous. Yuling sect has not given any support to my Fu family over the years, but they are rude when sending people. They asked my Fu family to help find something, but they didn't even tell me what it was. They really don't take my Fu family seriously. Uncle Qi, don't be angry. Yuling sect is one of the strongest sects in the 6 demon sects. It is naturally arrogant and difficult to get close to it. Uncle Qi is very happy today. Let's put these troubles aside for now. I have good news for you, nephew. A handsome man with copper skin standing next to Fu Xianhua chuckled and said, "Oh, did Zhao-san find that thing?" Fu Xianhua was immediately refreshed and asked with shining eyes, "Haha, I really can't hide it from Uncle Qi." The big man laughed, patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a piece of animal skin with a picture of guanyin, handed it to Fu Xianhua and said, "It's luck to get this thing. A few months ago, a casual cultivator brought this thing to Zhenbao's Hay, wanting to exchange it for some spiritual stones. It happened that my son was in the Zay, so he didn't miss it. Uncle Qi, what is the use of this thing? Why do you keep asking us to search for it in secret?" Fu Xianhua did not respond immediately, but looked at the guanyin picture carefully. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it has the same aura as that of the reclining Buddha. Zhao-san, your son has made a great contribution this time. Don't worry, the clan will definitely reward him. As for the use of this thing, I can only tell you that this thing is related to a master who has made my Fu family so glorious until now. Don't delve into it. When you go back, you have to let your son keep his mouth shut. If there are people outside my Fu family who know about it, they will all be dealt with. By the way, where is the casual cultivator who sold this thing now? With the ancestors' cultivation, anyone who could be called a master must be a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, so the big man immediately gave up the idea of investigating further. Thinking that he would warn his son after returning, he responded casually, I have searched the soul of that boy, but unfortunately he only knows that this is a family heirloom that has some effect of concentrating the mind, but he doesn't know its origin. Now, this person is dead. TSK, your Fu family really can't change their bad habits. I don't have any sympathy at all now. Fu Xianhua was about to praise the big man's handling of the matter, but suddenly a strange man's voice came from outside the window, and the voice was full of bone-chilling coldness. Who is the master who came to visit? I don't welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Fu Xianhua stood up with a frown, and bowed to the surroundings. No need to welcome you from afar. I came here to collect a debt. As soon as the voice fell, a green light lit up in the attic, and then Han Li, dressed in a green robe, appeared in front of the two people from the Fu family. Without much talk, Han Li threw out several green sword beams, cutting the big man in half across the chest. Fu Xianhua, however, saw the opportunity quickly, and escaped with the earth escape technique, just before he made his move. Can you escape? Han Li laughed scornfully and sent Yinyu to hunt down the ancestor of the Fu family. He used his spiritual sense to control the flying sword condensed by the 3-color gold-eating insects to kill the Fu family members in the Fu family castle. For a time, a strong bloody smell filled the entire Fu family castle. But Han Li, who was concentrating on exterminating the family, did not realize that the pool of blood produced by each Fu family member who was killed was extremely small, as if the blood that flowed out after their death was sucked away by the ground. Just as Han Leomo was killing people in the Fu family, King Guiyang Leomo, who was hiding in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Rakshasa blood pearl. The female devil also stood up suddenly and fled to the cave in an instant. At a glance, she saw the Rakshasa blood pearl that was madly devouring blood. Someone is slaughtering the Fu family. The female devil's eyes widened. She had never expected such a thing to happen. She immediately turned around and said, brother, it can't be stopped. Come to me quickly. King Guiyang old demon had not anticipated this situation, so he did not set up a formation to cut off the blood. At the current speed, the Yinluo blood killing formation will be activated soon. Damn it, if I knew who ruined my plan, I would skin him and tear his bones apart. On the other side, Han Li, who had killed all the members of the Fu family, waited for Yinyu, who was going to hunt down the ancestor of the Fu family. After taking Fu Xianhua's head and storage bag in his hands, Han Li suddenly noticed something strange. With a thought, he took out the Guanyin picture. I saw that the picture had been shrouded in blood light at some point. As soon as it was taken out, the blood light suddenly dispersed. Before Han Li could react, he felt the dizziness unique to long-distance transmission. At the same time, in Bayan Mountain thousands of miles away, Luo Hong was driving a black and red fire crow to devour a ball of pure Yang Guyan. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at the Buddhist painting hanging on the wall. Where did the blood light come from? No, there is a spatial fluctuation. The incident happened suddenly. Luo Hong was about to leave the stone room with the 5-element escape technique when his vision was shrouded in blood light. In addition, in 2 other places in Xianan, a Buddhist temple in Dajin, and a boudoir in Nanjiang, blood light was diffused, and more or less accompanied by exclamations. I have something to do in the evening. I will only update once today, and make up for it for my brothers tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, I've long heard of your name. With a flash of blood, Luo Hong appeared in a hall that looked like it was made of gold. His body was strong, and he was not afraid of the adverse reactions caused by long-distance teleportation. Suddenly sensing several powerful auras, Luo Hong instantly held up the lightless shield and tortoise shell shield, and glanced around. He saw that there was a picture of a Buddha made of animal skin floating above the heads of the other monks, and the blood light it cast covered everyone alone or in pairs. Could it be that these people were accidentally teleported here like me? Huh. Why is a picture of a skinned evil ghost on the head of the man and woman? With just one glance, Luo Hong saw the difference between the two people who seemed to be from the magic path, and immediately became suspicious, thinking that the change was caused by them. After a breath, all the nascent soul monks present regained consciousness. Like Luo Hong's reaction, they each used their protective magical powers, and looked around vigilantly. The first thinking Guiyang old demon, who had been concerned by Luo Hong, did after waking up was to put away the evil ghost picture on his head. While Luo Hong secretly kept this in mind, he looked at the faces of everyone one by one, trying to figure out their respective origins. As a result, he was immediately shocked when he saw it. Why is Han Lao Mo here too? Damn, this time it's dangerous. In addition, there was an acquaintance of Luo Hong among the people present. I saw a female cultivator in the early stage of Jiandan, wearing white clothes, with a plump figure and charming demeanor, frowning slightly and holding her forehead with her hand, standing behind a cultivator in the early stage of Yuanying with half white hair. When she put down her white hands, the beautiful face revealed made Luo Hong's expression change slightly. I didn't expect that I would see Miss Han again in this way. In this case, the Yuanying cultivator in front of her who looked a bit like her should be Han Shiquan from Yuling sect. Buddha is merciful. Donors, why are you so tense? You all came here by accident. You should help each other and put aside your prejudices to overcome difficulties together. Just when everyone was doubting each other and no one dared to believe, a bald monk put his hands together and said kindly. But strangely, the middle-aged monk did not speak when he spoke, and the sound of his words also echoed in everyone's heart. He can read minds. There are such profound Buddhist practitioners in China. An old man with eagle eyes standing alone in the bloodlight looked surprised and stared at the middle-aged monk suspiciously. Because the walls and floors of this hall are full of unique Buddhist patterns, the old man with eagle eyes can't help but guess that the middle-aged monk is the culprit of the change. On the other side, after seeing the face of the old man with eagle eyes, King Guiyang old demon couldn't help but feel depressed. What he was most worried about happened. Damn it. Xianhun old monster also has animal skin Buddhist paintings in his hands. We must not let this old monster know that this place is the Rakshasa ghost house. This person seemed to be very afraid of the old man with eagle eyes. Could it be that the other party was a famous figure? When the old demon King Guiyang was spying on the old monster Xianhan, Luo Hong was also secretly observing him. In his heart, he immediately classified the old man with eagle eyes, who showed the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul, as a person who needed to be particularly vigilant. This place is actually outside Dajin. A young female cultivator who also appeared alone in the bloodlight, wearing colorful clothes and many silver ornaments, exclaimed in a strange accent of Xianan language. This woman looked only in her early 20s, much younger than Han Yunsky, but she had the cultivation of the middle stage of the Jiandan, which was one level higher than Han Yunsky. This woman's appearance was also very outstanding. Not only was she extremely white, but her eyes were innocent and her face was cute. With her petite figure, people could not help but feel pity for her at first sight. Hearing what this woman said, Luo Hong and other Xianan cultivators were all shocked. Those who had reached the nascent soul realm more or less knew the existence of the holy land of cultivation, Dajin. In the past, they had only heard of it, but now, a real Dajin cultivator appeared before their eyes, which really surprised and curious everyone. Suddenly being looked at by so many unfamiliar Yuanying cultivators, the petite female cultivator timidly took 2 steps back and put her hand on the storage bag at her waist. No matter where the petite female cultivator came from, the cultivation level of the Jiandan stage was far inferior to that of the Yuanying stage, so Luo Hong and others only needed to scan the spiritual sense to see through the details of this woman. Her strange Xianan dialect came from a spirit insect hidden in her throat, not her own voice. In addition, this woman had a lot of treasures on her body, and those silver ornaments were not just decorations. Each of them exuded a strong spiritual energy, and must have come from a disciple of a large sect. After taking a glance at the petite female cultivator, Cheyenne an old monster turned his attention back to the middle-aged monk and said in a stern voice, "No wonder you have to use telepathy to communicate with us. You, a monk, are probably from Dajin, and you knew from the beginning that there were cultivators from outside Dajin among us. Humph, we were teleported here, but you, a monk, are playing tricks. Since this place is closely related to Buddhism, and the middle-aged monk's behavior is indeed strange, even Luo Hong, who knew that the male and female demon cultivators were very suspicious, couldn't help but turn his eyes to the middle-aged monk, not to mention the others. Being watched by so many cultivators of the same level, the middle-aged monk was not afraid, and still said kindly, "Monks do not lie. I, like you, was suddenly teleported here while meditating. However, I do know something about the origin of this animal skin Buddha painting." The middle-aged monk said slowly, and pointed to the animal skin Buddha painting on his head. As for the ones above Luo Hong and the others' heads, they had already collected them. After all, this animal skin Buddhist painting recorded many magical powers of Buddhism, and was a rare treasure. Without waiting for everyone to ask, the middle-aged monk nodded slightly and saluted, and explained spontaneously, "My Buddhist name is Yanjing, and I come from the Lian sect of the Great Jin dynasty. This animal skin Buddhist painting is not my private property, but a relic of the previous ancestor enshrined in the Patriarch Hall. This little donor should know that my Lian sect is a Buddhist and Taoist sect passed down from ancient times, and this place is related to a major catastrophe in ancient times. According to records, my Lian sect sent 3 late nascent soul ancestors to Cheyenne at that time to quell the catastrophe, but in the end only one ancestor returned, and he was seriously injured. And this animal skin Buddhist painting was brought back by that ancestor. It has never been moved since ancient times until today." When the petite female cultivator heard that the middle-aged monk was from the Lian sect, her expression immediately became respectful, and she saluted and said, "It turns out that it is the master of the Lian sect in person. I, Zenlan, am a disciple of the Huaxin sect. Lian sect is one of the 4 major Buddhist sects in Dajin. It is extremely powerful, and is the orthodox Buddhism. It has a very good reputation outside. It is undoubtedly the person Zenlan can rely on the most at this time." Yanjing smiled and returned the greeting. In fact, due to Zenlan's unique dress, he had already recognized the other party's origin. On the other side, Luo Hong and others were not in the mood to explore Lian sect and Huaxin sect at this time. This place can make a Buddhist cultivator in the late Yuanying period fall. It is definitely extremely dangerous. How to escape from the predicament is the top priority. And listening to the meaning between the lines of Yanjing, he didn't know how to get out of here, which made everyone anxious. Luo Hong secretly paid attention to the expressions of the male and female demon cultivators, and did not find anything unusual. Although Cheyenne an old monster did not believe Yanjing's one-sided words, he knew very well that, if this place was really that dangerous, then everyone acting together would be the best way to reduce the risk. At the same time, he also knew very well that this change was definitely triggered by someone. It could never be a pure accident. Therefore, acting together can also prevent the culprit who caused the change from doing anything unfavorable to him. Of course, it would be best if the culprit could be found immediately. So, Cheyenne an old monster pondered for a moment and said, "I'm Cheyenne an old monster. You must have heard of my name and my style of doing things. As Master Yanjing said, this place is extremely dangerous. We must work together to overcome the difficulties. I have also met Fairy Zuansha of the Demon Flame sect and fellow Daoist Han of the Imperial Spirit sect several times. Can the others introduce their origins?" When Cheyenne an old monster said this, his eyes were fixed on the young male cultivator next to the female demon, because among the crowd, only their group had 2 nascent soul cultivators. Based on this point, Cheyenne an old monster felt that these 2 people were very suspicious. After all, if he were to come to this dangerous place, he would at least find a helper of the same level. HMPH. Junior brother Luo is a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator of our Demon Flame sect. Old monster Cheyenne Han, you are hinting at something. Are you doubting us? Fairy Zuansha said coldly. Everyone was attracted by the tit-for-tat atmosphere between the 2 parties, but did not notice that Luo Hong and Han Li raised their eyebrows at the same time. The two of them had extremely powerful spiritual consciousness, especially Luo Hong. After refining countless soul-nourishing beads, his Yuanshan realm had broken through to the 6th evolution. Although the secret method of cultivator surnamed Lu was very mysterious and could deceive the famous old monster Xianhun, it could not deceive the two of them. In the spiritual sense, cultivator surnamed Lu was not a newly promoted cultivator, but the only cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul among the crowd except for old monster Xianhun. Surname Lu? Could it be the direct descendant of Taoist friend King Guiyang of Demon Flame Sect? Han Shikun looked up and down at the young male cultivator and said uncertainly, I'm Lu Lan, the former young master of the Demon Flame Sect. I have only broken through the nascent soul realm for a few years. I'm still in seclusion to consolidate my nascent soul, and I have not yet held the nascent soul ceremony. The old demon King Guiyang had an excited look on his face, which was completely in line with the characteristics of a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, and there was no flaw in it. The Demon Flame Sect was quite powerful, and the old monster Xianhun did not want to show too much hostility. He turned his eyes and moved to Han Li. I'm Han Li, the newly promoted Grand Elder of the Luo Sect. If he concealed the truth at this time, it would be extremely troublesome if it was exposed. Besides, his current identity was very clean, and there was no need to make up another one. Thinking of this, Han Li directly told the truth. I'm Luo Hong, the Grand Elder of the Yellow Maple Valley. Following Han Li, Luo Hong also spoke. So it's brother Luo, I have heard of your name for a long time. The old monster Xianhun was stunned when he heard the words, and then bowed with a little fear. My relatives are treating me to dinner tonight, so the update will be a little late. The makeup update will be postponed to tomorrow. I'm very sorry. Chapter 339, A Mountain of Corpses. Luo Hong's cultivation in the early stage of the nascent soul is not worthy of praise, but his strange magical power that can kill giant and cultivators thousands of miles away makes Shine an old monster dare not despise him. Damn it. Another troublesome guy. King Guiyang old demon nodded slightly to Luo Hong on the surface, but he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Now we can only hope that the lord of the mansion has awakened and then take advantage of the chaos to separate from these troublesome people. Thinking of this, King Guiyang old demon couldn't help but glance at Yanjing. This monk's cultivation is only in the early stage of the nascent soul, but the Buddhist magical power has always been somewhat restrained against the magical power of the devil, and the other party has an extraordinary background. He is also a person worthy of fear. The degree of danger is even higher than Luo Hong, second only to Shine an old monster. I dare not. Xianhun Daoyao has been roaming in Xianan for hundreds of years and is known as the first person among the casual cultivators. Luo Mao should have heard of your great name for a long time. Luo Hong smiled and replied politely. As a nascent soul cultivator who has gained fame in recent years, Xianhun old monster has never seen Luo Hong, but he has heard a lot of rumors about him. In particular, he knows that Luo Hong is responsible for sealing the evil demon and has not left his residence for decades. He is the least likely to be the culprit of this change. Therefore, for Shine an old monster, Luo Hong is the best person to join forces with. So, he changed his cold demeanor and tried to be more friendly and said, Daoyao Luo, you are too kind. I heard that you have cultivated to the nascent soul stage at the age of 200. It really makes me ashamed. I believe that you will become a famous cultivator in Xianan in the future. Luo dare not think so. Every bottleneck in the nascent soul stage cannot be crossed by meditation alone. If there is no opportunity, it is difficult to make further progress, even if you sit for hundreds of years. And opportunities are so rare. I don't know how many Daoists have died for them throughout the ages. Luo Han shook his head and sighed, feeling very depressed. Arriving at an extremely dangerous place with Han Lao Mo, Luo Hong was already very nervous. As a result, someone grabbed him and milked him wildly, which made him terrified. Fellow Daoist Luo, don't be too modest. With the spell skills you have shown, you are the best here. It's not easy for you to protect yourself. Xianhun old monster looked at Luo Hong with a smile, as if saying, boy, I know some of your details. Don't try to hide behind me and fish. Haha, fellow Daoist Xianan knows Luo. Yes, Luo has some tricks, so don't worry about it. Luo Hong's smile changed, and his expression was slightly cold. Xianhun old monster was stunned when he heard this. Luo Hong's words clearly rejected his request for cooperation. As the person with the highest cultivation here, he did not expect this result in the end. He immediately became dissatisfied and a little suspicious in his eyes. After all, Luo Hong's choice was obviously a bit against common sense. Could it be that he is confident that his magical powers are not inferior to mine? Looking at the two people complimenting each other, Zenlan almost showed disdain, thinking in her heart, this person's cultivation is not even at the late stage of the nascent soul, but he dares to call himself the #1 casual cultivator. I'm afraid he can't live up to his reputation. That Luo Hong is even more abominable. In front of the disciples of Huaxin sect, he dared to accept the flattery of the strongest spell. If it were in southern Xinjiang, just this sentence would be enough to kill him dozens of times. Although Zenlan was full of indignation, the situation was stronger than the person, so she could only suppress all these in her heart and silently comfort herself not to care about a group of barbarians from the remote cultivation world. On the other side, Han Yunsky, who was standing behind Han Shiquan, stared with her beautiful eyes wide open, and her eyes kept wandering on Luo Hong and Han Li. Brother Luo and Brother Han have actually cultivated to the nascent soul realm, which is too scary. Back then, when they were all cultivators in the key refining stage, Han Leomo's cultivation was even worse than Han Yun's. But now, the other party is already a high-ranking Yuanying cultivator, but she has to rely on the secret method of her blood relatives to help her break through the giant stage. In contrast, Han Yunzi couldn't help but feel frustrated, but she was still sincerely happy for the two people who had helped her a lot. Of course, after more than 200 years of polishing, Han Yunzi is no longer the simple girl of the past, and her thoughts are not revealed on the surface. Monk Yanjing, do you know what kind of Buddhist forbidden method is covering this place? How can we get out? After being rejected by Luo Hong, Xianhun old monster's temper became worse, and he asked coldly and unceremoniously, the hall where everyone is located cannot be restrained by spiritual consciousness. As long as a little exploration is done, it can be known that there is no door in the hall. Therefore, the first problem faced by everyone who wants to escape is how to get out of this golden hall. If I'm not mistaken, this hall is the famous Great Sumeru Vajra forbidden by our Buddhist sect. It cannot be broken by those below the level of incarnation. Whether it is because of the technique, or simply because of his good temper, Yanjing always has a kind smile on his face. Unbreakable by those below the level of incarnation? Then we will be trapped to death here. Zenlan's face turned pale and her delicate body trembled. However, as soon as she finished her exclamation, she found something wrong. Except for her, the others were calm when they heard the news. So it is the 10 great divine forbiddens of ancient times. It seems that this place is indeed a secret place handed down from ancient times. Luo Hong observed the Sanskrit patterns wandering on the walls and the ground with great interest, muttering to himself. What are you talking about, monk? Since the Buddhist painting has teleported us here, it is impossible to trap us to death here. I don't believe that your ancestor has not explained it. Xianhun old monster said what everyone was thinking. The Buddhist sect left behind the animal skin Buddha paintings, naturally wanting to give future generations a way to enter this place, so that they could do something. My Lion sect has not been without great disaster since its inheritance. Many secrets have long been lost in the long river of time. I don't know much more than you donors. However, I do know a spell that matches the Great Sumeru Vajra ban, and now I can give it a try. Yanjing said, and then he recited the spell openly and deliberately slowed down his speech so that everyone could remember it. After reciting a spell that was neither long nor short, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from Yanjing's head, covering him completely. After a breath, the golden light disappeared, and Yanjing had disappeared from the spot. For a moment, everyone's expressions changed. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were suspicious. As if they were afraid that Yanjing would run away, everyone began to recite the spell. Soon after, several golden beams of light descended almost in no particular order, taking everyone away from the golden palace. After the golden light disappeared, the first thing Xianlun did was to search for Yanjing. As a result, To his surprise, Yang Jing was standing not far from him, with a smile on his face, as if he had never left. Luo Hong also breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he wanted to judge others by his own standards, but that this place was too closely related to Buddhism. To be on the safe side, he would never let Yang Jing out of his sight for too long. Oh my god. What on earth is this place? Suddenly, a terrified female voice came, and Zenlan's eyes widened, looking forward with a pale face. Luo Hong looked up, and his pupils shrank immediately. He saw that outside a layer of golden light, there were mountains of corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky here was full of waxy yellow clouds, and the mountains of corpses were filled with pale yellow mist. The exposed heads and limbs were intertwined so densely that one could feel as if falling into an ice cave at a glance. There were so many corpses that Luo Hong and the others could not help but guess that this place was the legendary Netherworld, the place of reincarnation. Such a heavy corpse gas. Even with my cultivation, if I were to be infected, I would probably be poisoned by corpse poison. Xianhun old monster frowned, staring at the pale yellow mist floating outside the golden light shield, and had a basic understanding of the danger of this place. If there were no corresponding magic weapons to protect the body, in order to resist the erosion of corpse gas, it would be necessary to continuously consume mana to maintain the protective spirit shield. And this place is obviously very large, and it will not be explored in a short time. Do we have to take the risk of flying high? Xianhun old monster glanced at the top of the corpse fog hundreds of feet high and the area under the yellow cloud, and could not help but hesitate. Flying in the air in an unfamiliar and dangerous place is equivalent to putting oneself under the eyes of all possible dangers, which is a sure way to death. Unless there is no other way, Xianhun old monster does not want to do this. Donors, take a look at your palms. Just when Xianhun was worried, Yang Jing suddenly spoke. Luo Hong raised his right palm and saw a golden Sanskrit pattern that had been imprinted on his palm. At this time, Yang Jing's voice came to his ears again. This is the Vajra talisman. Donors only need to pour their magic power into it, and they can borrow the power of forbidden magic to protect themselves. So that's it. This should also be the arrangement of the ancient Buddhists. Luo Hong tried it, and confirmed that only a small amount of magic power was needed to make a layer of golden light appear on the body surface. The Vajra-like Buddhist breath is the best thing to restrain the corpse ki. Now that the erosion of corpse ki is no longer a problem, the next step is to consider where to explore and find a way out. The place where everyone was teleported to was the top of the Golden Hall. This hall was more than 100 feet high, so everyone's vision was still quite wide. Although there were many corpse mountains blocking them, after looking around, everyone still found a mountain far away that was several times higher than the surrounding corpse mountains. If there is a way out here, the mountain with only a black shadow is definitely the most likely place. Except for Zenlan, who is a little ignorant of the world. All the cultivators present are smart people. Needless to say, under the leadership of Shine an old monster, everyone flew out of the golden light shield one after another and headed towards the huge mountain. Luo Hong deliberately fell behind everyone at this time, taking advantage of the opportunity when everyone was just entering the corpse gas cloud, and was alert to possible attacks, and had no time to take care of him, and secretly gathered his magic power in his eyes. Suddenly, a layer of light golden spiritual light emerged, and the scenery in front of Luo Hong moved forward rapidly. In an instant, he seemed to be standing at the foot of the huge mountain, and saw it clearly. What surprised Luo Hong was that this mountain was not made of corpses, but a black stone mountain with jagged rocks. It was just that the shape was a bit strange, with high bulges on both sides and a concave in the middle, which did not look like a naturally formed mountain. Since there was no major discovery, Luo Hong did not look at it anymore. Once the magic power gathered in his eyes dissipated, the scene in front of him returned to normal. Then, Luo Hong followed the crowd calmly. After passing through the golden light shield, a strong stench of corpses hit him in the face, choking him so much that he had to close his sense of smell. Although everyone escaped from the golden light shield, they were eager to know where this place was, but no one dared to approach the corpse mountain to investigate. Everyone knew that in such a dense environment of corpse gas, a very powerful corpse king would definitely be born. If you rashly approach the corpse mountain, you will probably be killed by it. Sure enough, before everyone flew 1,000 feet, a nearby corpse mountain trembled violently, as if something was about to rush out of the corpse mountain. Just when everyone was hesitating whether to fight or retreat, a Buddhist seal with a radius of dozens of feet suddenly appeared on the top of the corpse mountain. In a few breaths, the things hidden inside the corpse mountain quieted down. Although it was just a false alarm, it also made everyone's heart rise to their throats, and they tried to stay away from the corpse mountain as much as possible when flying away. Gradually, everyone split into 4 teams. Needless to say, Luo Hong naturally got together with Han Lao Mo. Zenlan always flew beside Monk Yanjing, as if she regarded him as a backer. The old demon King Guiyang and the fairy Zuansha were inseparable, but Han Shiquan, who was also a cultivator from the 6th sex of the demonic path, did not choose to join forces with these 2 demons. He was a family member who knew his own business. It was common for demon cultivators to cheat each other. If you were in such a dangerous place and had to be on guard against the people around you, you would basically have no chance of survival. Therefore, Han Shiquan and Han Yangzi flew near the old monster Xianhan, but because of the old monster's unpredictable temper, they did not get too close. The old monster Xianhan was relatively relieved about Han Shiquan and the others. After all, as long as you carefully investigate, you can find that Han Shiquan's breath is slightly unstable, which is clearly a sign that he had been injured before and has not recovered. In this case, the possibility that the other party is the culprit is infinitely small. Moreover, the Yuling sect is well known for controlling spirit beasts and driving spirit insects. If they encounter dangerous places, it will be much easier to find the way with the help of the other party. Han Li's eyes swept over everyone lightly, and he felt that everyone had their own ulterior motives, which made him feel a headache. Fortunately, senior brother Luo was also there, otherwise this situation would be extremely difficult to break. As he was thinking this, Luo Hong's voice with a bitter smile sounded in his heart. Junior brother Han, is this change caused by you? Based on the clues known so far, Luo Hong believes that Lu Lion of the Demon Flame sect is the most suspicious. Calculating the time, Han Lao Mo should be in Zedao Mountain to avenge Xin Ruian at this time, and the Fu family of Zedao Mountain has a lot to do with the Demon Flame sect. With this connection, Luo Hong basically determined that Han Lao Mo was related to this change. Senior brother Luo, me too in fact. Not long after Han Li entered the Golden Hall, he recalled the strangeness of the extermination of the family, and he had already understood it in his heart. He was about to explain something by voice transmission when he heard a fierce howling sound. He saw a mountain of corpses surging, and dozens of horrible mummies covered in mottled silver armor rolled out. I was drunk yesterday, so I postponed it. I'm guilty, so I decided to get the badge of habitual explosion, starting from today. Chapter 340 Silver Armored Corpse General. Silver Armored Corpse General. Zenlan exclaimed when she saw the mummy, took out a black bell, and held it in her palm, her face showing a nervous look. Everyone is familiar with corpse refining. Iron armored corpses correspond to cultivators in the late stage of key refining. Copper armored corpses correspond to cultivators in the foundation building stage, and the silver armored corpse corresponds to a cultivator in the giant stage. In theory, when corpse refining reaches the level of silver armor, it can be flesh and soul and give birth to spiritual wisdom. But these silver armored corpses that suddenly appeared, their eyes were as black as ink, and they looked like crazy. They were not afraid of Luo Hong and others at all, and they rushed to kill them with a surge of corpse energy around them. Han Li was the closest, so he was attacked by the most silver armored corpses. He snorted coldly and threw out several flying swords, which turned into green sword lights and circled the silver armored corpses that attacked. However, what shocked Han Li was that his King's Hu Fengian sword only cut shallow sword marks on the surface of these silver armored corpses and did not cut them into several pieces as he expected. You know, although his flying swords have not yet been integrated with Zhengjin, they have also been integrated with a lot of other rare spiritual materials, and their sharpness is definitely not low. With the blessing of his mana in the early stage of Yuanying, even if he can't easily kill the silver armored corpse, he shouldn't be almost unable to hurt the opponent. Seeing the silver armored corpse approaching, Han Li was about to use the evil repelling divine thunder in the flying sword, but when he remembered that senior brother Luo was right beside him, he immediately gave up the idea. Then, he sacrificed several flying swords, changed from slashing to stabbing, and knocked the attacking silver armored corpse back. While Han Li was dealing with the silver armored corpse, Xianhan, Liu Gui and others were also using their own methods. King Guiyang Old Demon shot out several balls of green magic flames, burning the 3 silver armored corpses that attacked into 3 fire corpses, but in order to conceal his own cultivation, he deliberately controlled the power of King Guiyang magic fire. As a result, the 3 silver armored corpses were still able to move, even when the magic flames burned their bodies. It seems that they can't be refined in a short time. Seeing that Han Li and Lu Lian had failed to deal with the silver armored corpse, which was equivalent to a giant and cultivator, he frowned. Of course, he did not look down on them. After so many years of cultivation, his eyes were sharp, and he could see the power of Han Li's flying sword and Lu Lian's magic flame. In this case, it could only be the silver armored corpse here that had something unique. Xianhan's thoughts turned, and he sacrificed a 1-foot-long crescent-shaped flying knife with a golden glow. With a urge of his mind, the crescent-shaped flying knife immediately spun and flew out in a black mass, and in the blink of an eye it reached the neck of a silver armored corpse. The flying knife turned into a cold light and circled around the neck of the silver armored corpse. Suddenly, the head of the silver armored corpse tilted to the side and fell straight down. The headless silver armored corpse's corpse key quickly overflowed from its body, and it fell to the ground like a dead object after a while of waving its fangs and claws. After killing a silver armored corpse in a few breaths, Xianhan Old Monster was not happy. His golden moon flying knife was infused with the extremely precious Gengjin, but even so, when beheading the silver armored corpse, he still felt a little bit of effort. A mere silver armored corpse can have a body that is difficult to be injured by magic weapons, so if it encounters a golden armored corpse king, wouldn't even his golden moon flying knife be unable to cut it? While thinking about the countermeasures at that time, Xianhan Old Monster drove the golden moon flying knife to continuously kill the silver armored corpse, and Han Shiquan, who was closest to him, did not completely rely on him. Han Shiquan slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist and summoned a spirit toad as big as a house and covered with poison. As soon as this toad appeared, it spit out its long tongue at a speed invisible to the naked eye, rolled up the 2 silver armored corpses nearby, and then dragged them into its mouth. Then, the toad's throat bulged and swallowed the 2 silver armored corpses into its stomach. After repeating this several times, all the silver armored corpses around Han Shiquan were wiped out, and the speed of killing was 3 times faster than that of Xianhan Old Monster. The toad that swallowed 7 or 8 silver armored corpses in a row did not show any bulging in its abdomen, as if those silver armored corpses were not swallowed into its abdomen, but were sent to a strange space. There were not many silver armored corpses on Yanjing's side, and most of them were transcended by him with the magical power of the Buddhist big handprint, leaving only one to fight fiercely with Zenlan. At this time, more than 10 silver armored corpses faced by Luo Hong, and the others came back. Although Xianhan Old Monster had freed his hands, he did not intend to help, obviously wanting to see Luo Hong's strange magical power. Luo Hong did not disappoint him. He slowly stretched out his right fist and aimed at the group of silver armored corpses that were attacking. Suddenly, he suddenly changed his fist into a palm, and a black eyeball appeared in his palm. Then, a black beam of light shot out from the black eyeball, covering several silver armored corpses. Suddenly, these ferocious and mindless silver armored corpses screamed, and the extremely rich corpse ki rushed out of their bodies. Not long after, these silver armored corpses all exploded and died in a bang bang sound. The Eye of Zuan. Just as Xianhan and others were guessing the origin of Luo Hong's magical power, the greedy exclamation of the fairy Zuansha came from afar. The Eye of Zuan is a treasure that the demon cultivators who practice Yinsha type exercises dream of. Not only can they use it to display the famous Chimishengan and defeat all the ghosts and monsters in the world, but it can also increase their cultivation speed and the power of other Yinsha type exercises. The Eye of Zuan has appeared several times in Xianan's history, but the pure Yin key required for its cultivation is extremely difficult to find, so there has never been a Zuan Eye that has reached the level of Yuanying. but the one in Luo Hong's palm can easily kill the silver armored corpse general, and it has reached the level of yuanying. Not to mention, Fairy Zuansha also knew that, after crossing the mountain of corpses, they would reach a place full of Zuanine ghost energy. By then, this eye would absorb a lot of Zuanine ghost energy, and its power would probably increase greatly. Brother. In excitement, Fairy Zuansha actually ignored the presence of many monks of the same level, and sent a message to King Guyang Old Demon. Junior sister, don't worry. When I get the blood god pill, I will kill this man for you. King Guyang Old Demon actually didn't want to cause trouble, but he knew his junior sister's temper very well. If he didn't say something to comfort her, she would definitely not be able to help, but take action privately. Besides, with the help of the Zuanine Eye, they would be more confident when they leave the ghost house. Blood god pill? It sounds like a good thing. Luo Hong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at Han Old Demon beside him. Seeing that he had the same expression, the two couldn't help but smile tacitly. After dealing with all the silver armored corpses, the Zuanine Eye in Luo Hong's palm closed, and he also put down his arm. After more than 20 years of sparring and consuming a lot of soul stones, it is not surprising that the Eye of Zuanine has the power it has today. In addition, Luo Hong did not refine the Eye of Zuanine into his palm, but only applied the method of refining treasures to it, so that it can be hidden in his body. Capture the residual soul. Listen to my command. A delicate voice came from not far away. Luo Hong sensed the power of the spell that he had been exposed to every day in recent years, and couldn't help but turn his head to look. After some hard work, Zenlan controlled a silver armored corpse with the power of the poisonous insect and the spell. She shook the soul driving bell and ordered the corpse to protect herself in front of her, and her face showed joy. It's a pity that I only have one brain-eating poison on me. Otherwise, with the soul capturing spell, I can catch a few more silver armored corpses. The corpse aura and the hardness of the body of the silver armored corpses here are not comparable to ordinary silver armored corpses. If she catches a few, she is afraid that she can compete with the Yuanian cultivators. Never mind, I can't be too greedy. Just controlling this one takes up most of my spiritual consciousness. I can't control more. Thinking of this, Zenlan was about to throw out several kinds of spiritual materials to simply refine the silver armored corpse in order to strengthen control. Suddenly, her spiritual sense moved, and she turned her head to the side, just in time to meet Luo Hong's sight. Humph. Cheyenne monk, you have seen the power of my Huark's insect's secret spells. Zenlan raised her chin coquettishly and thought proudly. It's an interesting fluctuation of the soul. Although the spiritual consciousness contained is weak, the way it works is very clever. If she can perform it again, I should be able to reverse the internal vibration method of the spell. Luo Hong's eyes moved slightly, and he gradually had an idea in his mind. Although he used the soul nourishing beads to learn to advanced spells, he had a serious lack of spells between low level and high level spells. His current spell attainments are like a high tower that is broken in half in the middle. The missing part makes it difficult for him to stack floors higher. However, since Luo Hong was standing at a high place, it was very easy for him to understand and comprehend the spell. In addition, his powerful Yuan Shen, which was equivalent to that of an early stage cultivator, made it possible for him to learn and use it with greater power immediately if anyone cast a spell in front of him, even if it was only once or twice. Brother Han, the crying soul is even better than the Eye of the Mysterious Yin in restraining ghosts and monsters. Is it moving at the moment? Luo Hong secretly sent a message to Han Lao Mo. The crying soul is in a very strange state. It wants to come out, but it is very afraid. Han Li sent a message while collecting the silver corpse armor left after the explosion of the silver armored corpse. As long as the ordinary corpse ghost senses the breath of the weeping soul, it will flee. On the contrary, the weeping soul will naturally feel fear when it senses the ghost corpse king whose strength is far greater than its own. Junior brother, there must be an extremely powerful corpse king here. If it is not absolutely necessary, please do not release the weeping soul to avoid irritating the other party. In addition, I have suppressed the purple pattern between my eyebrows with mystical techniques. Junior brother, you can use the evil repelling divine thunder without worrying about me. Luo Hong took the half of the silver corpse armor handed over by Han Lao Mo and whispered. That's really the best. Junior brother has just advanced to the nascent soul stage and has not had time to practice several powerful magical powers. Only this evil repelling divine thunder can be used. If it cannot be driven freely, it will be a headache. Hanli was overjoyed. In this evil place, being able to use the evil repelling divine thunder to protect oneself is definitely a matter of great peace of mind. The silver corpse armor on the surface of the silver armored corpse general, which is condensed by corpse key, is a rare refining material. Luo Hong's side is the easiest to collect because all the silver armored corpses died by exploding, but Shinan and others still need some time. During this period, Luo Hong flew to Han Shiquan. I will write another chapter of 3000 yuan later to make up 10,000 yuan, but I don't know if I can finish it before 12 o'clock. Daily, please vote for me. Chapter 341, Learning in Person. Fellow Daoist Han, please forgive me for being abrupt. May I ask what is the relationship between you and Miss Han? Luo Hong stopped a few feet away from Han Shiquan and bowed with good intentions. Yunzi is Han's last blood relative in the world. This is a well-known fact in the Yuling sect. Why do you ask this, fellow Daoist Luo? Han Shiquan looked at Luo Hong with suspicion and said with caution. Fellow Daoist Han has misunderstood. Luo has no ill intentions. To be honest, Luo and Miss Han are old acquaintances. When Miss Han was still a disciple of Ling Shao Mountain, she helped Luo. Luo Hong originally did not intend to expose his relationship with Han Yunzi so quickly. After all, if he helped her secretly, she would be safer. But now that the existence of the powerful Corpse King has been confirmed, Luo Hong had to make some preparations. Brother Luo, you are too polite. I have received your kindness many times in the past, and what I have done in return is just a drop of water. Han Yunzi bowed deeply and said softly. Although she didn't know why Luo Hong suddenly came to recognize her, she still responded very cooperatively. There is such a connection. Yunzi, why didn't you tell your uncle earlier? Although Han Shiquan's tone was a little blaming, his face was kind, and it was obvious that he didn't really take this matter to heart. Yunzi was also surprised by brother Luo's current cultivation, so I hesitated and didn't tell you. I hope your uncle won't be offended. Han Yunzi said with shame. Haha, this is human nature. How could the uncle blame you? Han Shiquan kindly comforted Han Yunzi, then turned around and bowed to Luo Hong, saying, Dao Luo, you came here specially. I guess it's not just to meet Yunzi. May I ask what you can do for me? I don't deserve your advice, but I do have something to discuss. Luo Hong then transmitted the matter to Han Shiquan, who pondered for a while and nodded slightly to show his agreement. Then, Han Shiquan moved his mind and ordered the spirit toad to open its mouth and spit out 2 silver armored corpses in a row. The bodies of these 2 silver armored corpses were intact, and there was not much mucus from the spirit toad's body on them, so it was obvious that they were not really swallowed into the stomach just now. This spirit toad is most likely the golden toad with treasures, described in the classics, with a small space in its body. If the cultivation level is not at the nascent soul stage, or there is no space related magic weapon, once it is swallowed by it, it will be trapped to death. With a change of mind, Luo Hong used the magic hammer, and with 2 booms, the 2 silver armored corpses were hammered, and their tendons and bones were broken. Although they were still roaring in extreme ferocity, they could not move freely, and were easily restrained by Luo Hong's magic power. What a powerful ancient treasure. Han Shiquan was shocked. The body of the silver armored corpse here was unusually hard, not much different from that of the golden armored corpse king in the outside world, but the opponent's ancient treasure could easily smash it and seriously injure it. Xianhun old monster snorted indifferently, as if he disdained the power of the magic hammer. After restraining the 2 silver armored corpses, Luo Hong brought them and flew to Zenlan. In the other's surprised eyes, he said, fellow Daoist Zen, please also capture the souls of these 2 silver armored corpses. Give one to Miss Han for self-defense, and the other will be your reward. Zenlan glanced at the beautiful Han Yunzi and said with a sly smile, Senior Luo is really kind to women. However, although I want this silver armored corpse very much, I'm really powerless. Please don't make things difficult for me. Hearing this, Luo Hong frowned slightly, then his eyes turned, and he sighed regretfully. I have also heard of the immortal transformation sect in the southern border of the Great Jin dynasty, but when I saw it today, I realized that the rumors were exaggerated. It turns out that the spells of the immortal transformation sect must be used in conjunction with goo worms. I took it for granted, and fellow Daoist Zen don't have to make things difficult for you. Upon hearing Luo Hong belittle the spells of Huaxin sect, Zenlan's temper immediately rose. Regardless of Luo Hong's status as an ascent soul cultivator, she shouted, our Huaxin sect is the #1 spell sect in the human world. How can we allow the senior to slander it at will? Aren't they just 2 silver armored corpses? I will capture their souls now, and make them obey my orders. As soon as the voice fell, Zenlan flipped her palm, and took out 2 wooden tablets with green meridians. Then she cast the soul capturing spell, captured the residual soul in one of the silver armored corpses, and introduced it into the wooden tablet. Then, Zenlan stretched out her index finger, squeezed out her blood, and drew a mysterious rune pattern on the wooden tablet. Finally, she spit out a mouthful of pure mana, which made the soul binding tablet take shape quickly. After making this first soul binding tablet, Zenlan's face turned pale, as if this action had caused her a lot of damage. But in order not to weaken the reputation of Huaxin sect, she gritted her teeth and persisted, and soon made the second soul binding tablet. Senior, how is it? Zenlan's face was as white as snow. She took out the pill with her trembling hands and swallowed it, still not forgetting to let Luo Hong give in. This girl is so naive that I feel a little embarrassed. Luo Hong didn't expect Zenlan to fight so hard. She could have adjusted her breath for a moment before making the second one. Dao Zen is worthy of being a disciple of Huaxin sect. His methods are extraordinary. Luo admires him. The reputation of Huaxin sect is not exaggerated. The pill Zenlan took seemed to be of extremely high grade. Within a few breaths, her face regained color and vitality. Sister Lan knew that I had brought honor to Huaxin sect, and she would definitely praise me. Buddha has mercy on me. Little Donor Zen is innocent and naive. As a senior, you, Donor Luo, should not bully her. Yanjing seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, and spoke for Zenlan with a smile. Master, you have a keen eye, but you are worrying too much. I always like fair trade and advocate win-win. How can I let a junior suffer a loss? As he said that, Luo Hong threw out a black bead with cloud patterns. This is a spell talisman made by Luo. Fellow Daoist Zen only needs to touch it with his spiritual consciousness to activate its power, and help you kill the powerful enemies of the same level. Spell talisman? Spells can also be made into talismans? Zenlan blinked her eyes. She had never heard of spells making talismans. She couldn't help but observe the spell talisman bead in her hand curiously. However, because it would be activated by the spiritual consciousness, she couldn't see any tricks with her naked eyes. Master Luo has amazing talent. If he travels to Dajin in the future, I hope that Lion sect can do its best to be a good host. Yanjing's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He smiled as if he saw through Luo Hong's intentions. Haha, if there is a chance, I will definitely bother you. Luo Hong responded with a smile, and then took a soul binding card and the corresponding silver armored corpse, and fled to Han Yunsky. Miss Han, the road ahead is dangerous, don't be vigilant. After handing the things to her, Luo Hong warned her with a hint of meaning, and then went to meet Han Lao. Corpse monsters can absorb corpse ki to recover from injuries. With the extremely rich corpse ki here, it won't take long for this silver armored corpse to recover, enough to block some dangers for Han Yunsky. Senior brother Luo, are you interested in Miss Han? As soon as Luo Hong flew close, Han Li transmitted a slightly nervous voice. Han Lao was not jealous. His feelings for Han Yunsky were purely brotherly and sisterly. Han Yunsky filled the position of Han Lao's best little sister when he was young, and it was not surprising for him to have such a reaction when he saw Luo Hong caring so much about Han Yunsky's safety. I have a Taoist partner now, so don't joke with me. You don't need to ask any more questions. You will understand why I did this. After Luo Hong responded with a voice transmission, he continued to fly towards the Blackstone Mountain in the distance with the old monster Shanhan who was leading the way. Since Luo Hong said so, Han Li naturally didn't ask any more questions and flew away silently with a little curiosity. Because it was too dangerous to get close to the corpse mountain, and it was not safe to fly too high, everyone was winding through the gaps between the corpse mountains. Just after bypassing 3 corpse mountains that were more than 100 feet high, another group of silver armored corpses rushed out, among which there was a corpse monster with half gold and half silver corpse armor on its body. Not good. It's a half-step corpse king. You guys deal with the other silver armored corpses, and I'll meet this colleague. The old monster Shinhan shouted in horror. What he was just worried about happened so quickly. Sensing that the half-step corpse king was much stronger than the silver armored corpse, everyone's faces changed, and even Yanjing, who had been smiling, couldn't help but show a solemn look. However, just when everyone was about to use their own methods to fight the corpse monsters, a light and heavy sound of the capture command reached their ears. Capture. As soon as the capture command was issued, the half-step corpse king, who had caused everyone's great tension, and the silver armored corpses flew out with extremely broken white shadows, and in an instant they gathered in Luo Hong's outstretched right palm. Suddenly, the corpse monsters that had been roaring fiercely all quieted down. Soul capture curse. Impossible. This is the unique spell of my Huaxin sect. Where did you learn it from? Zenlan was extremely shocked. She couldn't figure out how Cheyenne and Cultivator could secretly learn the secret spell of the Huaxin sect. Wait. Could it be that I just... Zenlan looked at Yanjing beside her in disbelief. Don't blame yourself too much, Mr. Zen. Mr. Luo is extremely talented. Even if your clan leader knew about this, he would not blame you. Yanjing seemed to be able to read minds and comforted him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a spell be so easy to learn secretly? I don't believe it. Senior Luo must have used a spell with a similar effect to the soul snatching curse. That's right. That's it. How could the soul snatching curse take away so many corpses above silver armor at once? Senior Luo must have used some high level spell that I don't know. Zenlan kept making up reasonable explanations in her mind. It seemed that if she stopped, she would go crazy. It's not her fault that her Tao heart is fragile. It's really Luo Hong's performance that is too scary. If he can really learn a spell by watching someone perform it 2 or 3 times, then wouldn't the disciples of the Huaxin sect who have spent decades, even hundreds of years, painstakingly studying spells become a joke? If Luo Hong knew what Zenlan was thinking at this moment, he would definitely sigh that the classical feeling stream of immortal cultivation is harmful to people. After casting a group soul-stealing spell with Liu Yan's soul, Luo Hong suddenly became the master of this group of silver-armored corpses. With a thought, he ordered the group of corpses to fly towards everyone, forming a big circle and encircling everyone. Fellow Daoist Luo, what do you want to do? Xianhan said in a cold tone, full of fear. Chapter 342 Flying Corpse. Don't be nervous, fellow Daoist Xianhan. The journey to Black Peak is long. If there are always silver armored corpses or even gold armored corpses blocking the way, we don't know when we can reach Black Peak. Moreover, there is a high possibility that there are more ferocious corpse monsters in Black Peak. We need to conserve our magic power as much as possible before arriving. With my spiritual sense, it is already the limit for me to drive this group of silver armored corpses. I can't fight against the countless corpse monsters lurking here. Therefore, I want these silver armored corpses to stimulate the corpse ki and cover up our breath so that we can have a smooth journey. Luo Hong explained calmly so that Shinan and others could let down their guard. What fellow Daoist Luo said is very much to my liking. Judging from the frequency of corpse monsters appearing now, our mana should be almost exhausted before we get close to Black Peak. The key is that there is no spiritual energy in this place, and I believe that you all have limited elixirs to restore mana. I don't know what to do now, so we must save as much as possible. Knowing that Han Yunzi and Luo Hong had a past, Han Shiquan immediately trusted Luo Hong a lot more and wanted to get closer to them. Fellow Daoist Luo has great magical powers. He can subdue so many silver armored corpses in a blink of an eye. Even the Xianxia sect of our demonic sect dare not say that they have such means. Fairy Zuansha covered her mouth with a pretentious smile. Although she didn't say it clearly, she agreed with Luo Hong's proposal. I don't want to waste my mana by getting entangled with these endless corpse monsters. Fellow Daoist Luo, it depends on your methods. After a brief shock, Shanhan's mood quickly calmed down. After all, although he couldn't see through Luo Hong's methods, if there were only dozens of silver armored corpses, they would not pose a real threat to him. During the discussion, no one asked Yanjing for his opinion. Because of his identity as a Buddhist cultivator, everyone did not force him on the surface, but in fact, they regarded him as a half-captive, and would never allow him to act alone. After the discussion, Luo Hong urged his mind, and made the silver armored corpses controlled by his soul, to stimulate the corpse ki in their bodies. Suddenly, dark yellow corpse ki gushed out around everyone, and under Luo Hong's indirect drive, it gathered into a spherical corpse ki cover with a radius of dozens of feet. It's done. However, although the corpse ki here is extremely dense, the corpses can't maintain this cover for too long. We need to speed up our escape speed and hurry on. Luo Hong made some calculations and reminded everyone. Well, since there is corpse ki covering us, we don't have to be too timid. Let's speed up. After Shine an old monster nodded slightly in response, everyone set out again under the cover of corpse ki. After flying over a dozen corpse mountains without being attacked, everyone gradually became bolder and their escape speed was increased again and again, until it reached the limit of the escape speed of the silver armored corpses. On the way, Luo Hong made some small movements with his spiritual sense far superior to everyone else, while observing the flying corpse mountains, trying to find clues, and infer where this place was. In fact, Luo Hong felt that this place was a bit strange before he encountered the first wave of silver armored corpses. There were obviously piles of corpses, but there was no trace of blood here, let alone the breath of ghosts. After carefully examining the corpses, Luo Hong found that these corpses were all dried corpses that had been drained of blood. Their faces were extremely horrible, and it was difficult to infer where they came from, based on their appearance. But from the objects scattered on the surface of the corpse mountain, they should all be cultivators. Cultivators from the human world in ancient times. In ancient times, the only thing that could cause such serious casualties was the battle between the ancient cultivators and the ancient demons. Could it be that this place is an ancient battlefield? That's not right. Although the ancient cultivators paid a heavy price, the ancient cultivators won this ancient war after all. Why do I only see the corpses of the ancient cultivators at this time, but not the corpses of the ancient demons? According to reason, it should be the other way around. There were too few clues, and Luo Hong couldn't figure out the reason for a while, so he could only continue to make preparations silently. There was no sun or moon in this GD, and everyone didn't have the leisure to count the hours. They only knew that, after about 3 days of flying, they arrived near the Black Peak. There was no stone mountain within hundreds of miles around the Black Peak, revealing the charred and cracked earth, as if it had been burned by flames. The cracks in the charred earth became larger and larger as they approached the Black Peak, and eventually formed a spectacular landscape with rift valleys all over the ground. Brother Luo, the situation with the weeping soul is not right. Perhaps the Corpse King is nearby. Shortly after entering the Rift Valley area, Hanli sent a voice message to Luo Hong. There seems to be something at the bottom of the Rift Valley. I wonder if the other party can see through our disguise. Brother, please be careful. It was unknown what was at the bottom of the Rift Valley that blocked the exploration of the divine sense, and Luo Hong could only vaguely sense some movement. Relying on the cover of Corpse Key, they had a very smooth journey, so even though they discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the Rift Valley, Luo Hong did not tell everyone, and did not intend to strike first. After all, sneaking through this area without alerting the enemy was the best choice. Hanli was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't notice anything unusual, but out of trust in Luo Hong, he raised his magic power. His eyes lit up with a blue spiritual light, and used the clear and bright spiritual eyes to look at the bottom of the rift. What came into view were many corpse monsters with wings on their backs. Most of them held bone spears, and were in a throwing posture. Oh no, we were discovered. Hanli was about to speak to remind everyone, and the corpse monsters threw bone spears together. For a moment, nearly 100 bone spears soared into the sky and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Luo Hong realized that something was wrong when the two-winged corpse monster attacked, but he immediately found that the target of the attack was not them, but the silver-armored corpses that released corpse ki on the periphery. So he hurriedly drove the silver-armored corpses to dodge or release the body-protecting corpse ki. Having just entered the unfamiliar area, everyone was alert. Even though the bone spears came suddenly, they did not panic, and each used their own protective magical powers. Because Luo Hong responded in time, most of the bone spears missed the silver-armored corpses, but at the same time, whether they hit or missed, they all burst violently. For a moment, tiny bone fragments and a pungent yellow-green liquid splashed everywhere. The yellow-green liquid seemed to be very restrained against the silver-armored corpses. Not only could it not block the corpse ki, but as long as it touched a little, a large piece of the corpse would be corroded. In comparison, the effect of this poisonous water on the spiritual shield of the cultivators was not too strong, but if it was attacked by nearly 100 bone spears, the spiritual shield would not be able to hold up. After a round of throwing, most of the silver-armored corpses driven by Luo Hong were destroyed. He simply collected the remaining 10 or so, stretched out his hand, and took out the fire flag, ready to deal with subsequent attacks. Without the cover of the silver-armored corpse ki, Luo Hong and others' human breath was revealed, and suddenly bursts of sharp whistles broke out at the bottom of the rift. In a few breaths, countless double-winged corpse monsters flew out of the rift valley and pounced on everyone with scalded eyes. At the same time, a rumbling sound of earth and rock collapse came from a rift valley, as if some huge monster was about to drill out of it. This scene was like poking a hornet's nest, and everyone couldn't help but hesitate whether to fight or retreat at this time. Because King Guiyang Old Demon knew some of the situation here, he made the fastest decision and immediately rushed to Black Peak with Zuansha. The magic flames on the two of them rose, turning into two balls of fire, one blue and one grey. All the flying corpses that approached were burned to ashes, and the thrown bone spears could not get close to them, and they immediately distanced themselves from everyone. Seeing this, Shianhan Old Monster followed without thinking. At first, he only suspected Zuansha and the others, but now he was sure that the two of them were up to something. Facing the flying corpses blocking the way, Shianhan Old Monster sacrificed an ancient golden ring treasure as thick as his wrist, and with a push of his magic power, he turned it from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 4. In a flash, a large number of golden rings appeared around the body of the old monster Shianhan, and they smashed at the flying corpses. I don't know what kind of spiritual material these golden rings are made of. Each one looks small, but it weighs more than 1,000 pounds. The flying corpse is not as hard as the silver-armored corpse. After being smashed by several golden rings, it shattered and died. Han Shiquan was worried about Han Yun's safety, so he couldn't keep up with the speed of the old monster Shianhan, and soon fell into the siege of many flying corpses. The space in the treasure-hiding golden toad is limited, and it can't swallow so many corpse monsters. It can only rely on the long tongue as fast as lightning to resist the enemy. But even though the golden toad is not afraid of the fierce corpse poison of the flying corpse, its speed of killing the flying corpse is still too slow. Even if Han Shiquan and Han Yunzi are also trying their best, the number of flying corpses around them is still increasing instead of decreasing. At this moment, a jet of black light swept past, and the corpse ki in the bodies of all the flying corpses swept by burst out uncontrollably. After struggling for a few times, they exploded and died. With just this one blow, the number of flying corpses around the two of them was greatly reduced. The divine light of the eyes. Daoist Luo, thank you for your help. Han Shiquan was refreshed, grabbed Han Yun's shoulders, and went to the source of the divine light of the eyes. A moment ago, Luo Hong's eyes wandered between the rapidly receding old monster Shianhan and the rumbling rift valley. Finally, his expression condensed, and he said to Han Leono, "Junior brother, you go chase the old monster Shianhan and the others, and I will stay to save people." "Okay, take care." Han Li replied without any hesitation, and then silver wind and thunder wings appeared behind him, and quickly went away with the sound of thunder. All the flying corpses who tried to stop were extinguished by the golden arc of electricity. After watching Han Lao for a moment, Luo Hong sacrificed the Eye of Zuan to rescue Han Yunzi and the others. Then he threw out the fire flag, and with the surge of magic power around him, huge fire dragons continuously emerged from the flag, burning most of the annoying flying corpses. But more flying corpses came from the rift in the distance, as if what Luo Hong did was in vain. Luo Hong certainly knew that the flying corpses were endless, and he was so willing to sacrifice his magic power just to allow himself to concentrate on dealing with the big guy who was about to climb out of the rift. The magic formula in his hand changed, and 4 rays of light wrapped in the fire flag flew out, and finally separated into 5 directions, and stopped above the rift. No matter what kind of ghost you are, take a shot of the 5-element divine thunder first. Chapter 343, Corpse Killer. Under Luo Hong's command, each of the 5-element flags gushed out a stream of pure spiritual energy, which gathered towards the center like colorful clouds. With the sound of crackling electricity, a white thunderball the size of an egg quickly took shape. Suddenly, the pure spiritual energy like colorful clouds turned into a vortex and poured madly into the white thunderball. The aura of the white thunderball rose rapidly, and Luo Hong controlled the balance of the 5-element spiritual energy so that its volume only increased slightly. After a few breaths, the white thunderball grew to the size of a human head. Luo Hong could no longer maintain its internal balance, so he let it fall downwards. At this time, a large amount of soil and rocks in the Rift Valley were thrown into the air, and accompanied by a deafening roar, a head with 4 blood eyes and a bronze helmet that was about 10 feet long appeared. When the giant corpse saw the 5-element of divine thunder that looked like a firefly compared to him, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Explode. As soon as the order was given, the white lightning ball, which was only the size of a head, exploded and turned into a huge lightning ball with a diameter of several feet in an instant. The surface of the lightning ball was jumping with white electric arcs as thick as pythons. Then, a painful roar came from the lightning ball. Luo Hong was about to use another trick, but his ears moved, and he heard a sword sound hidden in the roar. His face changed immediately, and his figure flashed 10 feet away. The next moment, a sword light as thin as silk slashed through the position where he was just now. I saw that a green silk thread appeared on the white lightning ball, and then a pair of bat wings with a wingspan of more than 10 feet suddenly opened, splitting the white lightning ball into 2 halves along the green silk. Countless white electric arcs jumped on the bat wings, leaving it with charred marks everywhere. And between the 2 wings, a flying corpse king with a height of nearly 10 feet and wearing bronze armor was staring at Luo Hong with his only remaining bloodshot eye. As for the blue sword thread that split the 5-element of divine thunder and almost injured Luo Hong, it came from a bronze sword held by the flying corpse king. Haha, I seem to have pissed him off. Luo Hong smiled bitterly. The powerful corpse aura emitted by the flying corpse king was no less than that of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Han Shiquan felt it, and felt cold in his heart. So he turned his escape light, and took Han Yunzi to Yanjing who was standing aside. Although the monk Yanjing offered a golden silk cassock and continuously shot out golden knives to kill the approaching flying corpses, the flying corpse king did not even look at him. Since he appeared, his eyes have never left Luo Hong. At this time, the flying corpse king slowly raised the bronze sword, suddenly flapped his wings, and disappeared on the spot. Luo Hong's pupils shrank, and a white light flashed around him, and then he used the 5-element escape technique to teleport more than 100 feet away. Before Luo Hong's aura of speed faded, the figure of the flying corpse king suddenly appeared and slashed down the bronze sword with all his might. This damn thing is so fast. Luo Hong was secretly surprised by the flying corpse king's speed of escaping, and raised his palm to his danshan, offering the Zenhei pearl. After the sword slashed into the air, the flying corpse king suddenly turned his head, and a flash of blood flashed in his only blood eye, and invisible waves suddenly spread out. A scene of a tragic battle between humans and demons suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hong, and the scene of blood pouring down like rain and life being worthless shocked his mind. Illusion? Humph. Luo Hong just urged his mind, and the battle scene in front of him shattered like a mirror, and then he teleported away without thinking. Sure enough, the flying corpse king seized the moment when Luo Hong fell into the illusion, and rushed over again. After 2 attacks failed, the flying corpse king could not help but roar in anger. After hearing the howl, the flying corpses all screamed in response, dropping their original targets and rushing towards Luo Hong. The howls of countless corpse monsters gathered together and actually formed a kind of magical power, which made Luo Hong's vision blurred. It was fortunate that the corpse monster's main target was him, otherwise, with the fragile bodies of Han Yunzi and others, they would not be able to hold on for a few breaths, and would bleed to death. Master Luo, let me lend you a hand. Monk Yanjing sat upright on the golden silk cassock without knowing when. After shouting loudly, his face became like a furious Vajra, and he uttered rolling Sanskrit sounds. Gradually, the Sanskrit sounds gathered together, like thunder, resounding through the sky, suppressing the corpse's howl. With a swish, the bronze sword of the flying corpse king slashed into the air again. He was so angry that he was about to explode, and his bloodshot eyes swept across to find Luo Hong's position. But at this moment, a cold voice came from very close. Don't think that Luo is afraid of you. Half as the voice sounded, the Zhenhe pearl turned into a stream of light and smashed towards the only remaining blood eye of the flying corpse king. Although the flying corpse king didn't know the power of the Zhenhe pearl, he didn't want to take the attack head on. He fluttered his wings slightly, trying to dodge with his invisible speed. As a result, just as the flying corpse king disappeared, Luo Hong uttered a word softly, fix. At this time, Zenlan, who was guarding Yanjing, had a look of surprise on her face. She looked at Luo Hong in horror. Just now, the curse-eating goo she raised suddenly died. Because the curse is invisible and colorless, when it is launched, it is difficult to detect, especially some evil curses that can make people fall into the curse without knowing it. So every core disciple in the Huarxan sect will raise a curse-eating goo in their body. This goo has a strong sense of curse. Once someone around casts a curse or the goo raiser is cursed, it will react. But Zenlan had never heard of eating cursed goo and dying suddenly due to sensing the curse. Luo Hong was performing a curse that he had learned from the soul nourishing orb, which he named immobilization curse. Its effect was just like what the flying corpse king showed at the moment. Just now, he was flying away at a rapid speed, but now he was like a bug in amber, unable to even blink his eyelids. The flying corpse king was powerful, and Luo Hong's immobilization curse could only hold him for less than a breath, but this time was enough to decide life and death in a fight at their level. With a flash of light, the Zhenhe pearl hit the only remaining blood eye of the flying corpse king firmly, crushing his eyeball like tofu and drilling directly into his brain. Just as it was about to smash through the back of his head, a palm-sized black and red fire crow drilled out from the Zhenhe pearl. Although completely blind, the flying corpse king was still fierce. He had already turned into a corpse, and his head was no longer a fatal part. As long as he was not beheaded, there would be no serious impact. However, the next moment, black and red spiritual flames burst out from his 7 orifices, and his entire head quickly softened. Moreover, the flames followed the long dried meridians in his body and rushed to his limbs and bones. In a few breaths, the flying corpse king turned into a huge human-shaped torch. He only had time to scream before he turned into ashes in the black and red spiritual flames. The only thing left was his bronze armor and the bronze giant sword. Then, the flames gathered in the middle and turned into a black and red fire crow again, flying into the Zhenhe pearl not far away. Not bad, not bad. It's worth it that I fed it so much pure yang iron and also swallowed the Kaling Yaoan. This power is the first spiritual flame in the human world. However, after refining so many spiritual flames, this flame is very different from the original nuclear black flame, and it's time to change its name. Well, I'll call you Black Crow True Flame. Luo Hong looked at Zhenhe pearl with satisfaction and said after a moment of hesitation. Hearing his new name, a wisp of flame jumped out of the surface of Zhenhe pearl, swaying slightly twice, as if expressing joy. Seeing that this Black Crow True Flame is so spiritual, Luo Hong is even more satisfied. After taking it back to Danshan and holding it in the arms of Yuan Ying to warm it up, Luo Hong's eyes moved away from the huge armor floating in the air. He tried to cast a spell, but the bronze armor didn't change at all, and it seemed that it couldn't change size. Luo Hong didn't mind the result. He wanted to use it as a giant puppet plan, and didn't plan to wear it himself, so it didn't matter how big it was. Just as he was about to put it into the treasure bag, a token on the armor aroused his interest. Reaching out his hand, Luo Hong grabbed the token made of white bones. He looked carefully and saw 4 ancient characters written on it. The personal guard of the Lord of the Mansion. Luo Hong's face sank. Such a powerful corpse king was only a personal guard. Who on earth was this Lord of the Mansion? Just as Luo Hong was fighting with the flying corpse king, King Guiyang and Zuansha had already escaped to the foot of the Black Peak. Strangely enough, those flying corpses that had been chasing them all stopped in fear when they were 1 mile away from the Black Peak, as if there was something extremely terrifying hidden in the Black Peak. Brother, Lord of the Mansion, Luosha will not kill that kid, right? Zuansha was still thinking about Luo Hong's Zuan and said very worriedly, it's okay. With that monk here, they will suffer at most. King Guiyang Old Demon's consciousness swept over the Black Stone Peak, as if he was eager to find something, and responded casually, my Taoist friends, you are in such a hurry. Are you in a hurry to find the treasure? Suddenly, the angry voice of Shine, an old monster, came from the back. Damn old fox, junior sister, let's go. King Guiyang Old Demon cursed, and fled with Zuansha to somewhere in the Black Stone Peak. You really came to find treasure, I will never let you get away. Cheyenne Old Monster didn't expect that the other party would be exposed after a little probing. Obviously, either these two people have a way to get rid of him, or the treasure is already nearby. In either case, Cheyenne Old Monster would not allow himself to get away, and immediately pinched out a spell and performed some secret technique. With an eagle cry, the shadow of a giant eagle appeared behind him and then sank into his body. Suddenly, Cheyenne Old Monster's escape speed doubled, and the escape light almost turned into a silk thread, chasing the two people from the Demon Flame sect. The figures of both parties quickly disappeared in the Black Stone Peaks. A moment later, Hanley, driving the Wind and Thunder Wings, appeared at the foot of the Stone Peaks. He looked up and saw that the two strange peaks were about 300 feet high, with black gravel on the surface and a red and white rock layer more than 10 feet thick at the bottom. After using his divine sense and the minking spirit eye to explore, Hanley did not find any corpse monsters hidden in the stone peaks, so he followed the breath of Shylan and others and chased them. There is no update this morning. I have to think about how to beat the Lord of the Mansion. Chapter 344 Blood God Pill. 2 beams of light flew by and soon reached the depression between the two peaks. There was a small golden palace here, covering an area of only 10 feet square. The door of this palace was wide open, and there were no restrictions blocking the way. King Guiyang and Zuansha easily entered it. Brother, that's the nether pond. Zuansha pointed to a dark pool of water surrounded by Brahma patterns in the center of the palace, and said with joy in his tone, after passing through the mountain of corpses, you can enter the netherworld. Junior sister, use this map to open the entrance quickly. I will give Shylan and the others a great gift. As soon as King Guiyang Old Demon finished speaking, his spiritual sense sensed the old monster Shylan who was coming at a very fast speed, and his face suddenly darkened. Damn old monster, it's coming so fast. With a change of mind, King Guiyang Old Demon raised his right palm, and a ball of King Guiyang Demon fire the size of an egg emerged. Go. King Guiyang threw the magic fire at the door of the hall, and then cast several spells in succession. The magic fire instantly turned into a wall of fire, sealing the entrance of the hall tightly. A moment later, Cheyenne Old Monster came to the outside of the hall. Even though he knew that this was the key to escape, and Zuansha and the other two were tampering with it, he did not rush in, because of his anxiety. With just one glance, he saw that the King Guiyang magic fire that sealed the entrance was much stronger than the one that Lulian had used before. The other party must have hidden his cultivation. However, even if Lulian was a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and had Zuansha's help, Cheyenne was not afraid. After all, he was a person who could escape from the hands of Xiang Zenran in the late stage of the nascent soul and even injure the other party. King Guiyang magic fire was famous outside, and was the inherited magic skill of the Demon Flame sect. Cheyenne Old Monster did not dare to be careless. He flipped his palm, and took out a short shuttle that exuded a strong cold air. This ancient treasure, called the Cold Crystal Shuttle, was made of 10,000 years of ice. It was quite powerful, and had helped China and Leo Gui kill many powerful enemies who were proficient in fire magic. With a thought, Xianhun Leogui sacrificed this shuttle, causing the cold air it emitted to condense into ice. In the blink of an eye, the cold crystal shuttle, which was only a few inches long, turned into a giant ice cone about 10 feet long. Xianhun Leogui waved his hand lightly, and the giant ice cone stabbed towards the magic fire curtain wall. When the ice and the magic fire touched, a dazzling aura suddenly burst out. After a moment of stalemate, the Qingyang magic fire suddenly spread along the contact point to the entire giant ice cone. The magic flame was raging, and the giant ice cone melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would burn the cold crystal shuttle inside in just a few breaths. Xianhun Old Monster frowned, and immediately caused the remaining ice to burst. After briefly forcing back the Qingyang magic fire, he drove the cold crystal shuttle to avoid the falling magic flames like a swimming fish, and took it back into his palm. Looking at the slightly damaged cold crystal shuttle, Xianhun Old Monster secretly said, "It is worthy of the Qingyang magic fire that specializes in destroying people's magic weapons. It can damage the spirituality of my treasure without being touched." After some trials, Xianhun Old Monster knew the power of the Qingyang magic fire, but it also wasted some time, so he prepared to use his strongest means to break the magic fire curtain in one fell swoop. He saw that all his magic power went to his right palm, and soon his right palm was like silver casting, emitting a terrifying spiritual pressure. Then, Xianhun Old Monster raised his right arm with a little effort, and slowly pinched his palm into a claw. During this process, the silver spiritual light gathered towards the 3 fingers in the middle of his fingers, and soon dyed these 3 fingers into silver gray. Without saying a word, the moment the magical power took shape, the old monster Xianhun suddenly swung his claws in the air, and 3 silver gray cracks of more than 10 feet long shot out. In just a moment, they hit the magic fire curtain wall. The Qingyang magic fire, which was said to burn everything, had no resistance at all, and was cut into 3 cracks. The silver gray cracks continued to shoot forward, and made a very piercing scream after contacting the golden hall. Tear the air hand. "Junior sister, you can't take it head on," the old demon Qingyang reminded in a startled voice, but it was too late. The silver gray cracks came very quickly. Although Zuansha interrupted the spell immediately, she was delayed for a moment, and didn't have time to avoid them completely. With Zuansha's scream, her left arm and half of her shoulder were cut off like tofu. Fellow Taoist, should I call you Lulan or Qingyang Old Demon? With the flash of the escape light, the old monster Xianhun entered the hall, and said with a sneer on his face, "Since you have seen through it, there is nothing to hide. I'm Qingyang. Fellow Daoist, are you willing to join hands with me to get the treasure?" Qingyang Old Demon is worthy of being a hero who has been in charge of the Demon Flame sect for hundreds of years. Facing the aggressive Xianhun Old Monster, he naturally proposed to join forces. Join hands. I'm afraid that Fairy Zuansha will not agree. Xianhun Old Monster glanced at Zuansha, who was full of resentment, and said faintly, "A broken arm is not a serious injury for a Yuanying demon cultivator. There are many magic secrets that can reconnect broken limbs." What really made Zuansha want to eat Xianhun Old Monster alive was that the Zhuanghui skeleton she had practiced for hundreds of years was cut in half, and she was so heartbroken that her heart was bleeding. "I believe that junior sister will not sacrifice the big for the small. It's just a Zhuanghui. If it dies, we can raise it again," Qingyang Old Demon said with a smile. Zuansha felt a chill in her heart after hearing this. She knew that her senior brother was warning her, so she could only suppress the hatred in her heart and smiled. Senior brother is right. The treasures in the ghost house are much more valuable than my little sister's black ghost. With the magical powers of fellow Daoist Xianhun, you are indeed qualified to share a piece of the pie. Xianhun did not respond immediately after hearing this. His eyes flickered slightly, thinking that the treasures hidden here were indeed extraordinary, and they could make these 2 eccentric demon cultivators temporarily surrender. The treasures produced in this dark and ghostly place are probably only suitable for the evil demons. I'm not willing to risk my life to get some useless treasures. This old monster has made up his mind, and he will not release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the old demon Qingyang stared at the old monster Xianhun and said, "I wonder if you have ever heard of the blood god pill?" Blood god pill. There is actually a blood god pill here. The cold face of the old monster Shinon could not hold it anymore, and he glared with his eagle eyes, and said in surprise, "If you want to get the blood god pill, you still need to pass through 2GD. My junior sister is in the nether realm, so it will be much easier. Shion and Daoist, we will both benefit, if we work together. That Luo's methods are weird. If he catches up later, there will not be enough blood god pills to share." The old demon king Gyang kept adding fuel to his ears, urging him to make a decision. "Are you sure it is the blood god pill that can make people refine into the true body of the blood demon, and have the great supernatural power of rebirth by dripping blood?" The old monster Shion stared at the old demon king Gyang, and said very seriously, "If you want to be reborn by dropping blood, you need to cooperate with the cultivation method of the Lord of the Blood Killing Mansion. Taking the blood god pill alone can only cultivate an immortal body." The old demon king Gyang did not exaggerate the effect of the blood god pill, and said it truthfully. This demon did not take the opportunity to deceive me, but he was quite sincere. The blood god pill was a famous elixir in ancient times. The old monster Shion knew its effect. He just said that just to test it. The immortal body is also an incredible supernatural power. Fellow Daoist King Gyang, I wonder how we can go to the underworld? The old monster Shion changed the topic and suddenly changed from the attitude of wanting to fight to the death to a peaceful treasure hunt. With the help of the animal skin Buddha painting, we can pass through this dark pool. But I still need to do something to prevent Luo Hong and the monk from catching up too quickly. I'm also quite afraid of those two, so please do as you please. Shion old monster said with confidence, but his eyes never left King Gyang old demon. King Gyang old demon was not angry about this. He took out 2 corpse oil bone lamps and placed them on the ground in the hall that seemed to be cast with gold. Then he cast a few spells and saw that the ground that could not even be split by the silver gray cracks suddenly rippled. The bone lamp slowly sank and finally sank halfway into the ground, leaving only the lamp outside. At this time, Zuansha, who had connected the broken arm, also completed the spell. I saw a vortex formed in the center of the dark pool, and a black beam of light suddenly shot out, just hitting the evil ghost picture. Suddenly, black light lit up on the animal skin, and the familiar space fluctuations appeared again. Before the transmission, the old demon King Gyang threw out a flame and lit the corpse oil bone lamp. Then a black light flashed, and the 3 disappeared. A moment later, Hanli, who had been hiding outside the palace, showed up and savored the news he had just heard. Blood god pill, blood killing lord, what exactly is this place? Hanli frowned, recalling the ancient books he had read. He still had some impression of the blood god pill, knowing that the refining process of this divine pill was extremely bloody and had long been lost. As for the blood killing lord, he had no impression at all. If this place is really related to the blood killing lord, I'm afraid the owner is now in the Rakshasa ghost palace. Yenyu's voice sounded from Hanli's heart, which immediately lifted his spirits. Yenyu, what did you remember? Do you know the way out of this ghost house? Several fragments did flash through my mind. The ghost house in front of me is very different from what I remembered, but I remember that there are 3 masters in the whole ghost house, born from Corpse Key, Yin Key, and Blood Key. The Corpse Key turned into Luo Mansion Lord, who controls the Corpse Mountain. The Yin Key turned into Yinsha Mansion Lord, who controls the underworld. The Blood Key turned into Zusha Mansion Lord, who controls the Blood Sea. Among them, Luo Mansion Lord is the strongest, and this place got its name from this. Yenyu said, after sorting out the chaotic memories. In this case, the other 2 GD mentioned by the old demon King Gyang are the underworld in the Blood Sea, and the blood god pill should be hidden somewhere in the Blood Sea. Harley touched his chin and analyzed in a muttered voice. We are making such a fuss here, but the Lord of Luo Mansion has not shown up. I think he has either fallen or been sealed by those ancient demon cultivators. The old demon King Gyang left this bone lamp. I'm afraid he wants to destroy the entrance to the underworld. I will never let him succeed. After saying this, Hanli pointed his sword and shot out a thunderbolt to extinguish the flame of the lamp and destroy the bone lamp at the same time. When the King Gyang magic fire encountered the thunderbolt, it immediately lost its fierceness and was easily dispersed. But when the lamp was broken, the hall suddenly changed. The Brahma pattern that was originally flowing slowly suddenly became agitated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Lord Rakshasa. Not long before Hanli's change, after Luo Hong killed the Flying Corpse King, the rest of the flying corpses were defeated and fled. The crowd did not pursue, and after gathering together, they hastened to escape to Black Peak. Because of the sudden death from eating the cursed Gujos now, Zenlan was full of doubts at the moment, staring at Luo Hong with a pair of bright eyes. Is this senior's curse realm really higher than Sister Lan and the others? Luo Hong naturally noticed Zenlan's abnormality, but he was flying beside Yanjing with great interest at this time, and had no time to care about a little girl. Master, the magical power you just used has some shadows of mantras, but it contains great magic power. It should be a magical power that combines mantras and spells. Can you demonstrate it again? Yanjing put his hands together and said with a bitter smile, Master Luo, the thunder sound mantra is the secret of my Lei insect. Master Luo already has several great magical powers. There is no need to cause trouble for this. Luo Hong heard the meaning of Yanjing's warning, but he did not back down. Instead, he smiled and said, Luo also has some secrets that are not passed on. How about I pass on the immobilization mantra to you? Let's trade fairly. Of course, if you can't understand it, it's not my problem. Master Luo, this is related to the inheritance of the sect, and I have no right to decide. If you really want to Buddhism, come to Dajin to ask for it one day. Yanjing smiled bitterly and shook his head. The inheritance of Buddhism is the most strict. Unless Luo Hong is willing to become a monk, he will never get what he wants. That's all. I won't embarrass you, Master. Luo Hong thought, I just want to understand the connection between spells and magic. There are plenty of opportunities. Why should I go to Dajin for this? If it weren't for the right opportunity, Luo Hong wouldn't have asked. Not long after they flew away, there was a loud sound of mountains and rivers collapsing in front of them, and then the earth shook violently. Countless rift valleys collapsed at once, and the corpse mountain in the distance also became agitated. Countless giant Buddha seals appeared out of thin air. What happened? Luo Hong's face sank, and he suddenly raised his escape technique and approached the Black Peak. Han Shikun and Yanjing looked at each other, and they knew that they couldn't escape, whether it was a blessing or a disaster, so they also speeded up and followed. Not long after, Luo Hong came within 10 miles of the Blackstone Peak, and his spiritual sense sensed that something was rushing towards him at a high speed. After finding out, he immediately stopped the escape light, stretched out 2 fingers and shot, and a sound transmission note was clamped in his sword finger. Brother Luo, this is the work of the old demon King Guiyang. Yanjing may have a way to quell this chaos. I'll wait for you in the Netherworld. Damn it, the old demon Han ran away first. Dao Luo, what did Dao Han say in his talisman? Han Shikun seemed a little panicked. After all, the noise was too loud now. Master, Junior Brother Han, said you would have a way. The current abnormal movement clearly started from the Black Peak. Do you see what's going on? Luo Hong did not respond to Han Shikun, and hurriedly asked Yanjing. Even if Dona Han trusts me, I can't come up with a solution. Yanjing was stunned for a moment, unable to understand what Han Li meant. Oh my god. What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, Han Shikun's extremely horrified voice came from beside him. Luo Hong immediately looked at the Blackstone Peak, and saw that the whole mountain was shaking, as if it were alive. The peaks at both ends rose rapidly, and the sunken area in the middle collapsed, and an extremely huge head rose from the inside of the mountain. Luo Hong was extremely shocked to see the scene in front of him. This mountain peak over 300 feet high was actually transformed by a corpse monster. Those 2 mountain tops were just his raised shoulders. Heavenly Dao, am I still in the human world? Exclamation mark. At this time, the Lord of Rakshasa Mansion, who had just been forcibly awakened, opened his huge black mouth that was as big as the abyss to the 3 people. Luo Hong's heart suddenly trembled. The sense of crisis brought by his spiritual perception made him quickly use all the means to protect himself. The next moment, a roar that resounded through the world came from the abyss mouth of Lord of Rakshasa Mansion. After the sound wave penetrated a layer of golden shield, the three people were covered in it with endless force. As if being hit by a heavy hammer weighing billions of pounds, the lightless shield on the front immediately showed a fine crack, and it only lasted for a moment, before it fell apart. Under the impact of the sound wave, the tortoise shell shield continued to break and reorganize, barely holding on. The roar lasted for several breaths. When the sound wave subsided, Luo Hong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The broken lightless shield caused him to suffer some backlash. Yanjing on the other side looked at the golden silk cassock that had become tattered cloth. His face was as white as gold paper, and he was obviously also seriously injured. Compared with the two, Han Shiquan's condition was much more miserable. At the moment when the sound waves rushed over, he ordered the treasure toad to swallow him, but unexpectedly, the power of the sound waves was so great that the treasure toad was shattered into pieces within a few breaths. Although he avoided the attack of the sound waves, he was caught in the miniature space storm caused by the collapse of the small space in the treasure toad's body. Any form of space storm can be fatal to a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Han Shiquan was lucky to be only seriously injured at this moment. Before he fainted, Han Shiquan summoned a three-colored poisonous python, swallowed him, and then fled to the back. Great Vajra demon subduing formation. Donor Luo, I understand what Donor Han means, and protect me. Yanjing saw the golden light shield that had just risen, and was covered with many Sanskrit patterns, and he understood what he had to do. After just one sentence, he sat cross-legged in the air and cast the thunder sound mantra again. With the magical power, the Buddha seals above the corpse mountain in the distance shot a golden light column into the sky. With the sound of thunder, a Buddha seal with a radius of 1 mile slowly descended from the head of the Lord of Luosha Mansion. Suddenly, the Lord of Luosha Mansion seemed to be pressed by a huge mountain, and his body, which was half straight, sank. Then, he supported the ground with one hand, and raised the other hand, to support the Buddha seal that was pressed down. He inhaled and roared, and his target was Yanjing, who was driving the formation with the thunder sound mantra. Luo Hong was well prepared, and cast a spell on the tortoise shell shield, making it grow to a length of 10 feet, protecting the two behind. Then he pointed his sword, and a black and red fire crow flew out, pounced on the tortoise shell shield, and set it ablaze with spiritual flames. With this double protection, Luo Hong finally blocked the sound waves weakened by the great Vajra demon subduing formation. The attack just now came too fast, and Luo Hong was eager to deal with it. Before he could see the appearance of the corpse monster, that seemed to be the lord of the palace, he took advantage of the gap between the opponent's attacks to look at it. So, he was surprised to find that this supergiant corpse monster, which was about 400 feet tall, when it stood up, was only half of its body. In other words, if the opponent was intact, its height should be 1,000 feet. What a monster. But even such a powerful corpse monster was cut into half, and its body was broken so badly that Luo Hong mistakenly thought it was broken rocks. As the huge Buddha seal pressed down, the corpse key in the body of the Lord of the Palace could not stop overflowing from the cracks on the surface of the body. If this continued, he would inevitably become weaker and weaker. As if thinking of this, Luosha Mansion Lord's attack suddenly changed. He tilted his head and bit off a large piece of flesh from his shoulder, and then spit it out in the direction of Yanjing. At this time, in Luo Hong's field of vision, it seemed that a small mountain was flying towards him. Feeling the huge wind pressure, Luo Hong immediately lost the idea of blocking it hard, and did not have the idea of testing the hardness of the opponent's body. He immediately grabbed Yanjing's shoulder, and took him to avoid the attack several times. After a loud bang, the corpse fell to the ground, and it was unknown how deep it hit the ground. However, Luo Hong later realized that this attack had just begun. I saw a large group of corpse monsters several feet tall, whose aura was only slightly weaker than that of the mansion lord's personal guards, rushing out of the smoke and dust. DKUI. Luo Hong shouted the name of the corpse monster in shock, and hurriedly stretched out his right palm, shooting out a stern light to stop the enemy. But this DKUI is different from the silver armored corpse and the flying corpse. It is a corpse monster of the Yuanying level, which is extremely rare in the outside world. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it is also not afraid of water and fire, and is very difficult to deal with. With the current power of the Zuanai, it would take a while to kill one, but now there were nearly 100 of them, and it was not something that the Zuanai alone could handle. Fortunately, Luo Hong had been preparing for the worst case scenario, and a strong reinforcement had arrived. Chapter 346, Lord Luo, you and my Buddha have a connection. Dozens of miles away, after Luo Hong and the other two accelerated to Black Peak, Zenlan and Han Yangzi were left behind. Fellow Daoist Zen, my white crane has a very fast escape speed. Let me take you with me. In order to catch up with her uncle and brother Luo, as soon as possible, Han Yangzi summoned a huge white crane. Judging from its aura, it was a level 5 spiritual beast. In addition, it was a bird, so its escape speed was comparable to that of a cultivator in the late Giant stage. HMPH, no need, I have my own way. It's okay that she can't compare to the Yuanying senior, but how can she not compare to the Cheyenne cultivator, who is weaker than her? Zenlan decisively rejected Han Yangzi, took off a silver ornament like a feather wing from her waist, and was about to cast a spell to drive it. In response, Han Yangzi was not angry, but looked at the other party's delicate appearance, thinking it was very cute, and couldn't help but smile. The next moment, a thunderous roar came from afar, and the overwhelming sound waves lifted the earth, like a mad dragon rushing towards the two. Not good. Han Yangzi shouted, and immediately put the white crane spirit beast into the spirit beast bag, and sacrificed a red silk to protect herself. However, because she was too hasty, she did not have time to infuse too much magic power into the red silk. Just when she had to try her luck, a touch of silver sand suddenly blocked her. Han Yangzi immediately reacted. This was Zenlan's trick. The magic formula in her hand changed, and the red silk stretched out like a spirit snake, wrapped around a petite body nearby, and then pulled back. Before the sound wave hit, Zenlan was pulled into the ball wrapped in red silk. Ah. What are you doing? The phantom silver sand is enough to protect us. Zenlan whimpered twice, poked her head out from Han Yangzi's chest, and said with a slightly red face. But as soon as she finished speaking, the red silk ball shook violently. Obviously, if they only relied on the phantom silver sand, they would at least end up seriously injured. Zenlan realized this, and immediately shut up, lowering her head in embarrassment. Fortunately, the two of them were still far away, and the power of the sound wave had already dissipated and weakened a lot when it reached here, otherwise it would have been shaken into blood foam in an instant. What happened? After the sound wave passed, the two women hurriedly looked in the direction of the Black Peak, only to see a giant monster stretching his arms, but soon a huge Buddhist seal descended from the sky and suppressed him. The giant monster suddenly became furious, opened his abyss mouth, and pretended to roar. The two women immediately understood what the sound wave was just now, and immediately retreated to the back without thinking. Although their magic weapons blocked the sound waves that came here, they also consumed a lot of mana. If it came a few more times, they would definitely not be able to hold on. However, when they turned around, they saw countless silver armored corpses flying towards them rapidly. The corpse ki they emitted linked together, forming a yellow wave composed of corpse ki. The two women suddenly felt desperate. There were at least 500 silver armored corpses, and they were definitely not able to fight against them. Zenlan's face was pale, her hands and feet were cold, and she lost the idea of resisting. Fortunately, she didn't just close her eyes and wait for death. Dao Zen, don't give up. With the roar of the giant monster, we still have a chance to rush out of the survival. Although Han Yangzi was also desperate in her heart, her eyes were firm, and she still wanted to fight to the death. Zenlan was inspired by what she said. After nodding heavily, she madly input her magic power into the magic silver sand. Soon, the overwhelming sound waves came again. When the two women used magic weapons to resist, the silver armored corpses were not feeling well. They connected the corpse key and formed a formation like a mortal army and continued to move forward against the sound waves. Although the silver armored corpses were also greatly affected, it was far from the people and horses that Han Yangzi imagined. Just when she thought it was hopeless to break out, these silver armored corpses ignored them and fled at full speed in the direction of the giant monster. What on earth is going on? The two women couldn't help wondering. Beside Yanjing, Luo Hong sacrificed the 5-element flag and quickly set up the reversed 5-element formation to delay the offensive of the Dicky group. From time to time, his right palm shot out a dazzling divine light to kill the Dicky who got too close. But there were too many Dicky. After delaying for a while, he gradually couldn't protect Yanjing. Fortunately, at this time, a silver wave wrapped in corpse gas came and entangled with the Dicky group. Although the silver armored corpses were far less powerful than the Dicky, they had a great advantage in numbers. 5 or 6 entangled one, and there was no problem in a short time. These silver armored corpses were secretly subdued by Luo Hong along the way. Originally, he planned to use them to deal with the possible army of corpse monsters near Hefeng. Unexpectedly, he was dealing with the mansion lord who was like a mountain. After resolving the crisis of Dicky, Luo Hong looked at the mountain corpse monster, only to see that it had been in a stalemate with Foyin, and the flow of corpse ki had never stopped. As long as Yanjing held on, it would definitely not be difficult to kill this monster with the help of the formation. I don't know if it was because he had given it a mouthful of milk, but as soon as he had the idea, Yanjing suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the Foyin on the mountain corpse monster's head immediately showed signs of instability. "Master, are you okay? You monk, hold on for me." Luo Hong panicked and glanced at Yanjing and saw that blood was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries in the sound wave just now, and after a full strength spell, his injuries worsened. It seemed that he couldn't hold on for long. Just as Luo Hong's thoughts turned quickly, and he was thinking of a way, the mountain corpse monster suddenly shouted, but it was not using any sound wave magic. I saw that the giant arm that supported Foyin suddenly swelled up, and the originally tattered body fell like a landslide, blood, flesh, and keratin. The next moment, an indescribable force erupted, and the huge Buddha seal on his head was pushed up by it. After temporarily getting rid of the suppression of the Buddha seal, Luo Mansion Lord bent his huge arms and punched the Vajra demon subduing formation that trapped him. A huge ripple appeared on the golden light shield, and the entire corpse mountain land shook. Many corpse mountains collapsed, revealing huge corpses like black stones. After this earth-shattering blow, Yanjing was hit back and vomited 3 liters of blood. He could no longer maintain the thunder sound mantra. As a result, the huge Buddha seal that was pressing down again not only stagnated, but also began to disintegrate at the edges, as if it was about to dissipate. Haha, this time there is only a bold donkey. It's time for this mansion lord to escape. Luo Mansion Lord laughed like thunder and said in ancient language. Damn it, I have to do it again. Luo Hong cursed inwardly in frustration and immediately sat down cross-legged, imitating Yanjing's appearance and closing his eyes to chant the mantra. This can't be said to be stealing. He accidentally glanced at it when someone handed it to him. There was nothing he could do about it. On the other side, Yanjing took several pills and stabilized his injuries. When he saw Luo Hong casting the thunder sound mantra, he was not angry at the other parties stealing. After all, the current situation was special, but his expression changed and he said, Master Luo, the thunder sound mantra needs the foundation of Buddhism to exert its power. If you can't suppress the giant corpse like this, you will only suffer backlash. However, Luo Hong had entered the state of nothingness and selflessness when casting the thunder sound mantra. All external interference could not affect him, and naturally he could not hear Yanjing's reminder. Hey, this is my duty. How can I let Master Luo suffer? Buddha has mercy on me. If I don't go to hell, who will? Yanjing said to himself with a solemn expression, and his eyes showed the intention of death. However, just when Yanjing was about to fight, he was shocked to see that the red and white stone platform under the giant corpse turned out lotus petals, gradually forming an extremely huge red fire lotus, which slowly wrapped around the giant corpse. At the same time, countless human voices rang out in Yanjing's heart, and after merging into one, they seemed extremely grand. These voices were all shouting the same sentence, Supreme Rainbow Lord, take the order to destroy the enemy. Wrapped by the giant red lotus, the speed at which the corpse key in Luo Mansion Lord's body was lost suddenly increased several times, so his breath weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, how could there be so many sentient beings' wishes? Luo Mansion Lord roared in great reluctance, but no matter how he struggled in the Red Lotus, he could not stop the loss of his own power. Bull donkey, as long as the mountain of corpses is not destroyed, this mansion lord will wake up again one day, and then I will definitely slaughter all of your Lion sect. After saying the last harsh words, Luo Mansion Lord's huge body fell down again, returning to the appearance of a two-headed stone peak. Then, the Red Lotus shattered with a bang, turned into a light spot and disappeared, and the voice in Yanjing's heart also dissipated. At this time, Luo Hong closed his mouth and slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the mountain corpse turned into a mountain again, he exhaled heavily. Fortunately, the magic circle left by the ancient Buddhist cultivators could hold up, otherwise this time he would really suffer. Luo Hong did not see Han Lun, nor did he hear what Luo Mansion Lord said. He thought that, after he cast the Thunder Sound curse, he had triggered the same huge Buddhist seal as Yanjing, and finally suppressed the other party. As Luo Mansion Lord returned to silence, the many earth leaders he summoned also turned into corpses again. The silver armored corpses that had been fighting with it suffered heavy losses, and now only 20% are left. But despite this, the total number of silver armored corpses is still more than 100. If these silver armored corpses are taken to the outside world, Huangfeng Valley will naturally become the overlord of Billion Country. But first, Luo Hong does not have so many spirit beast bags to collect them all. And second, even if they are all taken back, Huangfeng Valley cannot afford to raise them, and it is simply impossible to supply so much corpse key. Therefore, Luo Hong only picked out a dozen of them, and put them in his bag, and released the rest with a wave of his hand. Luo Hong did not intend to use these silver armored corpses that he collected, but planned to give them to the giant and elders of Huangfeng Valley after returning, so as to try their best to keep them alive in the war. Master Yanjing, why are you looking at me like this? Although I have learned the Lion mantra of your sect, it was also a matter of urgency, not intentional. Luo Hong turned around and saw Yanjing looking at him with a strange face. He couldn't help but touch his nose and said awkwardly, "Don't mind, Master Luo. I have learned the Lion mantra. You are very wise and have a predestined relationship with my Buddha. When you become a monk one day, I hope you can come to my Lion sect to practice." Yanjing put his hands together, smiled, and said very politely, "What's wrong with this monk? Why did his attitude suddenly change 180 degrees? Could it be that the mortal Buddha sect also forced people to join the group, and I have been targeted by him?" Luo Hong couldn't help thinking of himself becoming bald, and felt a chill in his heart. He laughed and said, "Master, don't joke. I have a Taoist partner, so how could I become a monk? Donor Luo and my Buddha have a predestined relationship. It's just that the time has not come yet. Once the time comes, you will figure it out." Yanjing's old habit came back, and he started to play dumb again. Predestined relationship. Luo Hong suddenly looked strange, and no longer paid attention to the monk. He looked up at the double-headed stone peak that the lord of the mansion had transformed into. Han Lao Mo disappeared here, which proved that there was an entrance to the underworld here. After using his spiritual sense to explore for a while, Luo Hong found a golden palace. Judging from the location, it should be built on the neck of the giant corpse. He was about to get up and go there, but he made a new discovery. He saw that a pill was being precipitated in the space between the two peaks. A moment later, a bright yellow pill the size of a baby's fist appeared. Luo Hong immediately activated his magic power and grabbed it in his hand. Suddenly, a strong sandalwood scent came to his face. This fragrance and appearance, could it be corpse god pill? Luo Hong said to himself uncertainly. This corpse god pill is an excellent item for practicing Dharma. With it, Luo Hong no longer needs the spiritual materials that he still lacks. Master Luo, she is really predestined. This is a corpse relic that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. It is a top treasure for practicing the Dharma of Buddhism. After Yanjing saw the appearance of the pill clearly, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This kind of treasure has only appeared once in the history of Lion sect. I think it was obtained from this place. It turned out to be such a Buddhist treasure. I made a profit. I'm worthy of being a person with a predestined relationship with Buddha. Luo Hong showed an ecstatic look on his face. The corpse relic is a level higher than the corpse god pill. Now the Dharma plan is foolproof. Ahem. Master, there is only one of these things, but it's not easy to divide them. After the excitement, Luo Hong thought of a realistic problem and said with a twinkling look in his eyes, if it weren't for the intervention of Lord Luo, I'm afraid I would have been killed. This body relic should belong to Lord Luo. Yanjing said with clear eyes and bowed slightly. I didn't expect this monk to have such a high state of mind. I really underestimated him before. Luo Hong looked ashamed and thought with some admiration in his heart. Of course, admiration is admiration, but the body relic will never be given up. After that, Yanjing found a flat place to meditate with his eyes closed because he needed to heal his wounds, while Luo Hong turned back to look for Han Shiquan who had run away, and Han Yunzi and Zenlan who were left behind. As a result, he ran into Han Yunzi and Zenlan head on, after flying for a while. After asking, he learned that Han Shiquan had sealed himself with a secret method because of his serious injuries and was currently in Han Yunzi's spirit beast bag. Normally, with the fragile body of a cultivator, entering the spirit beast bag is to seek death. But Han Shiquan hid in the belly of the 3-colored poisonous python, so he can be safe for a short time. But if they can't get out in a month or two, he can't hold on. That's it. Han Leo Mo has started. Luo Hong felt that the road ahead was more dangerous, and he silently complained. Then the four of them rested for half a day and gathered in the golden hall, their eyes focused on the dark pool in the hall. I wrote relatively smoothly today. I will try to watch 10,000 and advance the progress of the badge. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 347 Green-Haired Devil. This hall is empty, only this black pool is the most suspicious. I think my junior brother and his friends went to the so-called underworld through this pool. Luo Hong said slowly after a moment of silence. Then, he turned to look at Yanjing and asked, Master, there is both the Lord of the Palace and the underworld here. What do you think? If I'm right, this place is the legendary Rakshasa Ghost Palace, and the one that Master Luo just suppressed is the Lord of the Ghost Palace, the Lord of the Rakshasa Palace. Yanjing said with a slightly gloomy face. The one just now is the Lord of the Ghost Palace? Luo Hong was slightly surprised. This copy is not based on martial ethics. The final boss is the first one. Then his eyes lit up and said, so, we can get out through this pool. Han Yunzi and Zenlan heard this, and both smiled excitedly. This Rakshasa Ghost Palace is too dangerous for them. Without the protection of Luo Hong and others, it is difficult to move forward. However, Yanjing, who slowly shook his head at this time, poured a basin of cold water on them. It's not that simple. In addition to the Lord of Luosha Mansion, there are two other lords in this Luosha Ghost Mansion, namely Yansha Mansion Lord and Zusha Mansion Lord. After the battle just now, I have understood the intention of my Buddhist predecessors, to leave the animal skin Buddhist paintings. The other two lords must be the same as the Lord of Luosha Mansion. They were just sealed by the Buddhist prohibitions, and not completely killed. And as time goes by, their strength will gradually recover, so they left the Buddhist paintings to enter this place, so that future generations can enter this place, and use the formation to subdue demons. It's a pity that this arrangement was forgotten by future generations in the long time. Luo Hong nodded slightly when he heard this, and he actually guessed so in his heart. Why did these seniors do such a fuss? Judging from the injuries of Lord Luosha, they could have killed him completely at that time. For the ancient great supernatural powers, the stone mountain outside must be something they can't deal with. Why did they have to leave this scourge behind? Zenlan pouted and complained angrily. Buddha is merciful. The seniors must have a deep meaning for doing this. We shouldn't speculate. Yanjing sighed slightly. He couldn't figure out the trick. Luo Hong was awakened by the two at this time. The ancient cultivators had to leave this dangerous place behind, and this place was mostly in the south of the sky. It should be related to the super formation in the boundless sea. This formation sealed the boundless demonic energy that flowed into the human world in ancient times, making such a large boundless sea dead and silent, without any spiritual energy. Only such an urgent matter could force the ancient cultivators to give in. It's useless to think too much. We can only follow the arrangement of Gu Xiu now. I hope that the two palace masters behind us will be easier to deal with. Thinking that the most difficult bones have been solved, Luo Hong's confidence can't help but rise. Afterwards, the four of them studied it for a while and comprehended the method of opening the passage. After a flash of black light, Yanjing and Zenlan disappeared, and then Luo Hong took out his Buddhist painting and teleported with Han Yunsky, only to feel that his eyes were dark. Luo Hong came to a land filled with black yin energy. The sky here is covered with dark clouds, but the earth is pale. The roar of ghosts in the ears is very gloomy. It seems to be called underworld appropriately. Brother Luo, why can't I see Master Yanjing and Miss Zen? Han Yunsky looked around and didn't see the figures of the two, so she asked in doubt. It should be teleported to a place not far away. Let me escape and look for it. According to the intention of the ancient cultivator, there would definitely be no random teleportation to disperse the cultivators entering the ghost palace, so Luo Hong deduced that Yanjing and the other two were not far away. Just after flying a few feet, Luo Hong felt a restraining force pressing down, preventing him from continuing to fly. There is a prohibition against flying here. Luo Hong did not stubbornly resist the restriction, but after landing, he summoned a silver armored corpse and ordered it to stay 100 feet away from the two of them, and then forced to escape to the sky. As a result, before the silver armored corpse flew 10 feet, a dark thunder fell from the sky. With a boom, the silver armored corpse that could withstand the green bamboo bee cloud sword turned into ashes. What a powerful yin lei, Brother Luo, do you recognize it? Han Yunsky was immediately frightened and dared not float half a foot in the air without touching the ground, and fell to the ground obediently. Luo Hong shook his head slightly and did not respond. There are so many magical powers in the world, how could he recognize them all? But this ancient magical power has always been extremely powerful. Although he has the purple sky divine thunder to avoid thunder, he does not want to taste the taste of this yin thunder. Since he can't float in the air, he will use the sky eye to find people. Thinking of this, Luo Hong poured his magic power into his eyes, and golden light suddenly appeared. His eyes broke through the heavy yin ki obstruction. After searching for a while, he found the traces of Yanjing and the others. They were indeed not far away as Luo Hong expected, but they were in trouble and were being attacked by a group of ghosts. It stands to reason that with Yanjing himself, he could easily save a mere ghost, but Luo Hong saw that he was at a disadvantage. Without saying much, Luo Hong put away his magical power, put his arms around Han Yunsky's willow waist, and fled to the place where the accident happened. Master, what kind of ghosts are these? Why can't they even deal with my luopo water? Zenlan stared blankly at the empty bottle and said with horror. Yanjing was casting a spell to maintain a golden bell to protect himself and Zenlan. Outside the golden bell was a group of naked green-haired evil ghosts who waved their claws wildly to attack the golden bell, causing it to tremble. In such a tense situation, Yanjing obviously had no time to answer Zenlan's question, and he used a Mingwang pestle to smash a ghost outside the golden bell. The ghost was not afraid of the Buddha's light emitted by the Mingwang pestle at all, and stretched out his hands to grab it. With a click, the ghost's right claw was smashed to pieces, and the left claw was twisted into a terrifying arc, but it also successfully grabbed the Mingwang pestle in its hand. At this time, the naked green-haired evil ghost showed a playful look in his eyes, and opened his mouth to spray a ball of dark yin ki at the Mingwang pestle, actually wanting to use yin ki to destroy this Buddhist magic weapon. Yanjing's face changed immediately. This was his life magic weapon. If it was really contaminated by yin ki, he would be in great trouble. So, without thinking, he slapped out a big handprint, hitting the ghost's chest and punching a big hole. However, the other party just laughed strangely, and the surrounding yin ki surged, and the wound healed quickly. And the other evil ghosts seized the opportunity of Yanjing's big handprint and launched a round of fierce attacks, causing many cracks to appear on the golden bell. At this critical moment, a black light shot from a distance, covering the three green-haired evil ghosts. As soon as these green-haired evil ghosts were covered, they immediately let out a shrill scream, and a white light spot lit up in their bodies. However, although they screamed miserably, the yin ki in their bodies was constantly extracted and devoured by the Zuanai, but they did not lose their ability to move, and immediately ran away, rushing out of the range of the Chimichengang. Zenlan looked at the source of the chimichanga and immediately saw Luo Hong and Han Yunsky and couldn't help showing a happy expression of surviving a disaster. Master Luo, be careful. These ghosts have Zuan ghost energy in their bodies. Ordinary magical weapons that restrain ghosts have no effect on them. Yanjing was also happy when the reinforcement arrived, and then he reminded loudly, Zuan ghost energy! Exclamation mark. No wonder Yanjing, a Buddhist monk, had such a hard time dealing with ghosts in the late Jiandan stage. However, although the Zuan ghost energy was powerful, the chimichangan was not a vegetarian. The 3 green-haired evil ghosts that escaped the range of the black light seemed to be exhausted, and their breath was weakened. I believe that, if they were covered for a while longer, or the power of the Zuan was increased, they would be killed. It seems that the other green-haired evil ghosts immediately changed their attack targets and rushed to kill him. Luo Hong stretched out his sword finger and was about to cast a spell, but suddenly thought of something, frowned slightly and changed his mind. Then, he flashed and rushed to a green-haired evil ghost at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He blasted his right fist upwards and hit the chest and abdomen of the green-haired evil ghost. The next moment, a huge fist force burst out, instantly shaking the green-haired evil ghost into pieces. Then, he changed his fist into a palm, urged the Zuan and swallowed up the broken body of the ghost and the Zuan ghost energy in the body. Seeing this scene, Yanjing, who was about to remind Luo Hong that these green-haired evil ghosts were extremely powerful, held his breath. What can be solved with fists is not a problem for Luo Hong. After killing a green-haired evil ghost, he stepped on the ground and killed another green-haired evil ghost like a ghost. This time, Luo Hong's right fist blasted out, but did not hit the real object, and the fist went straight into the body of the green-haired evil ghost. The transformation of virtuality and reality is a magical power that all high-level ghosts have, and Luo Hong was not surprised at all. The green-haired evil ghost thought it had found Luo Hong's weakness and laughed loudly while swinging its claws towards Luo Hong's crown. At this critical moment, Luo Hong curled his lips slightly, opened his 5 fingers, and stimulated the power of the Eye of Zuan. Suddenly, a huge suction force erupted in the green-haired evil ghost's body. In an instant, the green-haired evil ghost, which was as tall as a foot, was swallowed up by the Eye of Zuan, as if it was sucked into a whirlpool. Humph, what a fool. Luo Hong was almost amused by this self-righteous green-haired evil ghost. With a change of mind, he locked onto another one. In this way, Luo Hong was more evil than the evil ghosts, and killed half of the green-haired evil ghosts, which significantly increased the aura of the Eye of Zuan, but it was still far from raising the spiritual level. These green-haired evil ghosts were obviously intelligent, and knew what fear was, so when they saw that they could not defeat Luo Hong, they decisively dispersed and fled. After Luo Hong killed a few of them, he did not pursue them further, and went back to meet the 3 people. Master Luo, I didn't expect that you have reached such a high level in the way of body refining. You are indeed a person who is predestined with my Buddha. I admire you. Yanjing put his hands together, a little surprised, but also said it as a matter of course. Good guy, it turns out that all my abilities are because of my predestined relationship with Buddha. After Luo Hong complained in his heart, he suddenly remembered a question that interested him, so he asked, Master, do you know the realm division of the way of body refining? Although Luo has practiced the body refining technique, he knows nothing about it. Well, it's still early today. I will write another chapter later, and it will be posted around 11 o'clock. Please vote for me. Chapter 348 Red-Dressed Female Ghost. Master Luo has asked a question that has stumped me. Although the way of body training is extensive and profound, it is difficult to increase lifespan. There are not many practitioners from ancient times to the present, and there is no clear division of realms handed down. However, in our Buddhist sect, we are used to calling the body trainers with a force of 10,000 katis as Dharma Protector Arhats, and use 10,000 katis as the threshold to divide the Arhat realm. If you have a force of 100,000 katis, you can easily tear tigers and cheetahs apart, which is considered the tiger subduing realm. If you have a great opportunity and get a force of 1 million katis, you can go into the sea and subdue dragons, which is the dragon subduing realm. Yanjing pondered for a moment and said slowly, only these 3 realms? Luo Hong asked back with dissatisfaction. Yes, these are the only 3 realms that I know of. Yanjing nodded slightly. Okay, thank you master for clearing up my doubts. Luo Hong replied casually, but he was very dissatisfied with the answer given by Yanjing. It is meaningless to divide the realm of the physical body by strength alone. Only the division that is instructive to cultivation, such as key refining and foundation building, can be called realm. Luo Hong has been practicing the body until now, but he has been confused. He has been practicing according to the method and has not encountered any bottlenecks. This makes him wonder if he is still in the first realm. If so, the starting point of the way of body refining is really unimaginably high. I thought I would get some inspiration from Yanjing, but I didn't expect that the division of the physical realm in the Buddhist sect, where the body refining practitioners are relatively new, is so perfunctory. It seems that I still have to rely on myself in this regard. After Luo Hong understood something, he shook off the idea and returned his attention to the present. Unlike the mountain of corpses, the nether realm can be said to be flat, with no ups and downs at all. There is no goal for people to move forward. Because of the restrictions, it is not easy to fly to high altitudes to investigate, and everyone became confused. Master Yanjing, there should also be a forbidden magic array of your Buddhist sect here. Do you have a way to make it visible? Luo Hong may be able to deduce the location of the center of the array. Luo Hong thought for a moment and felt that he had to rely on Yanjing for this matter. Otherwise, if he searched aimlessly, he might not find the sealed place for a month. I will give it a try. Yanjing also felt that this was the only way at present, so he wanted to use several secret techniques unique to Buddhism to try it out. But at this moment, a feminine and charming female voice came faintly. What do you want to try, master? Why don't you spend a night with me? The other party's voice was very pleasant, but Yanjing felt like he fell into an ice cave at this moment, and his heart suddenly became cold, just because when he laughed, he lost his sense of his own magic power, and a ball of fire rose from his lower abdomen uncontrollably. Yanjing was like this, and Han Yunzi and Zenlan, who were only in the Jiandan stage, were even more unbearable. The 2 women's cheeks quickly turned red, and their eyes were blurred and leaned against each other. HMPH. Who is this female ghost? Come out. Luo Hong snorted coldly, looking around and said angrily. Luo Hong's snort was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Yanjing and the 2 girls. As a tingling sensation came from their souls, the 3 of them woke up and could sense their own magic power again. Yanjing seemed to chant the Buddha's name calmly, but the surging magic power in his body showed the rage in his heart at the moment. Han Yunzi and Zenlan let go of each other in panic, but their cheeks were 3 times redder than before. After using the sky eye to explore, Luo Hong successfully saw through the female ghost's hidden magic. The female ghost was floating in the low sky 10 feet away from everyone. She had a beautiful face and was dressed in a red robe. In the distance, the green-haired evil ghost who had just fled in panic actually gathered more evil ghosts and came back to kill again. Luo Hong immediately understood that the red-clothed female ghost came for this reason. Good fellow, are you the ghost mother of these green-haired ghosts? With a change of mind, Luo Hong attacked without any warning. He suddenly offered the 5-element flag, and with his magic power, he made it shoot out dozens of fist-sized 5-element divine thunders. Then he flicked his finger and shot out the Zhenhe Pearl, which was hidden behind the 5-element divine thunders. In just a moment, Luo Hong launched 3 waves of attacks. Although the 5-element divine thunder array was powerful, it was just a feint, mainly used to wear down the opponent's protective magical power. The Zhenhe Pearl and the Black Crow True Flame hidden in it were the killer moves. Luo Hong originally planned to kill the red-clothed female ghost with thunder, and then strangle the green-haired evil ghosts, but the red-clothed female ghost was so powerful that he didn't expect it. The red-clothed female ghost was not surprised at all when Luo Hong saw through her figure. She immediately turned 1 into 4, and 4 into 8, as if she had countless clones, as if there was no end. The 5-element of divine thunder exploded, turning into dozens of violent thunderballs, but only wiped out a small part of the ghost girl's clones. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately changed the spell in his hand, and the Zenhei pearl suddenly burst open, and 108 black droplets shot out in all directions. Suddenly, a large number of the red-clothed ghost girls' clones were beaten into a hornet's nest, and their bodies twisted and disappeared without a trace, but new clones were still appearing. Obviously Luo Hong did not break the opponent's magical power. Luo Hong's face sank, and he felt that this ghost girl was not simple. Under the surge of magic power, the black and red crow escaped from the core of the Zenhei pearl, turned over and turned into a spiritual flame vortex. The huge suction force exploded, and even the virtual body of the red-clothed ghost girl was greatly affected. Countless clones were sucked into the spiritual flame vortex, screaming and burned clean. In this way, Luo Hong's speed of killing the ghost girl's clones caught up with her speed of differentiation. It seemed that losing too many clones would have a bad consequence for the red-clothed ghost. A few breaths after the spiritual flame vortex was formed, all the surviving clones disappeared at the same time. When there was only one red-clothed ghost in the air, the other party was able to resist the suction of the spiritual flame vortex. However, the red-clothed ghost no longer had a charming smile on her face. She stared at Luo Hong with a sinister look and sneered. He with the laughter, the red-clothed ghost's right arm suddenly disappeared. Luo Hong couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could react, a red shadow flashed in front of him, and the disappeared arm stretched out at lightning speed. A claw with extremely long nails teleported to Han Li's throat, and grabbed it fiercely. Even if Luo Hong was calm, he was still shocked. The ghost claw came so strangely that no matter how fast his body movements were, or how powerful his magical powers were, he didn't have time to use them. With a bang, a strange sound like heavy objects hitting each other was heard. The ghost claw firmly grabbed Luo Hong's throat, but did not touch the flesh, but hit a layer of white scales. At the most critical moment, Luo Hong used the partial 5-element transformation in time to block this fatal blow. Even so, Luo Hong's face turned blue due to the recoil force. The red ghost claw was about to retract after the attack missed. Luo Hong's eyes flashed fiercely, and his right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the opponent's wrist. In the palm of his hand, the dark Zuan eye opened, and the divine light suddenly burst out. Suddenly, the arm of the red ghost woman shrank rapidly, as if the blood was quickly drained. This power was also strangely transmitted to the body of the red ghost woman. She screamed and tried to pull back her arm. But with Luo Hong's great strength, how could she succeed? Unfortunately, the red-clothed female ghost was not stupid enough to use the power of virtualization. Instead, she flashed a fierce light in her eyes, grabbed her right upper arm with her left hand, and tore off the entire right arm. After swallowing her right arm, Luo Hong stretched out his sword with a solemn expression. Chapter 349, Soul-Destroying Curse and Yuan Yao. The red-clothed female ghost's methods were strange. If she only came for Luo Hong, he would not be afraid. After all, he had already prepared. But if she went for Han Yanzi or Yanjing, it would be very troublesome, and they might lose their lives. Therefore, after a brief weighing, Luo Hong decided to take some risks and kill the red-clothed female ghost immediately. After extending his sword finger, Luo Hong's forehead veins bulged, and his face suddenly became ferocious as he spat out a word, "Die." As the invisible waves surged, the sinister expression on the face of the red-clothed female ghost suddenly froze, and the next moment she disappeared between heaven and earth like wind blowing fine sand. Yanjing and Han Yanzi were both very surprised and shocked at this moment. They didn't think that Luo Hong would be defeated by the red-clothed female ghost, but they never thought that this female ghost with extremely strange magical powers would be killed so easily. According to common sense, there must be a big battle. Zenlan had a vague guess, but she had been numb to it because of her previous experiences, and her own limited vision made it impossible for her to have an accurate understanding of Luo Hong's spells, and naturally she didn't know how powerful they were. However, what the three of them didn't know was that after Luo Hong seemingly easily killed the red-clothed female ghost, his soul couldn't help but feel a sting. Spells are mysterious and strange, unpredictable, and hard to guard against, but they are also very dangerous. They are more likely to cause backlash than spells, and the consequences of backlash are more serious. Unlike the immobilization spell, that Luo Hong had cast before. The spell he had just cast, which he named the Soul Destroying spell, has a particularly obvious backlash effect. This spell has the terrifying power to instantly kill the enemy's soul, but each time it is cast, it will first cause damage to the caster himself. With Luo Hong's current 6 evolution realm soul, using this spell to kill cultivators below the nascent soul stage will not cause much damage to himself, but if it is used to kill cultivators above the nascent soul stage, it will be enough to make Luo Hong drink a pot. Moreover, if this curse backfires, the worst outcome for Luo Hong is that his soul will be seriously injured. Therefore, when facing cultivators above the middle stage of the nascent soul, Luo Hong will never use the soul destroying curse. For those cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul who have practiced the soul destroying technique, they must also be very careful. Although the red-clothed female ghost's methods are treacherous, her soul realm is not high, and the soul destroying curse is a hard confrontation between the two side soul realms. The defeated party will be immediately soul destroyed, and there is no reason to talk. After killing the red-clothed female ghost, Luo Hong injured the pain, and rushed into the group of green-haired evil ghosts. It took a lot of effort to feed them all to the Zuanai without letting any of them escape. Master, the ghosts here are very difficult to deal with. We need to leave as soon as possible. There are countless red-clothed female ghosts and other difficult ghosts in the entire netherworld. Luo Hong only feels that this place is much more dangerous than the land of corpses. Yanjing nodded heavily and immediately began to chant the spell. After a while, he performed several Buddhist secrets, but there was no change. After trying for a while, Yanjing stopped and shook his head slowly at the 3 people. A trace of disappointment flashed across Luo Hong's eyes, but he didn't say anything. He frowned and thought of a way. When they were fighting just now, the red-clothed female ghost flew to a height of dozens of feet, but did not attract the forbidden in thunder. Obviously, the forbidden air ban here is not aimed at ghosts. It's a pity that the soul capturing spell does not work on beings above the nascent soul, otherwise I would have taken her in at that time. Wait, why do I want to catch a female ghost? Don't I have a female ghost? Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Master, protect me for a while. After a simple explanation, Luo Hong sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and scattered his consciousness to sense carefully. Soon, he sensed a very weak spatial fluctuation, and immediately bit his tongue, spitting out a blood arrow made of blood essence, and shot it at the source of the spatial fluctuation. In the Dark Land, a place where yin energy gathered, 2 beautiful figures finished a day of practice, and were chatting to relieve their boredom. Senior Sister Yan, you don't know how big the ancient demon has become after the transformation. I was shocked at the time, but Brother Luo rushed up without thinking. Yuan Yao vividly recounted the battle between Luo Hong and the ancient demon outside the Zushan Palace that year, with a cheerful look on her face. Yan Li, who was standing aside, held up her cute round face, and said with a wry smile, "Junior sister, you have said this dozens of times. How could I not know how big the ancient demon is? Senior sister, you are really a bummer. Can't you just treat it as the first time you hear it?" Yuan Yao's face fell, and he looked at Yanli with resentment. Yanli had no sense of making a mistake, and she raised a sly smile and said, "Junior sister Yuan, I want to hear more about what happened when you were on the lava road. Did you feel any palpitations at that time?" As she spoke, Yanli's eyes swept over Yuan Yao's sensitive parts. "Senior sister, I'm going to practice." Yuan Yao couldn't resist the teasing of Yanli, who was an experienced person, and her face flashed with shame, and she floated to the side. Seeing this, Yanli's sly smile on her face became even stronger, but her smile soon disappeared, because she found that Yuan Yao was staring at the stone in a daze again. "Junior sister, don't think about it." Yanli floated behind Yuan Yao, and held her shoulders. "Senior sister, do you think he is still alive?" Yuan Yao's eyes were absent-minded and her tone was sad. "Your elder brother Luo, since he is as powerful as you said, he can take care of himself. What we need to do now is to practice hard and get out of here first." Yanli comforted her in a gentle voice, but in fact, she herself didn't know whether she could get out of this ghost place filled with yin energy just by improving her cultivation. but she and Yuan Yao have been deceiving themselves with this hope. Otherwise, staying in this lifeless place for a long time would inevitably affect their mental state. Senior sister is right. I shouldn't be like this. The speed of practicing ghost skills here is very fast. I think in a few hundred years, I can break through the middle stage of the nascent soul. Yuan Yao put down the Bushan stone and smiled again. Then I have to work harder, and I can't let you, junior sister, pull me too far. Yanli only had the cultivation level of the foundation building stage before her death. Although she made obvious progress every day after switching to the ghost path, she is still only at the late stage of the Jinden stage, while Yuan Yao has broken through the nascent soul not long ago. Of course, the ghost path is completely different from the immortal path. Yuan Yao, who was at the nascent soul stage, did not cultivate the nascent soul, but completely transformed herself into a half-ghost body. Just as the two women were about to start the long cultivation again, the blood pattern restriction on the Bushan stone suddenly reacted. In the surprised eyes of the two women, the Bushan stone floated up by itself, and the space force in it became violently agitated. Junior sister, retreat quickly. Sensing the huge space fluctuations caused by the Bushan stone, Yanla's face showed a look of horror, and she hurriedly woke up Yuan Yao, who was stunned by excitement. Then, the two women fled 100 feet away, watching the Bushan stone tearing the space, with itself as the center, forming a space channel like a monster's vertical eye. Before the two women had to wait for long, a leg stretched out of the channel, and a Luo Hong appeared in front of them. Miss Yuan, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Luo Hong glanced, and saw Yuan Yao and Yanli with different expressions, and bowed with a little excitement. Yuan Yao was so excited that she wanted to rush over immediately, but she thought about it again, and suppressed the impulse. She said with a strange expression, Brother Luo, you see my appearance, don't you know whether I'm ill or not? Luo Hong was slightly stunned, and then laughed awkwardly. He was really stupid to ask Yuan Yao, who had turned into a female ghost, if she was okay. Miss Yuan, don't worry. The ghost way and the immortal way are all connected. As long as you don't die, there will be a glimmer of hope. Losing your human body is indeed not so easy to accept. Luo Hong comforted her. I guess you are the Taoist Luo that my junior sister always talks about. Are you here to rescue us? Yanli glanced at Yuan Yao and said happily, yes and no. The underworld is one of the most important opportunities for Yuan Yao to become a ghost. Luo Hong will never take her away for a long time. Brother Luo, you don't seem to be surprised at all that I practice the ghost way. Yuan Yao blinked twice, and said with a puzzled look on her face. When Miss Yuan failed to perform the resurrection spell, and came to this dark place, Luo had already predicted it. We will talk about the details later. Miss Yuan, please follow me first. The space channel created by the sky repairing stone cannot be maintained for a long time. Luo Hong sensed that the space channel was gradually showing signs of instability, so she said in an anxious tone, okay, senior sister, let's go. No matter what, it is always a good thing to be able to go out. Yuan Yao took Yanli and went to Luo Hong. Miss Yuan, I'm afraid your senior sister can't go with you. Luo Hong smiled bitterly and said with embarrassment, why? Senior sister and I will never be separated. Yuan Yao frowned deeply and said unhappily. Yanli's face turned pale when she heard this, and she said in a dry voice, it's okay, junior sister, just follow fellow Daoist Luo out. Seeing that this was about to be another life and death farewell, Luo Hong quickly explained, Miss Yuan, to be honest, Luo didn't want to activate the Bushan stone at this time. But because of an accident, Luo fell into a dangerous place and urgently needed Miss Yuan's help, and that place was too dangerous for fellow Daoist Yan. Miss Yuan must not want fellow Daoist Yan to get into trouble. In addition, the Bushan stone is not a thing that can be used once. Fellow Daoist Yan only needs to be patient for a few more decades, and when the Bushan stone recovers its power, you can leave this place. After hearing what Luo Hong said, Yuan Yao's expression relaxed, and her eyes showed concern and struggle, and her eyes moved between Luo Hong and Yanli. The space channel is about to be unable to maintain. Please Miss Yuan make a decision quickly. After Luo Hong urged, He went into the channel first, leaving only one hand, waiting for Yuan Yao's response. "Sorry senior sister, he needs me," Yuan Yao said with a guilty look in her eyes, pursing her red lips. Like in the Zushan palace? Yanli lifted Yuan Yao's hair and suddenly smiled and said, "It's okay, junior sister, I want to catch up with your cultivation anyway. As a senior sister, it's not right to be weaker than a junior sister." Yuan Yao nodded gently, then floated forward, grabbed Luo Hong's palm, and entered the space channel. After a few breaths, the vertical eye-like space channel slowly closed, and the sky-making stone fell to the ground with a dong. "Junior sister, I hope you can be luckier than me." After a deep sigh, Yanli sat down on the ground and began a long practice. The nether realm. Yanjing and the other two were guarding around a vertical eye-like crack. They had just seen Luo Hong open this space channel with their own eyes, and they went in without saying a word. So, although they knew that they should be careful to protect the law at this time, they still couldn't help their curiosity. Not long after, Luo Hong returned to the underworld, paused for a moment, and then pulled out a beautiful figure from the space channel. "This sister is even more beautiful than Sister Lan." After seeing Yuan Yao, Zenlan was immediately amazed. Han Yunzi also secretly admired Yuan Yao's beauty in her heart, but she was obviously more concerned about the relationship between this suddenly appearing female ghost and Luo Hong, and her eyes were full of brilliance. "Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. Master Luo, you have a predestined relationship with my Buddha, so don't make a mistake." Yanjing's confidence in Luo Hong's future retreat to Buddhism was greatly reduced. "Is this the test of the Buddha? I still need to practice more. Ahem. Master, Luo will not become a monk." Luo Hong coughed twice with a helpless look on his face, and then said with a solemn expression, "This is Miss Yuan Yao, a close friend of Luo, who has been practicing in a secret place before." Han Yunzi and Zenlan greeted him immediately. Yuan Yao stared at the three people blankly. Apart from what the monk said, she could not understand what Luo Hong and Han Yunzi said. "This place is not the Chaos Star Sea, but in a place called Chai'an, a place for cultivating immortals. This is a jade slip that records the language." After handing a jade slip to Yuan Yao, Luo Hong said in the language of the Chaos Star Sea, "Miss Yuan, there is a very powerful prohibition of flying here. Only ghosts can float in the air. Please help to investigate and find any special terrain. This is a small matter, leave it to me." Yuan Yao responded quickly and then floated into the sky. After Luo Hong watched her safely pass the 10-foot boundary, she seemed to suddenly remember something and threw out a jade slip and said, "Dao Aozen, you should also learn the language of Chai'an. The sound of your tongue is really not very pleasant." "Thank you, senior." Zenlan had always had this idea, but she never found a chance to speak. After the four of them waited for a while, Yuan Yao returned and pointed in a direction, saying, "There is a deep pit in this direction, which must be the special place that Brother Luo mentioned. The yin energy here is full of resentment, which is completely different from the Yinming land. May I ask Brother Luo, where exactly is this place?" "Luo came here because of an accident. This place is dangerous. Let's talk while walking." "Brother Luo, my uncle raised a centipede with 1,000 feet. It is as fast as the wind when walking close to the ground. It is just suitable for transportation." Han Yunzi grabbed a spirit beast bag and said calmly, "That's great. We need to catch up with Zuansha and the others as soon as possible to prevent them from doing anything else." Luo Hong nodded lightly, indicating that Han Yunzi should release the centipede. Han Shikun is indeed a Yuanian cultivator from the Yuling sect. The spirit beasts he raised are quite good. The centipede's running speed is not much worse than that of a cultivator in the late Giant stage. 4 people and 1 ghost stood on its back and galloped in the direction Yuan Yao pointed. Chapter 350 Han Li's Danger. The Rakshasa Ghost Mansion is centered on the Corpse Mountain, with the middle layer being the underworld, and the outermost layer being surrounded by the Sea of Blood. The Sea of Blood is calm, but despite the extremely long years, it has not dried up. On this day, the former residence of the Lord of the Bloodsha Mansion, where the Tangshan Blood Pillar is now located, was actually surging with waves and set off a raging sea of blood. Under the boundless power, a deep crack appeared in the Sea of Blood, as if it ran through the entire Sea of Blood, with no end in sight. The edge of the crack stirred up a raging blood wave, but it could not stop the crack from expanding rapidly. After a while, a crack several dozen feet wide separated the sea of blood, revealing an altar full of Buddhist patterns under the Tangshan blood pillar, and a figure with a bloody body and black eyes sitting cross-legged in the center of the altar with his eyes closed. At this time, the sound of heavy footsteps of dong 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 came, and two evil ghosts wrapped in broken blood-colored armor, with missing bones, slowly walked up to the altar. 10 feet away from Blood Shadow, the two blood-armored skeletons knelt heavily on one knee, with their right fists on the ground, and lowered their heads, saying in a hoarse voice, "Master, how many years have you been finally here?" As Blood Shadow slowly opened his eyes, the crack in the sea of blood suddenly expanded several feet. He looked straight ahead, and his black eyes seemed to be able to see the scene of the underworld through space, as if there were black clouds rolling in it. "Master, someone is trespassing in the underworld," one of the blood-armored skeletons said in a deep voice. "Haha, go and invite the guests over." Blood Shadow chuckled calmly, and ordered without any fireworks. The two blood-armored skeletons suddenly lowered their heads, to show that they accepted the order, and the next moment their figures disappeared on the altar. Almost Blood Shadow raised his head, and took a deep breath, sighing. Then, the smile on his face became bigger and bigger, and he kept making a feminine chuckle laugh. Amidst the laughter, the waves of the blood sea became stronger, and the sound of clapping shook the earth. Unlike the lively blood sea, the underworld was still dead silent. 3 figures stood in front of a dark black Yunqi shield, each using their own magical powers to attack it. After an unknown amount of time, the black shield finally broke into dots of black light with the sound of a crisp eggshell breaking. Before the black shield completely dissipated, the only woman among the 3 figures rushed in impatiently. "Where is it? Where is the Zuanine ghost energy? Why isn't it there?" After a breath, the frantic female voice reached the ears of King Guiyang and Xianhun, who stayed outside. King Guiyang was stunned when he heard the voice, and then he rushed in with a frown. "Hey, this is interesting." Xianhun laughed and walked forward slowly. 36 golden stone pillars, as thick as 3 people hugging, stood inside the black shield, forming 2 circles, one small and one large. Apart from that, there is nothing under the black hood, and the Yin Qi is not as dense as that in the outside world, not to mention the Zuanine ghost key mentioned by King Guiyang Old Demon. Zuansha took the risk, just to come for the Zuanine ghost key. However, after the 3 of them used her Yinji Ui Luo Shiju to avoid the many terrifying ghosts in the netherworld, and came to the sealed place of Yinsha Mansion Lord, they were first blocked by the unexpected Yunqi shield, and now they found that the Zuanine ghost key did not exist at all. Zuansha's eyes immediately turned red. "Brother, what's going on?" King Guiyang Old Demon stared at a piece of broken black crystal in the center of the stone pillar circle for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that Yinsha Mansion Lord has completely fallen, which caused the Zuanine ghost key to dissipate. How is it possible? How could Yinsha Mansion Lord fall? The mountain of corpses is not flat, the Yin Qi is not exhausted, the sea of blood is not dry, and the Mansion Lord is not destroyed. Are they all fake?" Zuansha still shouted unwillingly, and she was so angry that she almost bit her teeth. The green-haired ghosts in the netherworld all have a trace of Zuanine ghost energy in their bodies, so there should be no possibility that the legend is untrue. But after all, countless years have passed, and anything could happen. The death of Lord Yinsha is not unacceptable. Xianhun said indifferently. Zuanine ghost energy is of no use to him at all, and it's gone if it's gone, as long as the blood god pill is still there. I don't accept it. Senior brother, you go to the blood sea by yourself. I want to stay in the netherworld for a while, Zuansha said unceremoniously. Without the Zuanine ghost energy, the ghost contract can't restrain her, so she spoke with confidence. You want to collect the Zuanine ghost energy and the ghosts here? No, I don't agree. Although your skills have some restraint on these ghosts, the ghosts in the netherworld are not only numerous, but also cunning. Once provoked, you must kill them all, otherwise you will fall into endless pursuit. You are alone. If you make a mistake, it is very easy to fall here. King Guiyang Old Demon rolled his eyes, and stopped him fiercely. Brother, don't stop me. You know I will never give up. The grey flame on Zuansha's right hand grew stronger, and he looked like he was going to take action. Junior sister, I advise you not to make mistakes. King Gyang old demon narrowed his eyes slightly, without any action, and his tone became extremely unfriendly. A fierce look flashed on Zuansha's face, and without saying a word, he stretched out his right hand in the shape of a claw. Suddenly, a huge grey flame ghost hand flew out, and grabbed King Gyang old demon head on. King Gyang old demon snorted coldly, and a layer of green flame curtain wall appeared in front of him. However, just before the grey flame ghost hand came into contact with the green flame curtain wall, the grey flame ghost hand suddenly turned a corner and slapped towards the uninhabited area behind King Gyang old demon. After this strange thing happened, even the old monster Shanhan who was watching did not show any surprise, and a sneer appeared on the faces of the three people. Just before the grey flame ghost hand landed, the empty space suddenly erupted with a violent green aura, and several flying swords broke through the air, with golden arcs dancing on the swords, shooting towards the grey flame ghost hand. After a loud bang, Han Li covered his chest and retreated from the smoke with an extremely ugly face. Although the evil repelling divine thunder is the nemesis of all magic powers, Zuansha's attack came too suddenly, and Han Li was still injured. After revealing his figure, Han Li did not hesitate at all. The wind and thunder wings behind him appeared, and he was about to perform the thunder escape technique to run away. But it was not just Zuansha and King Gyang who wanted to kill him here. When Han Li's figure disappeared in a thunder, Shanhan old monster snorted coldly and said, "Thunder escape technique. It's a great magical power." As he said that, a silver grey aura lit up between his index fingers, and then he pointed to the air and shot out a silver grey beam of light. With a kala sound, Han Li's figure fell out. "This old monster can break my thunder escape technique." Han Li looked at Shanhan old monster with a sullen face, his heart sinking. Fellow Daoist, Han's concealment ability is really brilliant. If it weren't for the yin ki wave generated when breaking the formation that swept you, we really wouldn't have found it. King Gyang old demon walked towards Han Li with a sneer on his face, and 3 King Gyang magic fireballs gradually formed around him. Han Li secretly groaned, realizing that it was because he had just cast a spell to resist the yin ki wave that exposed himself, and regret was hard to hide in his eyes. 3 fellow Daoists, Han has no intention of harming, but just wants to get out of this damn place. Haha. Fellow Daoist, you heard about the blood god pill. Why don't you obediently offer your nascent soul, and I can reward you with a quick death. King Gyang old demon had no intention of letting Han Li go. If Han Li told Luo Hong and others about the blood god pill, he would have a headache. Shanhan old monster also had this idea, so he cooperated in the attack. Zuansha simply wanted to kill people to vent his anger. The 3 of them all wanted to kill Han Li, and the reason why they hadn't fought yet was just to buy time to surround Han Li. After all, Han Li was a Yuanying cultivator, and it was still difficult for the 3 of them to completely kill him. Han Li was not so naive that the other party would let him go just by talking. The reason why he said nonsense was just to prepare for his escape. After following these 3 people for so long, Han Li had a certain understanding of them. King Gyang old monster was most concerned about the blood god pill and was ruthless. He was undoubtedly the one who wanted to kill him the most here. Although Shanhan old monster was not a good bird, he was arrogant and should not join forces with King Gyang old monster to deal with him right away. However, if he performed the thunder escape technique or showed signs of escaping, he would definitely kill him immediately. There was only a glimmer of hope, and he must seize it. Han Li's eyes condensed, and he suddenly withdrew and retreated violently. Seeing this, the King Gyang old demon still walked slowly with his hands behind his back, and the 3 fireballs around him grew bigger and bigger. Something is wrong. As soon as the thought came to Han Li, 2 bone hands suddenly stretched out from under his feet and grabbed his ankles with lightning speed. Luo Yanbu. At the critical moment, Han Li's footsteps changed, and his figure was like a ghost, leaving a residual image and avoiding the grasp of the bone hands. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground nearby suddenly exploded, and a black ghost jumped out. Zuansha in the distance laughed sinisterly. The skull on her shoulder had drilled into the ground at some point and actually avoided Han Li's consciousness and sneaked near him. After the black ghost appeared, he waved his hand and threw out a yin key chain, which tied Han Li tightly several feet away. The Qingyang old demon had been waiting for this moment, and immediately drove 3 Qingyang demon fireballs the size of his head to fly out. If this was hit, even if Hanli had a body of bronze and iron, he would be burned to ashes. Hanli rubbed his hands together, and crackling golden electric snakes appeared in his palms. He didn't care about the yin key chains wrapped around his body. He stretched out his palms and shot 2 golden thunderbolts at Zuan Gui. Humph. My Zuan Gui has swallowed a lot of Zuan Yin ghost energy along the way. No matter how powerful this person's thunder method is, it's nothing. The fierce look on Zuan Sha's face disappeared immediately, and he looked at the place where his Zuan Gui stood in disbelief. At this moment, there was nothing there. After destroying Zuan Gui with the evil repelling divine thunder, Hanli twisted his feet and did not continue to run away. Instead, he bent his fingers and shot out a blue flame at a Qingyang magic fireball. When the dry blue ice flame appeared, the temperature around him dropped sharply. Sensing the amazing aura emitted by the ice flame, Cheyenne old monster's expression changed slightly, and with a lift of his right palm, a golden ring emerged. I forgot to post it. Sorry. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.